Welcome to Cricket Next special IPL 2025 auction preview show. It's the time of the year when franchisees across the country open their wallets and the cricketing world watches in anticipation. The IPL 2025 Mega Auction is just around the corner and it promises to be an event like no other. The auction will be taking place on November 24th and 25th in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. This is only the second time the IPL auction will be held overseas, with last year's auction taking place in Dubai. And let me tell you, this is going to be a big one. The 2025 auction is a mega auction. Every 3 years, the franchisee hit the reset button and have to rebuild their squads with just a handful of players retained. So, what's at stake this time? Teams were allowed to retain only 6 players, so a lot of new faces will be entering the league. And to make things even more exciting, we have 2 marquee sets of players up for grabs at the start. Let's take a look at some of the biggest names going under the hammer. In the first marquee set, we have powerhouses like Josh Buttler, Shreyas Iyer, Rishabh Pant, Kagiso Rabada, Arshdeep Singh and Mitchell Starc. Expect fierce bidding wars for these top names. And in the second marquee set, it's no less exciting. Yuzvendra Chahal, Liam Livingston, David Miller, KL Rahul, Mohammad Shami and Mohammad Siraj will all be in demand. These players have proven themselves time and again and they are sure to attract some serious bids. Those are some big names, but of course, it's not just about the marquee players. The IPL auction is also about finding those hidden gems, those uncapped players who could turn into the next big star. Among the uncapped players, one name that has already caught everyone's attention is 13-year-old Vaibhav Suryavanshi from Bihar. This young cricketer is making waves and he's got a base price of 30 lakh. Imagine the bidding fever when his name is called out. I think the teams are really going to be scouting talent across all levels. It's going to be a huge day. This year, 574 players will go under the hammer, with 366 Indian players and 208 overseas stars. And of course, the bidding process will be divided into different phases, starting with the marquee sets, followed by capped players and then the uncapped players. After that, we go into an accelerated phase where teams will try to grab those last-minute picks.
All right, welcome to a very, very special, what do we call it, mate? Watch party.
Yes, watch along.
It doesn't seem like a party at this point, but trust you me, this is going to get a little bigger. I'm Rupha Ramani. I'm the sports editor with Firstpost.
And I'm Vineet Ramakrishnan, sports editor with News 18.
And we're kind of getting a bit of we'll get you through the day to take you through whatever is happening, the buzz around the auctions. I know we're not in Jeddah, but it's going to feel like we are. And joining us right at the start of this very, very special coverage that we're bringing to you is someone very, very special as well. He's coming to us right from it's morning where he is. Former England cricketer Monty Panesar is joining us over to sort of kickstart proceedings right here. Thank you so much, Monty. It's a pleasure as always, and I know you're itching probably to have been part of that auction there.
Absolutely. I think it's super exciting for all the players who are involved. I think there's about 38 English players, over 500 players involved in this. It's going to be unbelievable. Like, people are already talking about it here. We had the Premier League football yesterday. They're not talking about that. They're talking about the IPL auction, because everyone, even some of the Premier League footballers, like, they even kind of message me. They go like, who are going to be the big players that are going to go there? And I'm just like, well, you never know. James Anderson could be one of them. There could be, a few of the other guys. The likes of, Josh Archer may come back, and it's just so exciting. Like, everyone is just talking about the IPL auction here, I'm sure, across the world. And who is going to be, who's going to be the richest guy? Everyone's talking about Rishabh Pant. Could he get 30 crore, 25 crore? It is super exciting. Can't wait to all unfold tomorrow.
Go for it.
Yeah. So, Monty, you talked about Josh Buttler, you talked about Jofra Archer. Again, James Anderson, you also mentioned. He's not played a T20 since 2014. I mean, how do you see him being in the part of this auction, and how will the teams will really look at him? For me, it's kind of this thing where you're not actually getting a bowler, you're actually getting a super mentor also there. So who do you think? I mean, those are the teams which would look for that kind of skill set with James Anderson to have.
Absolutely. The key word you said there, a super mentor. I think that's where the IPL teams are going to be looking at. They're going to be assessing their backroom staff. They'll be thinking, right, where does James Anderson fit as the coaching? That's the first question they are going to be asking themselves. The second is going to be, there'll be maybe some few venues where they can probably get him to play, or if there's an injury or whatever, or maybe even start him, with the new ball. And I think places where they'll be looking for, we've seen like Chennai Super Kings, they always go for some of the senior players. They always have a bit of a backroom staff where they like that mentor, player role. And he could obviously help MS Dhoni there as well. Then another place I reckon could be Mumbai Indians as well. Mumbai Indians is a place where I think Jasprit Bumrah could benefit with James Anderson being there. I think Mumbai Indians may have Trent Bolt coming in, and they've got youngsters, young seamers in the Mumbai Indian team as well, where James Anderson could play that vital role. But I think the keys is that whichever coaches, whichever owners looks at James Anderson, the first thing that they're going to think about is the mentor. Is the mentoring role, where does he fit in in our coaching group? And then the second bit will be the playing role.
Monty, also the question, I mean, looking at CSK, you obviously are fitting Anderson into that daddy's army mold. That's going to be exciting as well if that really translates. But I have to ask you about a few other players. We did sort of briefly mention Jofra Archer as well there. A little bit of a dibbly-dobbly that happened there. I mean, he was in the auction and then went out and then went back in. Obviously, we've not seen him in the force that we should in IPL, but what can you expect from someone like Jofra Archer?
Yeah, well, Jofra Archer, everyone kind of like ECB were thinking, happy days, he's not going to be going in the IPL, and it was a huge embarrassment for them. A massive U-turn for Jofra Archer. He wants to be part of the IPL. You can see how desperate so many players around the world. The one league that everybody wants to be involved with is the IPL. It is like the Champions League of football. That's where everybody wants to be, because that's where, the big superstars, the big players, the coaches, even the media guys all want to be part of, because that's where we see the super talent that comes from cricket, and then it goes around all the other leagues. So going back to Jofra Archer, I would think the big question mark will be, can he stay fit for 3 years? If we go for a massive bid for Jofra, even at 2 crores, is it worth the punt? And I reckon he may not go for a big money. Last time we went for 8 crore and with Mumbai Indians, and they didn't really get much out of him. He was pretty much injured most of the time there. He had a fantastic record before then with Rajasthan Royals. Did really well in 2020. Was the MVP. That's the question marks we'll be going through a coach's mind, owner's mind, even a captain's mind. Can he reproduce that performance? And should we go for a massive bid for him? And the injury, can he stay fit? And I don't think he'll go for a big price, to be honest. I think on the second day, he'll probably get picked up by one of the other teams where they think, right, where does Jofra Archer fit? We want the fit bowler for 3 years. And with Jofra, 2-3 crore, I reckon that's a good little punt.
Also, the other, I have to sort of definitely ask you about one England cricketer who I know, everyone is going to clamour for. In fact, I was part of this mock auction that R. Ashwin had done a while back, and there was such a beeline towards Jos Buttler. How big a factor would that be? I mean, Rajasthan Royals, yes, they couldn't really hold on to someone like Jos. Unfortunate that you can't really have it all. But Jos Buttler, what a beeline it'll be for him, Monty.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Jos Buttler is a player who's over the last 4 or 5 months wasn't playing. It's fully fit now, and he performed really well against the West Indies. He's done well in this, obviously, the Abu Dhabi T10 League right now. He's in great form, so I reckon he could be going for that 20 crore price, which I think now where the big players are looking for. So I reckon Rishabh Pant is one of them. But Jos Buttler, for sure, there'll be a lot of teams out there for him. He could possibly go to Chennai Super Kings. So Punjab is another one. They've got over 110 crore. They're going to basically build a new team. They may even, his captaincy record isn't great. He may even go there. They've got the money for that. RCB could be a possibility. Obviously, Rajasthan Royals, they would want him back because he's a good asset for them. But yeah, he could be that first Englishman who beats Sam Curran from 18 crore and crosses a 20 crore line.
Absolutely. Monty, also you talked about briefly Rishabh Pant, KL Rahul. I mean, this IPL auction seems to be, it's not just one person who's going to break the bank. It seems to be multiple multiple talents who probably are going to go over that 20-25 crore bracket, and even somebody like a Josh Butler, as you mentioned. Who do you think is going to be, going to be absolutely bonkers in when it comes to that price tag? If one name that you want to, pick.
Yeah, look, I think everyone's talking about Rishabh Pant. Rishabh Pant is the biggest name, right, at the moment that they're all going to go for. And teams are going to be thinking about, we're going to give him the captaincy role. He's going to be with us with maybe 3 to 5 year plan. And a positive, I reckon there's only 2 places where he's going to go. Everyone's talking about Punjab Kings because they've got the money to spend and they're going to rebuild a new team. And I think, Rishabh Pant going there, then he kind of picks his team around that. It could be a good role for him because he may even become a future test captain, and that could be where he could be eyeing up. Right, I want to maybe have a fresh start at Punjab Kings, maybe be a captain there, build my captain credentials. Then one day I can maybe become the test captain for India, and I think that could be a right fit. And the other one could be RCB. RCB with 83, crore they've got in their disposal. They could be going for him as well. And possible, like a replacement for Virat Kohli as a captain for their franchise. But yeah, he's the big name in town, which everyone's going to be going for. But I think the surprising one after that, I think it's going to be Liam Livingstone. I think Liam Livingstone is another one who, he's a good spin bowler, whacks big sixes. He actually showed good leadership skills when he went during the T20 against the West Indies. Did really well there. So I reckon there'll be a lot of owners, coaches kind of like thinking, right, where does he fit in for us? And there's only one place that turns, and it turns square, and that is Chennai. I reckon Chennai Super Kings would be going for him, and I reckon they'll go to 25 to 30 crores because he's a guy for the next 3 years. He's an impact player. He can bowl off spin, bowl leg spin. He can bat at any position. So I reckon Chennai Super Kings is the place where MS Dhoni will be thinking, I want Liam Livingstone. I don't care what the price is. Bring him here.
Monty, I have to obviously have to ask you how, when you're looking at the 10 franchises, you've got a few franchises who kind of have that 40 crore, 50 crore to spend, and then you have a team like a franchise like Punjab that has 100 who can play party pooper over there. What dynamics? How do you see this auction playing out from the fiscal, the money perspective? Which team is best placed, according to you, monetarily to kind of go there and build a squad from who they've already retained?
Yeah, look, for me, I think it's, Hyderabad, really. Sunrisers Hyderabad are the team that are probably batting-wise are the strongest. Yeah. Got a very strong batting lineup. They probably don't need to get, too many players in their sort of in their lineup, but they may just go for a really big one, and possibly looking for an all-rounder like Sam Curran, maybe. He's not available at the moment, and he's really good on them slow, low wickets in Hyderabad. I think he'd be really very well suited. But then, we have to obviously look at Delhi Capitals as well. Delhi Capitals is a team which I think, they with their new sort of Badani as their head coach, I reckon he'll have a real good eye on some of these overseas players, obviously some youngsters as well. The Indian uncapped players, where he probably want in his team as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that note, let's bring in Jamie Alter as well, former journalist and part of Cricket Next as well. Jamie, it's a great starting point where Monty is talking about in terms of how the teams are stacking up. It's quite interesting. Like this season, you have this list of 2 marquee players, which in a way, kind of evens out things for the teams who have the bigger purse, who have the lesser purse. Just your thoughts, start off with in terms of the marquee player list. That is going to be 1 hour of absolute bidding wars.
Absolutely. Hi, Vineet, Rupha, Monty, good to be here. Absolutely. I mean, the moment we start to track these developments, months ahead, who's going to make the marquee list? You just know, because not just because of the base price, like Monty was just saying, we just discussed a few names, and I'm sure before I logged on, you discussed even more names. This is almost like the cream of international cricket, not just T20 cricket. You have names like Josh Butler. One time he was a test player, he's been part of one-day World Cup winning squads and T20 winning squads. And it doesn't sort of seem to affect the franchises in regards to the marquee player pool, whether someone has not scored runs for 2-3 months. Josh Butler, Monty will know the exact dates, I'm sure. But Butler's been away for a long time. Liam Livingstone has been up and down. Rabada has been, carefully managed by by Cricket South Africa. But these names are so big, and I mean Rishabh Pant. I saw that tweet from Irfan Pathan a few days ago. We could be in for a plus 25 crore splurge. So it's just, and I get that's where the auction always starts. We sort of, all of us who sit in studios for hours and hours, by the time the second day comes, we're spent, but a lot of our attention does go to that first marquee set. And even historically, ever since the IPL has begun, the majority of those marquee players, give or take a few who've I won't take names here, but they've gone for 16 odd crores and the returns have never stacked up. But a majority of them have given you that proverbial, bang for the buck. So let's get this circus started. I can't wait.
Yeah, and for anyone who's sort of joining in, just to tell you what that marquee list looks like. The first set has Joss Butler, Shreyas Iyer. Of course, we don't know which order they will appear in, as we know. The lots pick up. Joss Butler, who just scored 50 out of 13 in a T10 league just some days ago. I got one of the teammates messaging me saying that was a fiery innings. So everyone, all of them kind of coming in hot. Shreyas Iyer, a lot to prove there for him. Rishabh Pant, Kagiso Rabada, Arshdeep Singh, Mitchell Stark, Yuzvendra Chahal. That's M2 there. Liam Livingston, David Miller, KL Rahul, Mohammad Shami, a lot of clamour for him too.
It's
Mohammad Siraj, that's your marquee list. And you know what I love about this though, and I want to go to Monty and I want Jamie to weigh in as well after Vineet. I love the fact that bowlers getting that much more interest, even a little more than a lot of the batters, because we always talk about a heavily stacked batting interest where all of them going to clamour for the big hitting prowess, but the bowlers, I'm just waiting for Yuzvendra Chahal and how much interest that's going to have.
Just before Monty, you come in, just one line. I'm a bowler, and for me, bowlers win you matches, batters
Absolutely.
set you the wins, but it is the bowlers actually win you the matches. Monty, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'm loving the fact that the bowlers are dominating, the IPL market, and their price tags are going up. And from a spinner's point of view, yeah, I'd love to see a spinner on top of that list. I know fast bowlers are a massive commodity in the IPL, and we see the likes of Mitchell Stark, Pat Cummins. So you can see when you spent 20 crores last year, you got your money's worth. And I think now with the spinners as well, yeah, Ravindra Chahal, he will go for big money because he's a proven match winner in the IPL, and there'll be a lot of people out for him. And I hope he gets crosses that 20 crore line as well. It'd be good for the spinners, that finally there's a spinner there who is competing with the fast bowlers as well.
Yeah, I see Jamie's eyebrows going, oh, really? No, but just to sort of, get everyone interested, we can see all of them gather about. We can see all the teams kind of at the tables, all readying. Ashish Nehra looking at papers. I don't think he ever did that. He doesn't need any papers. We all know that Gujarat Titans head coach, mentor and such.
There, yeah.
Stephen Fleming there
The usual suspects.
usual suspects. The stage looks amazing. But yes, we're sort of excited as well.
We are
for this
very much
too.
excited. Yep, of course. After the what we saw transpire in the morning here at the BGT, now it's kind of that was kind of an appetizer. Now it's the full course meal here. But Jamie, yeah, we were discussing in terms of how things can change and how these play, the strategies for the auctions would be there. Punjab Kings and RCB go into this auction with the biggest purse. Do you think that first ever it is going to be Punjab and RCB going at each other and others being a bit frugal?
I would assume Punjab. They've laid off pretty much everyone. They've just kept two uncapped players who, with all due respect, yes, they had that one good season, but they're still sort of untested when it comes to the IPL number. But again, Vineet knows very well my views on Punjab Kings. You can change the name, you can change everything you want. Somehow they'll find a way to just bungle up. Rare is an IPL season where, on paper, that Punjab franchise. I'm going back to the Yuvraj and Sean Marsh days. I'm going back to the Mahela Jayawardene, Sangakkara days. Somehow they just find a way to, you wasted a fantastic talent like KL Rahul there. And now we've read even some comments about certain players who have been there recently saying we would not even go back there. So, from a skeptic, all the best to Punjab Kings and their management to do what they want to do. But I think it's RCB are the ones which are actually going to be more fun to watch. Just because they're like the Pakistan team, they can be brilliant and banal on the same day. And I think the fact that, Virat Kohli is there, they've laid off some big names. A lot of buzz about will KL Rahul go back. KL Rahul has said, I love to go back to the Chinnaswamy. I'm a Bangalore boy. So between the two, Vineet, I would be more keen. It's a fact. I'm going to be watching Bangalore way more than Punjab.
I'll also be watching Bangalore way more than Punjab only because of DK. If DK is at that table and the fidgety DK that he is, Dinesh Karthik, that's going to be an interesting table to watch. But Monty, do jump in. Punjab, Project Ponting. Why can't Project Ponting really take off? Maybe that's what Punjab needed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where a lot of people will be looking at. It's not Punjab. It's not at the owners, at Ricky Ponting. Like you said, Project Ponting. That's what Punjab is going to be all about. That's why he's been drafted in. Is to restart Punjab King again, build a new team, and there could be probably, if they get it right, if they get their buy, if they get potentially, pick up some really big names. And they be strategic in their thinking, they could end up being one of the strongest squads. They've got the potential to do that, but it's up to Ponting. It's up to his strategic thinking. I reckon they'll try and bring back the left arm Sardar. They want him back in Punjab as well. Arshdeep Singh, he'll be another one. Liam Livingston again. They'll probably try and get him as well, because you can see the impact that he is able to have as well. But I think the real key for them is they need a good captain. Who is going to be their leader for the next 3 years? That's where they kind of found it a lot difficult. Leadership's the key. In the IPL, the teams that do most well and they win consistently, Rohit Sharma, Gautam Gambhir, MS Dhoni, they've won the IPL many times because the leadership was good. That's what Punjab needs now, a good leader.
Word going around, Ponting's very keen on Steve Smith to captain Project Ponting. Would Rishabh Pant be okay playing? Maybe he is. That's another sort of
Project Ponting and Project Pant maybe rhymes better than Steve Smith, but then again,
you never know. But maybe Pant wants to focus on his batting after coming back and then sort of let the captaincy lead its way. But
of course.
We have a lot of people joining us across from various cities.
Purnima Murli from Chennai is joining us. Sudat, I think it's Sudat. I think Sudat is joining from Bangalore. Hi, Sudat. So yeah, we've been talking about RCB a lot, and what's the buzz around there? I mean, I suppose you are there at an academy, and RCB always gives you very divided opinions there. So what's the buzz there for the IPL auction?
The one buzz is everyone is expecting KL Rahul to come back home. That's
a lot of
the
young
buzz
talent,
for the past few days.
talents,
It's especially gone up after KL Rahul himself said that he would wish to come back to Bengaluru. He expressed that wish. So yes, there's a lot of buzz around Bengaluru. I think a lot of people are also appreciative of the fact that RCB has made some pretty good retentions here. I think Rajat Patidar is an excellent retention. I think Yash Dayal gets his due. He bowled excellently this season, and I think he deserves a contract as well. He deserves to be retained by RCB. And of course, who else can RCB retain if not for Virat Kohli, their most marquee player? So yes, RCB is going to look to break the bank on quite a few players this time around. You can definitely expect RCB to go hard when bidding for KL Rahul, be it for Rishabh Pant as well. But they'll definitely want to start focusing on their bowling. RCB has always fallen short when it comes to picking their fast bowlers, their bowlers, someone who can bowl in all conditions. And I think this time around, they're going to look to buy that one key bowler, one key fast bowler around which they can build a lineup. You can very well expect Mohammad Siraj to return to RCB. So yes, there's quite a bit of buzz around RCB this time around. I think fans are, waiting eagerly for some time now. It's a storied thing that RCB has, the biggest fan base, the most loyal fan base ever. But I think fans this time around finally want a cup. The ladies brought home a cup this time around. It's time the boys bring it too.
And of course, the word, of course, is that the auction has also started with the first player, one of the most sought after pace bowlers, Arshdeep Singh. We know the RTM. We know Punjab itching to lift the RTM card.
And the RTM is very complicated this time around. Yes. It's not that straightforward. But yeah, Arshdeep Singh opens the IPL 2025 auction. It'll be quite interesting who starts off the bid. And of course, DC has their paddle up as usual. Thank you, I think, Monty Panessa. Thank you for joining us for your insights. Okay, and yeah, I think the bidding has started. Arshdeep Singh, we've been talking about Arshdeep Singh.
Absolutely.
Absolute gun bowler. And to my mind, I thought they'll probably, retain Arshdeep. For me, it was a surprise that they did not.
So obviously, I think the idea was to go and see how build a bigger, different sort of a core. They kept a few of their players and they wanted to see what bigger core, that
Yeah,
they could sort of
that's
shake up things. I think that was the whole idea. But someone like Arshdeep Singh, I think they're okay. Chennai and Delhi
Chennai
kind of
and DC
involved in that
are
war
involved in
there.
it.
Unsurprisingly,
But Chennai would be looking for Chennai. Historically have had a very strong Indian bowling core, and if they get somebody like an Arshdeep Singh, will be great. But yeah, it's not going to be that easy for DC. Again, every team in a way is looking for that strong Indian core from a bowling perspective, and left armers, Indian, cap player is this very premium commodity, so to speak.
yeah. So two things going in Arshdeep's here. One, of course, that your pacer, your Indian pacer, your second current Indian pacer.
Indian
He's one of
pacer,
the
yeah.
favored ones. And just to explain the RTM rule for those who are watching, and a little unsure, it's not like what it used to be before. What happens now is you have a bidding, and a team that finalizes the bid. Let's say in this case it's Delhi and Chennai. Let's say it goes up to when. And now Gujarat has jumped in. So it's Gujarat and Delhi. Let's say one of these teams finally win the bid and it's settled at an X amount. Then they will, of course, ask Punjab if they want to RTM. And if they RTM, then it goes back to
Goes
Gujarat,
back to Gujarat,
to
yeah.
hike the price. By a hike, you have given one chance to push the amount to whatever number. It could be another additional 1 crore
crore,
to
any
5 crores
number, yeah.
or to just 50 lakhs. Whatever they feel they are willing to pay
Willing to pay
for
more,
that
yeah.
player. And of course, then Punjab right to matches it. If they are okay with it, I'm sure they will. I mean, you can't give up someone like Arshdeep.
Arshdeep, I mean, you cannot. I mean, the bid has currently gone. I mean, 9.2510. So it's just the very first bid itself is quite huge and quite interesting. There's GT. I was also thinking maybe Mohammad Shami would be retained.
Of course.
It could be a possibility there.
Yeah. I mean, the idea is you're looking at two pace bowlers, maybe a combination of an Indian and a foreigner,
Indian
but it could be
foreigner,
two
yeah,
Indian.
yeah.
They had Shami and Mohit Sharma sort of leading the charge for them in the previous
In the
season.
previous year, of
that
course.
turned out so well for them. Mohit Sharma really sort of turning the corner. I remember when I was working with them, there were so many times he wasn't even in the playing 11 that first season. But to sort of come back and get that confidence, Ashish never worked a lot with him, as he always does. He's always around with each and every player there, even if it's a support staff. So someone like Arshdeep, and now we see Bengaluru also sort of
Bangalore also chipping in. I think most of the teams would be chipping in. Arshdeep itself, such an interesting story.
Yeah.
I remember under 19 when he was part of the under 19 World Cup squad, there were 3 pacers who were being talked about, and Arshdeep was not there. That lineup included Kamlesh Nagarkoti, Shivam Mavi, and Arshdeep was there, but nobody was really talking about it. And look at him, the way he has come forward. That's quite interesting how he has developed himself. And well, you can't remember that Yorker in that versus Pakistan in the Asia Cup as well. So Jamie, Arshdeep, you think he's going to go over 18, 19, or 14, 15 would be it?
Sorry, I'm on mute. Yeah, I think 14, 15 is probably reasonable. I'm just seeing, RCB, Monty also mentioned that earlier. The bowling has often been problematic. So if they can acquire someone like Arshdeep on that very tricky Chinnaswamy ground, it'll be massive for them. Look, he had a decent IPL, but then the T20 World Cup, wasn't he the joint highest wicket taker, and now he's a few wickets shy of becoming India's leading wicket taker in T20s. And just looking at Arshdeep Singh's graph, and the age, he's gonna get past that mark very, very soon. I think India are due to play T20s in January. He'll probably become number 1. And looking at his form and his age, he's probably going to hold on to that tag of India's leading wicket taker in T20 ice for a long, long time. So not surprised for the teams making a beeline for him. And Vineet, Rupa, whoever gets him, they're going to be, 25% better than they were last season, because we're talking about arguably the best T20 Indian fast bowler going around.
yes, and I call 18 crores for sure. I call at least 18, 17, 18
It looks like
for
it's going
sure
that way. It
for
looks like it's
Arshdeep.
going that
If they
way.
want to hike the price for Punjab, they match it if you want to, if you want the boy back. But we have reporters, we heard from Sudat just a while back. Chennai was bidding for Arshdeep. I want to go to Purnima, who's standing there at Chennai for us. Who do Chennai want in the squad this time, Purnima?
Well, a lot of them are eyeing for Ashwin because Ashwin is not new to the CSK team. MS Dhoni is known to make surprise moves. Right now, Arshdeep Singh, he's being the most wanted person in the bidding. What are your expectations? Who do you think CSK should get?
I think Ashwin could be a nice choice because that home association would always be there, and now that he's not playing the shorter format of the game, so he could do a lot more well for CSK, and it's not new for him to play at CSK. So definitely Ashwin could be one buy, and of course some of the other players like Mitchell Santner could be also there. And most interestingly, Hasaranga, the Sri Lankan leg spinner, could also come into the mix. So these are from actually the all-rounder capability. But again, from a batting standpoint, I would still want Devon Conway and Rachin Ravindra to be back. But my first choice would always be Devon Conway over there because he's done so well as an opener along with Ruturaj Gaikwad. So I want to get back that particular combination which was going with CSK.
Right. So a lot of excitement here as well. Many students. One person who's a CSK fan wearing the yellow jersey. All of them, they still want MS Dhoni to be part of the CSK and never retire, right?
Yes, we want MSD back.
Yeah. So MSD and CSK, they just hope MSD continues forever. That's the word coming in from a lot of excited fans here. Back to you.
Yeah, we now will move to
Thank you,
Tauz
Pooja.
Rizvi from Mumbai. And Tauz, you are there, I think, suppose at the Shivaji Park. And again, I mean, the three big names or four big names, teams that everybody has an eye on, CSK, RCB, and of course Mumbai Indians. Of course, Mumbai Indians have had a very good retention thing that they have, but then again they are going to look for a lot of names. What is the buzz there? What are people talking about? Who do they want to see combine with a Hardik and a Rohit and a Tilak Verma there?
See, I'm right now at the Shivaji Park, the iconic Shivaji Park where Sachin Tendulkar started his cricketing career, right? So the buzz is great here. People are expecting a lot of things to happen at the IPL auction, and you know what? The surprising part, I mean, we had the best of the best retainers list with Rohit Sharma, Surya Kumar Yadav, Hardik Pandya, Jasprit Bumrah. I mean, you just name the superstars, we have it. But these guys want Rishabh Pant as well. I mean, Ishan Kishan used to, open with Rohit Sharma at the top for Mumbai Indians. So instead of Ishan, and he did a good job, by the way. I am telling you, he did a good job with Mumbai Indians. He may be, stop and start. But Ishan Kishan was, one of the most exciting players here. But today, these guys want either Josh Butler or Rishabh Pant. I have had a few words with a few players right now. They are busy playing cricket. They are enjoying their game. They are enjoying this is their life, right? In Mumbai, Shivaji Park Maidan, cricket is life, and every person, every individual cricketer right now is busy with their game. So, I mean, once they'll find out time, they'll join us and speak. We are going to speak to them, but off the record, we had a chat with some fans. They said they want Rishabh Pant as a wicket keeper. They want, or maybe a Josh Butler from England. I mean, these two cricketers, the behind the wickets, it's one of the most important, position behind the wickets as well as a batter. So these guys want either Josh Butler or Rishabh Pant, and also they have thrown a name. They want a partner of Jasprit Bumrah, and that is Mohammad Shami. Can you imagine? I mean, Mohammad Shami. So. It's something exciting. These people
And
are
just to sort of
the
cut
auction
you off a bit, Thos, because we've just concluded that bidding war, and I must say I called it 18 crores
You did,
to
you did,
Punjab.
yeah. RTM enabled in the first.
RTM
RTM
enabled,
also
and there was a bit of
enabled.
confusion. I think
Yes.
Hyderabad were like, what do we have to do now? How much more? Okay, hike
I think
it, hike
Hyderabad
it.
bid for 15.75,
75.
then it went up to 18. But yeah, we saw the RTM, the revised RTM being used, and of course Arshdeep Singh going back to Punjab Kings at 18 might as well have gone in as the first pick then.
Yeah,
why
and what a
would you
great
put-
pick, and they were excited. They were really excited to have him back, back in the fold. And again, the next person coming in, again, one more pacer. Again,
Another
quality.
Punjab King, former Punjab King pacer and quality. Yes, Kagiso Rabada, quality pacer. But in comparison to Arshdeep Singh, I think Kagiso Rabada somewhere, in T20Is does go for a bit runs. But again, there's no substitute for pace and no substitute for impact. But Rabada at 2 crore base, I mean, it will be interesting. I think Bengal... RCB has started the bid with Kagiso Rabada. They see a good partner there for Yash Dayal. But I don't know. Kagiso Rabada, what do you think? Would it go for over 10, under 10?
No, there will be definitely
Yeah.
interest for Kagiso. Look, he's not proven himself to the extent that you would think that he could, but a solid buy any day. But Jamie, just getting Jamie to sort of jump in here at this point as well. Jamie, thoughts on Arshdeep? Again, predictable, but Kagiso Rabada. How do you see this one going?
No, I'll agree with what both of you just said. I mean, someone like a Rabada, I mean, look, world-class bowler, but he's one of those much sought-after players where ek to he plays across 3 formats. He plays Tests, plays ODIs, plays T20s, whereas Arshdeep does not play much red ball cricket, and he's played a handful of one-day matches. Maybe if Arshdeep Singh becomes a one-day regular, Rupa, with the eye on the Champions Trophy as well as the World Cup in a few years, maybe then you'll see his form in T20s impacted. To my mind, only because his schedule is such, or his workload, as we use in cricket terms, it's designed to keep him the best for T20s. Rabada is a much better bowler, I would say, but when you're in demand, he also plays league, so it's tough. I think had the IPL been played in a couple other countries, you probably would have seen Rabada with some better numbers. He's had some good seasons, but I mean, I remember him going for 40, 45 on too many occasions. He wants to bounce the ball in, whether it be for DC, whether it be for Punjab Kings, and we all know a lot of our grounds are not so conducive to his style of bowling. So I'd be very surprised, like you guys both alluded to, if he goes. Well, sorry, he's already reached 8.5. So, but I don't see him going beyond 10. But
yes. Punjab Kings were on point with their first buy, and I think their social media game is also quite good. Abhi Zinda Hai Hum is what Punjab Kings have tweeted about Arshdeep. Quite interesting. I mean, yeah, it was there that they'll probably look to buy back or RTM Arshdeep Singh, and that's what that has been done. For now, the bidding for Kagiso Rabada, I think it's on RCB's table right now.
Yeah, Bengaluru, and they're bidding for him, and frankly, even
I'm
a little surprised.
Mumbai Indians also bidding for
Mumbai also
Kagiso
jumping
Rabada.
in. Gujarat is in it as well. Yeah, I have to agree with Jamie there a little bit. 10 crores, yes, I would have given 10. It's gone a little above that, but also I think a lot of the thinking for a lot of teams, and I must say that this kind of you sort of think it because I was doing that mock auction with R. Ashwin, and you start thinking, how do you go? Do you go conservative at the start, or do you sort of try and see you want to save a bit and just focus on the top one buy, and then do you start thinking about the money?
So that is where I think this marquee set of having the marquee players right up there pretty much kills that strategy, because teams like PBKS, RCB, they can go big with these buys, and by the time the marquees are done, everyone's on the same line. So a Mumbai or an KKR, they might be actually very easy going in terms of the first marquees, and I think we have the second buy.
Not bad.
Second by
close
Kagiso
to what we
Rabada.
predicted, 10.75 going to Gujarat. Unsurprising there as well. But I have to sort of, before we see the next player, let's quickly just cross to Toss, because Toss has been there with us. Nice to see you, Toss, after a very long time. Hi. And I have to say, what does Mumbai want? I mean, we know that they've got a solid retention plan. Their batting looks gold. What are they going to go for when it comes to the batting? Are we going to see a super cracking pair, at least a new ball pair, along with Jasprit Bumrah? Who their target be?
Shreyas Iyer comes in.
As I said earlier, 40. They are looking. They don't have much budget. I mean, that is just 45 crores, right? Because they have spent most of their money on retention list right now. So they have the best of the players, the cream of Indian cricket, and the best part is they all are in form right now, right? So they want Jasprit Bumrah to partner. They want Jasprit Bumrah's partner. You know who? It's Mohammad Shami. Right, so they want Mohammad Shami. I don't know, it's going to be very, very expensive, very, very difficult, because 45 crores they will have to go all out. So these guys, these cricketers, they want Mohammad Shami as a partner of Jasprit Bumrah. Again, talking about other batting, marquee players. They want some big players in Jaws Butler, as I said earlier, and Rishabh Pant. They are looking at that. Behind the wickets as one of the most important aspects. But I would like one of the players, one of the fans, to come and join us, and I'll ask them what do they want exactly. Fans, they are very excited. These guys are busy playing, and there are many people out there. Youngsters, come here. So, आपको कौन चाहिए? किसको चाहिए आपको मुंबई में?
मुंबई में ऐसा तो कोई नहीं. विराट कोहली आएगा तो
विराट कोहली तो आरसीबी के साथ है. आपको किसको चाहिए मुंबई में?
मुंबई में ट्रेंट बोल्ट को चाहिए.
ट्रेंट बोल्ट को चाहिए. So this guy wants this. What's your name?
प्रणव आवकर.
Pranav Avkar. Trent Bolt has played for Mumbai Indians before. and this is going to be a great reunion of Jasprit Bumrah and Trent Bolt if Trent Bolt returns to Mumbai Indians. But क्या लगता है Trent Bolt क्यों चाहिए?
वो बॉलर अच्छा है इसलिए.
बॉलर अच्छा है इसलिए. एक लेफ्ट आर्म पेसर इफेक्ट हो जाएगा. आप बताइए.
ईशान किशन.
ईशान किशन ईशान किशन क्यों चाहिए?
क्योंकि वो ओपनर भी अच्छा और विकेट कीपिंग भी करते हैं.
हाँ, और कैसा गया था पिछला सीजन? ईशान किशन का थोड़ा मिक्स था. आपको क्या लगा? थोड़ा आप क्या एनालिसिस दे सकते हैं अपने ब्यूटीफुल छोटे से ब्रेन से?
अरे उसको तो अभी हेट दे नहीं सकते क्योंकि बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर है.
हेट देने की तो बात ही नहीं, बट अच्छा प्लेयर है डेफिनेटली. ही इज अ वेरी गुड प्लेयर एंड एन एक्साइटिंग प्लेयर ईशान किशन. व्हाट डू यू थिंक? कम आपका नाम क्या है?
सोहम.
सोहम, क्या लगता है मुंबई इंडियंस किसको लेना चाहिए आईपीएल में?
आईपीएल में मुझे लगता है कि
अभी आप प्रिपेयर करके नहीं आए शायद आईपीएल ऑक्शन के लिए, फिर आप बैठेंगे कैसे आईपीएल ऑक्शन में? सो दीज यंगस्टर्स आर वेरी एक्साइटेड. आपको क्या लगता है? ईशान किशन उन्होंने बोला, आपको क्या लगता है विकेट कीपर कौन होना चाहिए? जॉर्ज बटलर, ऋषभ पंत, ईशान किशन, कौन होना चाहिए?
जॉर्ज बटलर होना चाहिए.
जॉर्ज बटलर. क्यों?
क्योंकि वो अच्छा कीपिंग करता है इसलिए.
और बैटिंग भी तो करता है.
हाँ.
Right, so these youngsters are very excited. They say कि either George Butler, somebody says Ishan Kishan, somebody says somebody wants Trent Bolt with Bumrah. So I mean there are various choices, and these guys are very excited to have a lot of players. But then I remind you, this is the budget of Mumbai Indians is just 45 crores, right? So in 45 crores they have to manage somehow some youngsters, some cricketers who can still make it to the playing 11, make it to the squad, so that Mumbai Indians can come out with a good team, a perfect team that can be match winning side. Mumbai Indians have already won 5 IPL titles, that is a record number and equals Chennai Super Kings, right? So it's going to be one exciting call for Mumbai Indians fans.
Right. Thank you, Dos, for that update. And we'll go back to the live updates here. And quite interestingly, Shreyas Iyer, even though he has crossed that 10 crore mark,
which is what we're talking about.
It's been mentoring. It's not been like Arshdeep or Kagiso Rabada like going up and up. And very interestingly, Kolkata Knight Riders
went up till a point.
Went up, I think, till 10 before Venki Mysore said we are out.
Yeah, we were kind of talking over here just off the camera when this whole thing was happening, and I was telling Vineet, I think Delhi is going to go hard for them, and then we didn't see Delhi jumping, and we saw Kolkata going. And like, what is happening? But the predictions I was making for Shreyas was has to go for at least 15 to 16 to Delhi.
16 as a captain.
As a captain to Delhi is what I was saying. Jamie, weigh in, please.
So look, it's a tricky one because the talent is so obvious, but unfortunately when you bat at number 4, he scores at a brisk rate, but the impression has been built up that Shreyas Iyer he doesn't have a maverick game. He's still got very good numbers. I think that somehow works against him. I would say, right now, look, he took KKR to the title. I know a lot of credit perhaps unfairly goes to Gautam Gambhir. I think Shreyas Iyer does not get or did not get as much credit as he should. I hear things, he just goes for the toss. No, he's much smarter than that. He's got a good, toss by nose, even at Mumbai in the domestic level, he's captain there. I thought he was very good with DC or DD during that transition phase. Yeah. So he's very sharp. So probably teams that need leaders, and I'm not surprised that DC is going for him. But I get it, Vineet, that clamor for him, like people aren't getting out of their chairs, falling over for him. I just think it's because, I don't want to use the word sedate, but because he's so chilled out himself and often batting at number 4, he likes to take his time. Somehow the impression is, Bill, T20 mein, you cannot be wasting time. Maybe that perhaps goes against him. But on a bad day when your team is stuck and you need a guy to play spin very, very well, tough to look beyond what Shreyas Iyer offers, So also he's somewhat injury prone, and when he's in that Hardik Pandya zone, when he gets injured like KL Rahul, he's often gone for 4 or 5 months. Maybe that goes against him, but as I say, he's nearing 16 crores, so what do I know, man?
Yeah, and also, we knew that, I think, even before the auctions, all the buzz was a lot of the Indian batters, even though they were beleaguered like Shreyas, he's had a tough year. Yeah. It's not been the best of years, let's be very honest. Getting on the wrong side of certain things can't really bode too well, but I guess that really works because IPL, I feel, is like a game changer. It can turn things around for you and make things go from sunset to sunrise.
Absolutely.
And that hunger is what could fuel him here again, going back to his own franchise.
After all that, whatever we have talked about, him winning that title with Kolkata Knight Riders in a way redeemed himself, and he was like saying, you know what, look at me now. So after that, to have him release was quite interesting. But Rupa, I do want to talk to you about here, or want to have your thoughts in terms of, because you've been part of these teams, how does the dynamic work in terms of, just give you an example here, Punjab Kings and Delhi Capitals are the two teams bidding for it, and we had an eye for both Rishabh Pant and Shreyas Iyer, their captaincy material. You have a Ponting at Punjab Kings. Ponting was there also at DC with Shreyas Iyer and Pant. What would be the thinking behind, going for Shreyas Iyer from Punjab especially?
Interesting that you asked this, because just going back to what you just mentioned as you asked me this question, one was look, especially if you're going for captaincy material, you got to gel with the management there, you got to gel with the system there. Obviously, you might think it's strange that someone like a Shreyas has not been persisted with by Kolkata, but there's a reason to it. We're not going to get into that there, but there was a reason to it, and we knew that he was not going to be going back there in Kolkata this time. That was what a lot of the conversations along the corridors what we heard.
The paddle went up,
and the paddle's going up. It's gone to 19 crores, my friends. I mean, he's going to possibly be the first to break that 20 crore barrier, because Punjab is not bowing down, nor is Delhi.
Delhi is
I'm
going
guessing
hard.
it's like you said, it's about that whole, again, the relationship. He did get along very well with Ponting.
Absolutely.
And they had a very good relationship back then when he was with Delhi. Not a very surprising turn of events, but we also sort of had this conversation that Punjab would go for two proper batters, not just a Pant. They would want Pant with a Shreyas as well, possibly.
They have the purse to do that also.
They have the purse to do that as well, and then who knows, maybe hiking it up for someone like Delhi, who really wants a captaincy material. But yeah, I think that's my thinking as well at this point. We need to share your laughter, which you sort of...
No, I just was going through the tweets where there's Delhi Capitals also putting out a very interesting tweet, going up to 15 crores, old friend already. Yeah. I mean, you might as well, if you want to get your old friend back, if you have released, you might as well spend a bit more for sure. 21 crores, wow. So the first 20 crore bracket probably is done. You will have a lot more, and I think there's a bit of slowness in terms of what the teams want to decide on. But yeah, it's Punjab or Delhi, and it's very much clear cut there as a captaincy material. Who would you like to see go for Punjab or go back to Delhi?
Look, I mean, I think it's. I mean, of course, he would possibly. Either ways, Shreyas would want to be a captain. He would want to go and captain a side. Let's be honest. I mean, he tasted that last year.
Yeah.
He knows what it's like to win.
I think he's
an
going
IPL.
as a captain in any case. Yeah.
He knows what it's like to win an IPL as a captain. Obviously, wherever he goes, he would want to be captain. This is also interesting because it's gone up to 23 crores.
Now DC
gentlemen.
is in a way in strife that what do they do now?
23 crores. Obviously, they're looking at him as captain.
I think both the teams are, both Punjab and Delhi are looking at him as a captaincy option, and there goes
Punjab
the
not
again.
dying down. Punjab not holding back, nor is Delhi. Wow, this is the mini war before the mega war, Jamie.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're right. Both teams need captains. I just feel he'd be a better sit at Delhi Capitals because the coaching staff or the management they've formed seems to be a bit more on the page. I mean, you heard me earlier. I mean, I lost faith in Punjab management years ago. They don't know what to do with the best of players. So probably between the two, Delhi and even Shreyas Iyer, I'm not speaking for him, but I think heart of hearts, he'd also probably feel a bit more better at DC because he's been there before. He knows, But 24 crores is a lot more than I thought, and we haven't even got to Rishabh Pant yet. So wow.
I mean, I was saying 17, and it's gone to 24 because both of them aren't pulling back. They just they've gone at it with Shreyas Iyer. But just a thought as well on look, we always talk about how and Jamie, you mentioned the word sedate. You don't really associate sedate with T20 cricket. I get it, but a lot of teams have worked with that middle order sedate player. But they've obviously paired up with those fire hitting, batter at the top and someone who can go big guns in the middle to lower. So you have someone who can sort of stitch that together. I think that's the role that he would want
Yeah,
to.
yeah, most definitely, and also the added skill set of he's one of the better players of spin bowling in the T20 format, in the sense he can go gung ho against spinners. And on that note, I think officially the most expensive buy it would be, he has crossed at 25 crore mark, Shreyas Iyer,
Oh.
and this is within the first half an hour of IPL auction. We still have 574 odd players to go, and that's still going. 25.25 Delhi and Punjab.
I would quickly like to bring in Toss here because he is a Mumbai lad. Let's not forget, Shreyas is a Mumbai lad. Toss, thoughts on this as well? Shreyas being fought over Delhi and Punjab.
No, absolutely, man. This is something very big. Shreyas Iyer, obviously, he's been a winner. He's been a leader. Somebody who's won the IPL title only last year. I was surprised why did KKR release Shreyas Iyer? And a lot of people from Mumbai, right? A lot of people from Mumbai, a lot of cricket fans, because he's a Mumbai boy. And yesterday itself, he got a century in Syed Mushtaq Ali, and what a start! I mean, again, what a week it has been for Shreyas Iyer. He got a century yesterday for Mumbai, and then today he's been bought. He's been fought over for worth crores and crores of rupees. I mean, he's a dynamic player off the field or on the field. And the kind of batter he is, magnificent. The way he bats, the way he takes on the attack. Yeah, there have been patches, there have been days when there have been years. In fact, some of the time where he's not been in form. But this guy is full of confidence, right? This guy is all about confidence, and if he takes the field, he acts like a leader. I mean, even if he's not the leader, I mean, the way he leads those youngsters, the way there is a lot of swag related to Shreyas Iyer. I mean, and you know what? Worli is not very far away from Shivaji Park. It's very close, and Shreyas Iyer has played a lot of cricket in Mumbai. The Maidan, and you know what? This, on the left, there is Shivaji Park Gymkhana right now, and this is the place where Shivaji Park Cricket Academy, Shreyas Iyer made his cricket career, started his cricket career from under Praveen Amre. So it's been fantastic, yeah. This is 25 crores is huge, and still people are fighting. I mean, the teams are fighting over him. It's something big for Shreyas. I mean, he would be definitely looking, on TV exactly who's fighting for me. But I would like to know the views of fans regarding their Mumbai boy being, bought worth. I mean, there is a fight going on. Come here, boy. Tell me. श्रेयस अय्यर मुंबई 25 करोड़ के ऊपर जा रहा है. आपको क्या लगता है यार? श्रेयस अय्यर मुंबई बॉय है, उसको मुंबई में रहना चाहिए था, और दिल्ली और पंजाब वहाँ पर फाइट कर रहे हैं. मुंबई में रहना चाहिए था, मगर वो दिल्ली और पंजाब फाइट कर रहे. तो कैसा लग रहा है आपको? कहाँ जाना चाहिए?
वो तो मुंबई में आना चाहिए.
अच्छा, he wants Shreyas Iyer in Mumbai, but the pocket, I'm telling you, it's just 45 crores that they have left. So 25 crores, even if they go for Shreyas Iyer, worth 26 crore, it's going to be difficult for Mumbai. मुंबई के लिए difficult हो जाएगा.
हाँ, वो तो हो जाएगा difficult.
बाकी प्लेयर्स भी तो खरीदने हैं ना. तो अब अगर श्रेयस के लिए जाओगे तो क्या लगता है आपको, मुंबई छोड़ के किधर जाना चाहिए श्रेयस?
दिल्ली कैपिटल.
दिल्ली कैपिटल ना. सो दिस इज व्हाट दिल्ली कैपिटल्स. क्यों, क्या लगता है आपको?
वो दिल्ली कैपिटल को, मतलब वो अच्छा खेलता है इसलिए दिल्ली कैपिटल, क्योंकि मुंबई तो अभी उसको ले नहीं सकती.
अच्छा, केकेआर भी तो खेला है, केकेआर का कैप्टन रहा है और इसने लास्ट में आईपीएल जीता है. तो केकेआर को नहीं जाना चाहिए वापस?
केकेआर को अभी केकेआर खरीदेगी तो मतलब जाना चाहिए वैसा भी. फिर दिल्ली कैपिटल में उसने एक बार केकेआर को ट्रॉफी जीता है. दिल्ली भी जीतना चाहिए ना.
दिल्ली भी जीतना चाहिए. दैट इज समथिंग वेरी एक्साइटिंग, दिल्ली भी जीतना चाहिए. केकेआर जीत चुकी है. मुंबई इंडियंस का बजट थोड़ा ऊपर हो जाएगा अगर श्रेयस अय्यर के लिए गए. सो दैट इज गोइंग टू बी समथिंग, दीज फैंस आर डिवाइडेड ओवर द लॉयल्टी, द श्रेयस अय्यर फैक्टर, ऑल्दो बीइंग अ मुंबई बॉय. I mean, you just saw what this guy said. And Shreyas Iyer, what else to say? I mean, people are still fighting over him.
Yeah, and we're just sort of going to break into this to announce that he's been sold to Punjab.
Punjab, 26.75. Wow.
Delhi really held on. They really went
Delhi
the
couldn't
distance.
really, because with 73 crore in their purse,
It's difficult, of
it is
course.
very difficult. I mean,
So
Punjab played the game really well there.
We were pegging for Punjab to probably go that extra mile for Pant, but maybe they were thinking it depends on who comes in first. If it's
exactly.
Shreyas, we're going to go for Shreyas. Jamie, this is incredible. It's 26.75, is it?
26.75, yeah, 26.75 for
Jamie?
Shreyas, PBKs.
Absolutely, it's an amazing amount of money to splurge on Shreyas Iyer. But again, like we discussed earlier, when you got rid of most of your players, you just kept 2 uncapped players. Yes, you have 92 odd crores, but you've hit the reset button unlike any time in your past 16-17 year existence. So I think with this reset button, you've also got a fantastic guy. I think because of several factors at KKR, he batted at number 4. I think with this fresh slate, he should bat at number 3. You'll probably get more out of Shreyas Iyer batting at number 3. You're playing half your games in Mohali. It's one of the better grounds. The ball comes onto the bat. You might actually see him, finally get that 500 odd run season, which we've not seen from Shreyas Iyer. So yes, I'm surprised that he's gone for nearly 27 crores. But given the fact that he's hot off an IPL title win, he's got the leadership capabilities. People seem to like him. The swag, like Tausbai mentioned, that swag goes a long way in connecting with franchises and their fan base. One reason I've been critical about Punjab over the years because I just feel they've not built a proper Punjabi or Mohali fan base.
Yeah, right.
Captains have often been someone outsider, and I think this guy is a total outsider. But people do like him. He's box office. He connects with the youth. So very very keen to see how more than Shreyas Iyer how Punjab build around this now. They've spent a lot of money on him. Yeah. What next? You can get the best captain. You can get the hottest property, but you've only got 3 players. You got to get 22 more players. So this time tomorrow we may have very very different views about how Punjab have spent because after all it is Punjab.
Yeah, and we got to I think we will touch upon their strategy a little bit as the auction progresses because we were under the impression that they would want to go for someone like Pant, but clearly they're working around their captain, which in this case clearly is Shreyas. The next person on right now is Jos Buttler. Really interesting to note that so Jos Buttler, obviously the teams going for him are Gujarat and Rajasthan. And I was just talking to Vineet earlier because we'd done this mock auction where I had picked Jos Buttler while I was at Gujarat, and Gujarat is going in. So is Punjab at this point.
Yeah,
But I also mentioned to Vineet that maybe Gujarat will not be keen on someone like a Josh. They could go for someone like an Ishan. But thoughts on this, Vineet?
Both Ishan and Jos Buttler, look, this was a template of having an explosive batter and a steady batter. Was a template kind of set where, I'll go back to your David Warner, Johnny Bairstow, SRH era, where both of them explosive, but had a very solid partnership there. You saw it with SRH the last time around with Abhishek Sharma and Travis Head, both of them explosive. That explosiveness is what everybody is looking for. For GT, you already have a Shubman Gill. You need that explosiveness
at the top.
Jos Buttler /
has to open
Ishan
with Shubman
Kishan.
if they get him.
So Jos Buttler / Ishan Kishan, and as you said, it is the luck of the draw. If Rishabh Pant had come in earlier, he would have gotten more. Now Jos Buttler comes in ahead of an Ishan Kishan, maybe that would boost up there. And GT's thing is, whoever comes first, we will go.
Absolutely. And with Jos, you're not just getting a batter, you're getting a keeper, you're getting 2 roles for the price of 1. So
Absolutely.
You're okay with pushing that extra mile, going beyond that 15. Maybe they're keeping a cap of 18 or so,
maybe
16 or so for someone like Jos. They'll be willing to go that far for him, and you're getting someone who's a mentor. Jos has proven how he can play under a captain despite being a captain of a national side. I spoke to so many of those people who are part of the Rajasthan and Mumbai franchises, Vineet. They absolutely love Jos. He's stayed in touch with every single person whom he's had even a word with in the entire franchise. They love him off the field. He's a fiery cricketer on the field. Gujarat going for him. I feel vindicated, Jamie.
See, the problem, Rupa, with Gujarat is it's even in that title-winning season, it's pretty much the runs come from the openers. The middle order is. I know David Miller had that fantastic season, but David Miller has gone off the boil. Hardik Pandya has moved on. Sometimes Vijay Shankar, sometimes they just keep on changing players. So Jos Buttler, if he pairs up with Shubman Gill, that is. I won't go as far as say that's Yashasvi Jaiswal and Jos Buttler material, but it's coming very close. But look at his most recent return. He just returns to the England setup after a long time. He bats number 3 and he gets 83 off some 44 balls. So a team like Gujarat, they can stick with Sai Sudarshan and Shubman Gill. Their problems start from 3, 4, 5. You can bat Jos Buttler at number 3. Traditionally, we've always seen him as wo sirf opening karta hai. But in a new role with Phil Salt and the other guy opening in the West Indies, he comes in number 3 and he bats the same way. So if he goes to Gujarat, he actually
also
gives...
Jamie, therein I think where you will get a better value in Jos Buttler is the fact that with Rajasthan, you've seen him him batting deep as well.
Correct.
According to the situation, he's somebody who can deep bat. He's not at that one-dimensional. I wouldn't want to say Ishan Kishan kind of mold where
Yeah.
in the power play he'll go big and then
But
don't
the
know what to
problem
do.
is-
Josh
the
Butler
problem
can
is-
change tack there.
No, and also Gujarat has this thing of left-right as well, right?
Gujarat-
They love the left-right
Gujarat
competition, and it's sold to Gujarat.
15.75. That's again not that much of amount of if we consider the last 3 buys, but again very
They'll
very
be
good
happy.
buy.
They'll
very
be
very
happy
good
with
buy
this.
for GT at 15.75 for Josh Butler.
They'll
No,
be
it's their
happy
best
with
buy.
this one.
It is-
Yeah, sure,
it's-
Jamie, go on.
It's their best buy because since Hardik Pandya moved on,
Absolutely.
the batting, it's almost like half the batting went there. You need that guy, right? If David Miller had another bumper season, they probably would have done better. But he's inconsistent. You just need that guy. Like, again, I get your point. We need Josh Butler also bats deep, but Rajasthan's number 3. He loves batting deeper even more. So sometimes they leave 25 runs out there. It's a problem of plenty. You got Hetmeyer batting at 5. Gujarat don't have that luxury. So I'm actually very glad
It's a
he's
very
gone to
good buy.
No,
very good buy
but Jamie,
for
that's why
Butler.
I wanted to talk. So this is why I want to say something. I'm sure that Gujarat is planning to get one more solid, big batting, either an all-rounder, bowling all-rounder for that middle order. They need someone like that. I mean, yes, you have a Joss, or maybe they look at
Stoinis.
Joss, like you said, to hold that middle order and to go big. With
have a
size
Stoinis
kind
there.
of being that anchor role at the top somewhere, he's good with that. He can hit the fluid shots as well occasionally. So they're building it around Joss somewhere in the middle. So they have again like a Rahul or a Shahrukh to sort of
Yeah.
pad them up lower down the order as well. You don't have to sort of then invest in someone who's
Somebody
gonna
else, yeah.
somebody else
That's
as well. They're kind of making up for that. But what a buy! Solid,
It's a
solid
very
buy.
good buy at 15.75 to be honest. Very good buy there, and we also have very recently the most expensive buy. Now not Mitchell Stark. I was quite surprised in the terms that would be surprised if Mitchell Stark goes anywhere beyond 14 to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I would say 14 would be a very good one. There would be some sort of interest for sure for him, and Mumbai kind of showing that interest as well. Hopefully, Toss and his bunch of cricket army in Mumbai would be happy with that. But
Happy to it,
imagine
yeah.
Mitchell Stark with Jasprit Bumrah.
Ooh.
I am going to be shivering in my boots if I was a batter facing those two in Wankhede.
Just imagine Stark telling Bumrah, "You're too slow."
No, but Jamie, thoughts on this? Kolkata in there as well. Not surprising.
I mean, look, Mitchell Stark. I know he broke the bank, but I know he ended up an IPL winner. But to my mind, I can recall 2 good games out of 16 that he had. You know, so it's just a lot of money. The good thing is that he showed up and he honored his commitment. He didn't go AWOL again. But yeah, look, 24, way too much for the returns. I mean, if you divide the money by the wickets, any analyst will say that was just
Jamie
too
in the
much.
final 2 wickets. I mean, wasn't that rewarding enough?
No, I have to agree with Jamie here.
but
You know,
I'm saying-
I would sort of still veer towards a Trent Bolt more than a Mitchell Stark. A Trent Bolt in power
Absolutely.
play any day.
But those
Trent
guys,
Bolt
they
rarely
got-
Trent.
got Abhishek Sharma and Ravi
2015
Shankar.
World Cup.
Hey, go ahead
2015
again.
World
That's
Cup.
why I said. It's
2015
vindicated.
World Cup,
It's-
I salute you, Stark. I mean, you won the World Cup with that one delivery against
McCallum.
Brendan McCallum Baz. Nothing else matters, but yes, Jamie.
No, again, KKR, especially Venki Mysore, will vindicate it by exactly what Vineet said, you know. But there were times you're like, oh my, I think his first 2 games he went for like 90 runs in 2.
Yeah.
Trent Bolt is not. I mean, Trent Bolt on a bad day will get you 1 for 37. You know.
Yeah.
So and again, like you mentioned, he just got that. He's got that power play skill. But as we speak, Mitchell Stark has already crossed 10
Cross
crores.
10, yeah. KKR surprisingly in with them. I think Venki Mysore
not-
seems to have that kind of, some kind of thing that, he's my guy who
not
won you the
surprising.
final.
I think that,
not
I think
surprising,
not
of course, not surprising.
They, I mean, you kind of thought that they would also be jumping in right there.
Yeah.
But definitely, I mean, I was
DC.
sort of thinking Mumbai would go a little harder. But
I
Delhi's
think
in
Mumbai
there.
most definitely
But
doesn't
that's the thing,
have
right?
the money. I mean, in
45.
that first...
Yeah.
Mumbai
Exactly, yes,
have
Jamie.
45 crores to put together 20 players, right?
Yeah.
That's you really cannot have more than 1 10 or
Big
12
buy.
crore player.
Yeah.
मतलब तौस भाई 45 करोड़ में 20 लोग बहुत मुश्किल है यार.
45 crores is too less. I mean, you have retained the cream of the cream, the best of the superstars. and then you expect Mitchell Stark or Josh Butler, Rishabh Pant. I mean, these are marquee players, right? They are going to go at a higher price, at a very higher price. So 20-25 crores for Mitchell Stark, or maybe a Rishabh Pant, or maybe even a Shreyas Iyer. I mean, he might have gone, but where I mean, it's I mean, you can't just pay half of the amount which is left in your purse, right? It's going to be tough for Mumbai Indians. I mean, they might have calculated. They have the best of the talent scouts. They have the best of the strategists out there sitting in the middle. In the round, they might have sat down in the middle, talked before. Obviously, we all know they have been champions for the past 5 years, and it's not just like that. They have been champions. It's the strategy. It's the oh my God, it's very risky right now. You saw the ball coming in from nowhere and hitting the camera. So it's quite risky, but then that's the fun of Shivaji Park, right? That's the fun of Shivaji Park.
Yeah, Mitchell Stark still.
So I mean, Mitchell Stark, they would have loved. They would have loved, but it's high price, I guess.
Mitchell Stark's gone to Delhi, gentlemen. Mitchell Stark sold to Delhi for 11.75. They'll be happy with this one.
Delhi do have a punishment for taking fast bowlers. Henrik Norkia, Kagiso Rabada. I think they do have that inclination towards an out-and-out foreign pacer there. 11.75, something that
we said 13-14, not too bad. We were close to what we thought.
But I think I do agree with Jamie's point in the terms that what is the kind of returns. I mean, are you looking at a long-term return in terms of all the entire seasons, or the one season, or just one or two important games there?
My thing is with Stark again. I remember we had this conversation also some days back, and when we were talking about Stark and what Stark brings to the table when it comes to IPL. Look,
by the way, one last name left of the pot, Rishabh Pant. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see how that goes. but I'm guessing that's the case. That's a name that's going to come up right now. But yes, Mitchell Stark. I think what they want to believe is the decent season he had last time. He'll probably carry that forward, and repose the faith or some of it that they want to have in him leading the charge. But the player that we've all been sort of waiting for, and we thought that will break the bank in some sense. Rishabh Pant, I'm afraid. I am honestly afraid that at this point, what's going to happen. But considering you've had the war already for Shreyas, I'm not really sure which of the teams that are still vying for. I mean, I'm sure.
I think it's going to be Punjab for sure. Punjab for sure. You also see RCB. I think Punjab are just.
I think Jamie's trying to get in a word. Jamie?
Yeah.
No, all good.
Okay, so Punjab's Bengaluru has started in right end. Bangalore has gone in for Pant straight off the bat, and with them is Lucknow and.
So interestingly,
Bangalore.
Delhi Capitals with that Mitchell Stark buy are left with 61.25 crores, and if anything, if you go by the trend of Shreyas Iyer, they'll have to spend half of their remaining money on Pant.
This is a
which
toughie.
would be difficult.
This is a toughie. I guess the strategy then was pretty clear. Whichever player comes in first, it had to be Shreyas KL. I mean, Shreyas
it has to be either one. Can't have been both. But RCB now making.
But you cannot negate the interest for a Pant because there are many teams there that want a keeper bat, that want to have a keeper bat.
Interestingly, LSG going for Pant. You talked about keeper batter. They already have a keeper batter retained in Nicholas Puran.
Whom I'm guessing who they're looking at.
Most likely as a captain. But new players coming in, new teams coming in so far who were quite silent so far. LSG interestingly going very hard with Rishabh Pant there. Nicholas Puran and Rishabh Pant, two explosive T20 batters. Not that Pant hasn't had the greatest of numbers, but then again to have Puran and Pant at 3 and 4
I'm not understanding the logic of that one,
good.
Vineet. I don't try and understand this. How can you possibly have a Pant and a
Nicholas Puran? That middle order will be too volatile.
Too stacked up.
Too volatile also. I mean,
volatile, yeah. No, you need someone little more, in Jamie's words, sedate. In between explosive.
And you have an RCB there, RCB also.
Going in there, he's gone up to 10.25 crores
already.
10.25 is not surprising. And look, we're going to have a few more teams jumping in this year.
Most definitely.
Easily.
RCB with 83. No buys as of yet for RCB. So.
But again, interesting with Rishabh, Vineet, if we have to sort of delve a little bit about him again, coming back from that accident has been a tough last year and a half for him.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Rishabh, what he's done in whites Has he been able to
Translate
that
into
to
T20?
T20?
Yeah.
No.
No, that is the thing. Whenever you talk about Rishabh Pant, the batter, the explosive batter, most of us, or most of the conversation revolves around, he's been such a great batter, but we tend to, forget about, as you mentioned, the white ball to the red ball thing. Red ball, amazing, but white ball, the returns have not been that great, to be honest, and that is probably one of the reasons why you saw Delhi, being very. Might as well, not retaining Pant, and whatever the conversation was.
Yeah, I think
that return has not been there in terms of him as a batter. As a leader, also pretty much undercooked to my mind. Not to that level of what an Iyer or what others are in terms of captaincy. But then again, as you mentioned, the story of it, and the brand also. People also look at that brand value there to have a Rishabh Pant. That also works in your favor, but from a batting or a keeping or a captaincy point of view, there's a bit more that he has to do. But then again,
Again, the logic that I had for Rishabh, was that maybe this is the season that he would want to focus on just his batting. He would want to prove that I am just as big a match winner that you think of me, and
but
that's
do
the
you
reason.
do you think maybe if that is the thought process, he might as well have been happy with DC?
No, it's
with
also about
Akshar
how much
Patel
money you
being
can possibly
captain.
go for.
No, you go for. But if the thinking is that, okay, I don't want to be the captain, but everybody who would be after him, they would be saying, you know what, we are.
For example,
looking at you as a
Hyderabad is going for
captaincy.
him, and they have a captain. I'm just saying. I mean, maybe the thing.
And they also have a keeper. Why they have Rishabh Pant? They have Heinrich Klaassen there, right?
No, I mean, my thinking with Rishabh Pant, at least for the next season, would be, I'm okay with just probably taking a back seat
Batting, yeah.
and focusing on the
my
batting. But I mean.
But
yeah.
I don't know. From a franchisee's point of view, I don't think they'll think of it that way. If you are spending or investing this kind of amount of money on them, you want more.
captaincy.
You want
Of course.
captains. You want something more. Not just the captains. And as I said, if that is a thought process, he might as well have been better off in DC, because DC more or less were certain that Akshar Patel is going to lead the side. Pant would have been free, in that batting role.
No, understandably so, but I guess one of the main reasons why even the same thing that happened with Shreyas when he left KKR is obviously about the money. You have
of course,
have to look at what money you can
Optics
garner
of
when
it,
there's a
yeah.
mega auction, and when the purse is loosened a lot more than it was the last time.
Last year,
right?
yeah. It's the
So I
biggest
guess,
purse, yes.
and it has reached 20 crores
In
with
a jiffy.
Hyderabad going in big. Hyderabad's purse is 45. They also don't have that much to spend.
They are not going. If they spend this much amount of money on Rishabh Pant, they will definitely be left with very little to build a squad around.
Yeah. Lucknow also in it hot, though Lucknow has a bigger purse to spend. They have 69 crores.
69 crores. Lucknow has 69 crores.
Yeah, and that's the retention
I think
list for you.
RCB
You can
are
see
out.
it.
RCB out despite their 83 crore purse. I think RCB are out of the race.
And that's the retention list there for both these sides. You've obviously
Virat Kohli, Rajat Patidar, Yash Dayal.
Bengaluru has those three players there. Haven't bought anyone to add.
They have
just
not
yet.
bought anybody. Yeah, I mean.
Waiting for Chahal. Clearly.
Maybe they are waiting
Waiting
for
to break the
Chahal
bank for Chahal.
or the local boys, KL Rahul,
KL?
Devdutt
Why am I forgetting KL
Padikkal,
Rahul?
there is
KL
Prasidh Krishna. There's a lot of local
Next
flavor
lot would be
there.
KL
Next
and,
lot,
Chahal, but,
so I think RCB might be going there, but it was a punt that they wanted to take on Pant. If they were able to get him at 15 or 16, but that was never going to be the case.
Forgive Vineet for these punts, please. he's very upset with Lucknow and Hyderabad for going for another keeper bat and stacking up that middle order.
Why do you
Forgive him
want
for that pun. But
Retention list for SRH again, Pat Cummins, Abhishek Sharma, Nitish Reddy, Heinrich Klaassen, Travis said, you don't want to go for...
Guess who's coming in, guys? Delhi.
Delhi...
They've RTM'd Pant.
there's an RTM on Pant.
RTM
Wow.
on Pant, but we're waiting for the hike to see how much Lucknow is willing to hike the price.
Lucknow will have to hike at least 2 crores here.
At least 2 or more, because they have that budget. They have that budget to spend. And
69, 2 crore.
2 crores. That's
2 crores, so that
2
is...
did he say 2.75?
They'll take them up
They'll
to
take
20.
it. Oh, 27. A 5 crore. A 7.
5 crore.
5 crore hike.
No, it was a
7
crore
it's a
hike.
7 crore hike.
7 crore
And
hike.
Delhi's-
27, and that makes him...
And Lucknow has Pant. Lucknow gets Pant for 27
Pant also becomes the
crores.
most expensive buy of the IPL so far. 27 crore. Lucknow Super Giants. Wow. From 69 you take out 27.
Yeah,
I mean, you look at the
not too
retention
bad,
list with
actually.
Mayank Yadav, Ravi Bishnoi, Mohsin Khan, Ayush Badoni. You have a Nicholas Puran, you have an Ayush Badoni, you have a Rishabh Pant. All your middle order batters, and I'm not even sure after this buy, Badoni makes it to the 11
So,
also.
No, so my question is, so are they looking at Pant as the captain? Is that why they haven't announced their captain just yet?
Could very well be a possibility.
Is that,
Everybody
I
loves
wanna-
an Indian captain.
Yeah,
so
everybody loves an
maybe.
Indian captain, and Lucknow had an Indian captain with KL
Yes.
Rahul in their last
A
season.
keeper
So, Toss,
batter.
getting in because you're vigorously shaking your head, so getting you in there. Thoughts on how this one went? We got one thing right. He's going to be the most bought.
Yeah,
But Lucknow.
most expensive. Lucknow, 27 crore.
Thoughts,
Thoughts.
Thoughts.
27 crores, huge. Huge. You know what? Why I'm shaking the head? Because I mean, I come from north central part of India, which is UP, right? So yeah, Lucknow, Allahabad. It's very close. So I'm happy that Rishabh Pant has gone. But you know, there is a factor. Rishabh Pant enjoys playing on wickets which is fast, where the ball comes onto the bat. I'll go a bit technical here. The wickets are going to be a bit slower on the slower side. So home games, I think there is going to be some disadvantage. But if you go outside, maybe a Bangalore or maybe somewhere where the wicket is good to bat on, or maybe a Mumbai, he's going to score runs. But I believe Rishabh Pant, I mean, you saw he's been more successful in Australian conditions. I mean, where the ball comes onto the bat, he enjoys toying around with the fast bowlers more than the spinners. I mean, spinners, yeah, are most of the Indian batters struggle against the spinners, as we saw in the last Test series. But overall, Rishabh Pant is the person who enjoys. But then it's also an advantage that he's a wicket keeper, right? So an all-rounder, I mean, that aspect, definitely Lucknow needed a wicket-keeper batter, somebody, I mean, he's a good replacement for KL Rahul, somebody who's been in form, Rishabh Pant. So it's a good buy, I believe. Again, he's a brand, a big brand, a superstar, and minus 27, minus 69 crores. How much they have now? 42 crores in their purse.
43, yeah, 42.
It's a big
It's
buy,
not too bad.
but then Rishabh Pant, yeah.
42 crores, yeah. 42
Not too
crores.
bad. So clearly, here's what we know here's what we at least feel. Rishabh Pant is going to captain Lucknow.
Most likely, yes. He is going to be a captain, not Nicholas Puran. Interestingly, Nicholas Puran was one of the highest players who was on the retained list. He was the one who got the most after Anti-Klassen at 21, and now LSG is pending another record
Have they announced
number
something
on
yet, Lucknow? Have
on
they announced
Rishabh Pant. I don't think they would have announced
Anything yet, right?
far, as of yet, no. But yeah, quite interesting in terms of LSG going for Pant, Nicholas Puran. They'll have to look for two batters up there. But one team that I feel Rupa have probably missed out on this first lot is RCB. They went hard for couple of players, but they are still without a buy with a purse of 83. Punjab at least had some, with Arshdeep and one more buy. RCB, do you think they lost out on this first lot?
No, I don't think so, Vineet. I mean, interesting point there, a valid point, but I don't think so. I have a feeling clearly that they're waiting for someone like a Chahal or someone like KL
KL Rahul, of course. The next lot, if it's still there's a small break, the next lot, the M2 would be Yuzvendra Chahal, Liam Livingston, David Miller, KL Rahul, Mohammad Shami, Mohammad Siraj. And out of those, I am looking at four names: Chahal, Livingston, Miller, Siraj. Of course, that speaks of RCB there and there itself.
Yeah,
so maybe.
I think they were just waiting it out, seeing who they could get. I think they really wanted to get someone like a Kagiso. They went in for Kagiso, and so I guess they were just sort of hoping to see if they could get someone in that particular bracket. They would have set aside a certain amount for that marquee one list.
Absolutely.
Maybe 10 crores was what their budget was, because they knew that Chahal would again open up a frenzy. So would KL Rahul. He would probably open up a frenzy.
I don't know. KL Rahul, do you
Maybe
really think it would open up a frenzy, or it will be just one or two teams that you're going for?
I mean,
KL Rahul?
again,
For me, you know what? KL Rahul could probably be the bargain buy of the auction. That's what my prediction is.
No, to think that we wanted, look, the logic of a lot of these teams or these franchises who come to an auction is, yes, of course, in the mega auction, you're looking at, for many teams who've not had a captain, a few teams, not many, few who've let go of their captain, who want to,
Five teams have let go of their captains, half of them.
who want to sort of redo their core, rebuild their core.
Absolutely,
But you're also looking at KL maybe not as a captain, a second a batter in that middle
Virat
order.
Kohli is a captain. Virat Kohli is a captain again for RCB.
Why not? I mean, it looks like it is, right? It looks like Virat Kohli is going to lead the side again. Let's do it for a East Sala Cup day. Maybe this time we'll rewrite the history. Why not? Let's go.
Don't burden him with more of this. Why do you want to burden Virat Kohli with more of these things? Just hit a beautiful century at BGT. Let him come back. Let him enjoy his batting. Why do you want to put the captaincy burden on him again? He's been captain for a long time.
Look, speaking about emotional buys and emotional redressals, there's also word of R. Ashwin making it back to CSK, possibly this time, making it back to Chennai. Home ground, another few seasons, the last phase. Why not? I mean, it could happen.
Why not?
There are a lot of emotional buys. You've seen that happen in the past. They did that with Cheteshwar Pujara also. They did that with. So you never know that. We might have something like this in.
You could see a lot of those things. Ashwin, you do see a lot of value in what Ashwin brings in, and for somebody like Muhammad, for somebody like MS Dhoni to have that kind of experience there would be quite interesting.
Yes. And also, go on, Vineet.
No, I think the second bid. I think the second bid has still not started there.
I think the marquee list 2 is going to be very exciting. We've planned, everyone watching us, we've really done our homework, Vineet and I. We've gone through a lot of sheets and sheets of amazing stats, numbers, and
a lot of sheets.
We're really excited to take you through the day. Marquee one has lived up to a few surprises and a few.
Not surprises. Look, if you look at that marquee one, everyone, the least expensive has been Kagiso Rabada, 10.75.
Which
at
is
one point in
we
time,
sort of said that. We sort of called that.
We called that, but then again, 15 crores, 26, 27, 18, 11, insane amount of money just for 5 players, and you have 5 more coming in. But tell me one thing, do you think this 27 and 26.75 is going to get breached among the players that you'd see? KL Rahul maybe?
No, but who's going to contest? Maybe Punjab will contest. The only team that can franchise that can contest to breach a 20 crore now can contest Bengaluru. Because Bengaluru is the only team that can actually pull off a 20 plus right now. But who will contest them? Someone has to contest them for that, and that's only Punjab. So it has to be a player that both of them really desperately want. Maybe Mohammad Shami. I don't know.
Ishan Kishan. Could be 25 plus.
Oh yeah, why not? Why not? Why not a wicket-keeper bat, right? And an Indian wicket-keeper bat at that.
Opening bat.
But we called a few things here. Those of you watching us, we did call a few things here. If you're not, we called Joss Butler, we called Arshdeep. We did call a few of them.
Few of them as well.
So yeah,
let's bring in Taz here for this Ishan Kishan bit. Taz, there's a lot of news, lot of things about Ishan Kishan there.
And Mumbai not
going for him, whatever things that we have read about and reported about. Ishan Kishan definitely not going the Mumbai way, but where do you think he'll land up, and what's the price that you're looking at for somebody like an Ishan Kishan?
Ishan is a dynamic player, and I don't know why. They don't want wicket-keeper batsmen. They haven't gone for Rishabh Pant. Obviously, he's going to be expensive, and we know exactly how he went. 27 crores. Again, Ishan, Joss Butler, we saw. People were expecting, fans were expecting, they would go for Joss Butler. Again, if we are missing out on Ishan Kishan, then who's going to keep the wickets? KL Rahul? Is that the target? But then that's going to be fun, right? But not going for Ishan Kishan. A lot of youngsters, Mumbai youngsters connect with Ishan Kishan. Again, you saw a youngster who was here talking to me where he said, यार उसको माफ कर दो ईशान किशन है यार, don't give hate and all. मला hate की बात नहीं है, just asking you. So Ishan Kishan, if Mumbai is not going for Ishan Kishan, but definitely he's worth 20 crores. I believe completely the kind of wicket keeper he is. He's a youngster. great batter, somebody who swings the bat well, very well at a good speed, a good exciting T20 player. Apart from that, a pocket dynamite. I mean, we would call him. The way the Ishan Kishan and Rishabh Pant, you can compare them. These two guys are exciting players right now. One is coming from Roorkee, Delhi. The other from Ranchi, Jharkhand. He has his roots in Bihar. I don't know why. What's exciting? But a lot of people, a lot of Mumbai fans would be disappointed that if Mumbai isn't going for Ishan Kishan right now, because they were expecting, Ishan Kishan is going to be the player. He's going to open with Rohit Sharma, and the lefty-righty combination is going to rock again. But then we saw he was off color. Maybe that could be one of the reasons that Mumbai isn't going for Ishan Kishan. That is something we might have to think about. That could be one of the reasons. But right now, it's a bit surprising for me as well. I mean, I'm also a Ishan Kishan fan, along with Rishabh Pant. But Ishan Kishan has, I have a soft corner for him. So I would have loved him, but Mumbai isn't going. So they might use RTM. You never know. They might use RTM. He's been a Mumbai player, right?
It absolutely, Tos. I think I have to agree with you on one thing. Ishan, no matter what year he can possibly have, or whatever the chaos that's been going, that we're all aware of over the last 1 year, him in full flow. How can you even not enjoy, seeing an Ishan Kishan in full flow? But yes, right now the player who's come out is Mohammad Shami. Marquee 2 has started, and with the change in set, we have a change in person as well. Right here next to me, Vineet has skipped to grab a bit of lunch and sort of calm his nerves, because he was a little shocked with the kind of money that was getting spent in that first set. Kanav, go for it.
Hello everybody, my name is Kanav. I'm the sub-editor with CNN News 18, and what an auction. I mean, I'm not shocked that Vineet was shocked, because these are some big amount of money we have seen so far. We were expecting, it's a mega auction, so we were expecting there will be some big bucks, being paid to some big players. But Shreyas Iyer, I mean, I was shocked with Shreyas Iyer going for 26, because I know he's a skilled player, he's a great captain, you have a great batter in Shreyas Iyer, someone who plays spin really well, a great skill to have. But then again, 26 crore, and then Rishabh Pant was sort of expected that he will go for big money. I was shocked when Delhi used RTM for him, because I was shocked. Why would you want to have a player you let go of?
No, it's also about the player. When it comes to all of these the mega auction particularly, from what because I've been with the IPL teams, I know how they think. A lot of it is also about what the player wants. If the player wants a little more from what they will get when they are retained, and they feel that they will get that amount outside when they're being bid for, I think that's another agreement that it's a mutual agreement that players and teams come to. It's also about, in some cases it is, change of platforms, like what happened with Shreyas. And we knew that he was not going to go to Kolkata. From what we heard, none of that we can possibly mention here, but he was not going to go back to Kolkata. But right now, not surprising, Mohammad Shami going for big bucks. Injury, no injury. We saw how he made a comeback there in the domestic circuit, on fire. Kolkata is definitely interested in that and so is Chennai. I saw Chennai coming in also.
That's interesting.
In between for Shami. Not surprising, because Shami has got a very close bond with MS. They both really, I mean, he looks up to MS. He adores MS, but come on, Gujarat is waiting for that right to match card, and they have right to match is available, not yet, but they're looking for that right to match card for sure. The bidding is still on.
And Shami playing for KKR, I mean, he plays for Bengal in the domestic cricket and domestic season, so him playing for KKR won't be a shocker for me personally. But then again, the man in demand. I mean, people want him to see in Australia right now, and these teams want him to play for their team. So the man in demand, focusing on domestic cricket as of now, but the bid here is already 10 crore for Mohammad Shami, and he deserves way more. Honestly, he deserves way more. He's a great bowler to have. I was shocked GT didn't retain him.
No, I mean that you feel like, okay, you want to RTM a few players and you let go of a few because you feel that might have a bigger sort of an essence. A Rashid Khan, you wouldn't want a Rashid Khan going back into the pool, and he's also a part of your leadership think tank. So the sort of I'm not surprised with him not being retained, because you have a right to match card. But I will not be surprised if Gujarat right to matches him, because Shami in Ahmedabad is a marriage made in heaven. I don't think those two, you take them apart and you put them together and you have just magic over there.
Absolutely, and I mean, as I said, that he is the man in demand, and it's also quite risky at times, putting a player into the auction and expecting that we'll use RTM. Delhi did that, but they failed because LSG came up with the 27 crore bid, and he sold. He sold to Hyderabad.
Wait, we'll see if there's so there's no right to match? Did
I
did
don't think
Gujarat
they-
refuse to right to match Shami? I'm just trying to understand what.
I don't think Gujarat used RTM on Shami.
No, because they the bid happens and then they check with the other team if
If they want to use.
if they want to. They haven't.
They haven't.
So Shami is gone to Hyderabad.
Hyderabad with that batting lineup and then Mohammad Shami in the
I
bowling
think
lineup.
that's amazing.
I mean, they fell short in the last IPL. I believe that they are eyeing the trophy now. They want the trophy now. They are building a good bowling lineup because they already have a gun batting lineup.
They have gun batting
I don't believe they even need to look for more than 2 batters now. That too also a backup. of
But
sort.
I'm a little surprised that he hasn't been retained by Gujarat because I thought he was gold for them in their venue.
I mean, either they have some other plans or something because they must have thought of something. When you let go of someone like Mohammad Shami, it means you have a backup plan. You are thinking something. I hope whatever GT was planning, it comes off.
They've gone for David Miller, but again, they're bidding for him. They might not necessarily use the RTM. They might just bid for someone like a Miller. I think that's definitely what they are thinking of. So they've not used their RTM yet.
Yeah.
They've not used their RTM yet, and they didn't use it on Shami. I'm still sort of I'm a little in shock over that. I haven't been able to move past
But
that.
you're not the only one. You're not the only one. I'm equally shocked. I was shocked when they didn't retain him, and now them not using an RTM for Shami. Well, I think hopefully there will be an explanation after the auction. They will come out with a statement. But I'm also
David
shocked
Miller-
with RCB. I mean, I thought they'll go all out for Rishabh Pant. Now that Punjab didn't. Punjab didn't go for Rishabh Pant. I thought RCB with the second biggest purse in the auction, I thought they'll go for him, but I'm shocked that they backed out very early.
Which is what I think Vinit and I kind of touched upon. We obviously felt that they were saving up for a KL Rahul or a Yuzvendra Chahal, players whom we think they would mostly target.
Yeah.
But yes, a lot of interest for David Miller. Again, unsurprisingly so. He's at 6.25 crores currently, and Delhi and Bengaluru sort of going at it with David Miller. Gujarat has that RTM card still. They can use that if they really have to, considering they did show some interest initially. But a player like David Miller, kind of quite an asset to any.
Absolutely. He's a gun player. He's what we call in today's generation a clutch player who can take the game away from you single-handedly, and he has that
And he
skill.
did that against
He has-
Chennai. I won't
Yeah,
forget that.
And he has done that a lot with Punjab also. When he used to play for Punjab, I still remember that innings of David Miller along with I think Mandeep Singh at the Mohali Stadium. I was there in the stands and I saw him doing what he did in that match, hitting long sixes and winning the game for Punjab. He's a great artist, but sometimes I just imagine what the players is going through while his auction is going on. He's sitting at his home, David Miller in South Africa, relaxing, and then also nervous.
Some players obviously watching it. Some prefer not to, and especially those who know a team is going to bid for them, because a lot of the franchises contact the players and let them know that they're going to be bidding for them. So when that happens, I think you probably don't really you don't want to sort of switch on the TVs or the digital screens in this case to see what's happening. But even as we speak, David Miller 7.5 crores. Gujarat in conversation there. Ashish Nehra, Vikram Solanki. Of course, I was there at that match. I was part of the Gujarat Titans team when David Miller played that unbelievable knock against Chennai, sealing that game when it was stacked against them high and dry. Rashid Khan coming in towards the end and also knocking off a few big hits to get them over the line. So he's quite
sold.
the player, and he is sold to
LSG.
to Is it Lucknow?
Is it Lucknow?
I
I
need
saw.
to see who has come in there for David Miller.
I think
Things are going really fast.
I mean, there are too many teams. LSG. If I'm not wrong, it's LSG.
Lucknow seems to have
Super Giants. David Miller playing in the middle order of
Wow.
LSG. Yuzvendra Chahal is there, and we were discussing retentions when the retention list was announced, and this was the most shocking release for me. I still believe till date Royal Challengers Bangalore regret letting go of Yuzvendra Chahal. I never imagined Rajasthan to make the same mistake again.
Well, again, I do understand where this comes from, and it gets a little difficult when you're talking about a particular player like
Leading
Yuzvendra
wicket
Chahal.
taker in the history of Indian Premier League.
A player like Yuzvendra Chahal, again, there are a lot of factors why teams don't end up retaining a particular player. It's not just about not wanting to. I think that's a very small percentage when it comes to a quality player.
Yeah.
I think a lot of things is about getting them back eventually. Then there's also the notion of what the player wants and whether the player wants more. So there are a lot of factors why a franchise doesn't end up retaining a player. But yes, Yuzvendra Chahal, we are seeing. So I'm a little surprised about quite a few things that's happened in this Marquee 2 set. But but things are moving pretty fast. So we're down to Yuzvendra, and we know that Toss is with us in Bombay, but Mumbai has been extremely quiet so far. Yes, they don't have the money to spend as well, but they've been very, very quiet. Very unlike a Mumbai franchise when it comes to bidding and sparking bidding wars. They're known for that. But Yuzvendra Chahal, we see Chennai and Gujarat vying for him. I'm just waiting for when Bengaluru will step in.
I hope that they go on to rectify their mistake. I was wondering the same thing if RCB will. I was wondering if RCB will rectify their mistake and get him back, but I don't see that happening. Gujarat Titans and Chennai Super Kings, fighting amongst themselves for Yuzvendra Chahal and Chahal going back to MS Dhoni. I mean, that's again a match made in heaven.
And as we see, Punjab is stepping in now as well to get into the mix. But I have to quickly, as we continue this bidding contest, let's go over to Purnima, who's in Chennai, because again, Chennai has been quiet. They've shown some interest in a few players, including here, Yuzvendra. We don't know how far they would go. But Purnima, how is it going there? Our fans sort of waiting to see when that first big buy is going to come up.
Fans are quite disappointed because every player who's up for grabs, CSK not going beyond 8 crores, and the budget so far that the CSK team has is 55 crores. So, every player up for grabs, CSK initially starts the bidding process, but beyond 8 crores, there's complete silence. Are you quite disappointed? What are your expectations now?
Actually, they started off with Arshdeep Singh. That was the first player, and I thought they would go further for that. But they're not bid further than that. They're capping it around 8 crores or something like that. I hope they're holding the purse for players like Sundar, Natarajan, Ashwin, probably even James Anderson, all those players coming up. And we have Rachin Ravindra and others also coming up. We have old CSK players that we let go of. I hope they're all back. Probably we're just waiting to see. Even for Shami, Chennai started the bidding and then we let go of Shami as well. So we are waiting for the auction to open up and then see what ends at who ends up at CSK. We are excited for that. Yes.
You're watching it live. Are you quite disappointed that we didn't buy any of the top players so far, CSK?
I think we are good. CSK has never been a team which splurges on players, goes for 15 crore, 20 crore bids. CSK has never been that. So I'm okay with current standings as of now because there are a lot of players to come. There are a lot of Chennai specific players who have been in CSK historically, Conway, Ravindra, all that. So we'll wait and see what happens. Probably another 3-4 hours and then we can take a look at that. But as of now, I'm okay with what CSK is doing. CSK is doing what CSK usually does. It starts off and then waits. Yeah.
So CSK fans waiting patiently to see how it progresses through the day.
One thing I love about Chennai Purnima are the fans. I think they're just so clued in and they're so in tune with cricket, with sport over there. I love it each time. And yes, Chennai is doing Chennai sort of things. They know they're conservative in their bidding. We've seen them up close and we've seen them from far. That's how they roll. They only will open the lockers and open the safety deposit boxes for one player. That's about it. At the most, it was Deepak Chahar for the last time. I think 15 crores and also for I think Daryl Mitchell. I think they went for 13. I think if I'm not mistaken. But Chennai doing Chennai things. But if we speak about Yuzvendra quickly right now, again Lucknow getting into this, and I'm wondering where they're heading with the rest of their purse. But Lucknow and Punjab getting into that battle with Yuzvendra.
Absolutely, I think I believe that he's a great asset to have in your team, and I'll be happy if someone like Punjab, because Punjab needs a good team. They've only retained 2 players and they need to build. They already have a captain now. They need to build a good bowling lineup as well. And Yuzvendra Chahal as your lead spinner, I don't think it gets better than this. And there's obviously LSG also, fighting for Yuzvendra Chahal. 14 crore. I believe he deserves way more than this, because as I said, leading wicket taker in the history of IPL. So we'll have to wait and see. But I love Punjab Kings and their social game as well. We jump in the UZ rays, as they say. And this gif of Yuzvendra Chahal is viral. I mean, for years we have been watching this particular gif going around on social media. And I think we are close to having a winner here between Punjab and LSG. We'll have to wait and see. 14 crore Yuzvendra Chahal as of now. There's a fight going on between quite a few teams. They want to have a lead spinner. They want to have the most leading wicket taker in the history of IPL in their team. So we'll have to wait and see where does Chahal go. And as we said, Shashank Singh, Simran Singh, 2 retentions for Punjab. I mean, they were smart with it. And I think it is the Ricky Ponting effect, because Punjab was, I believe, in the past few years, they were all over the place. Now Ricky Ponting bringing that stability to that camp, to that management.
And as we speak, Bengaluru, after a very, very long discussion, very long, serious discussion between Mo Babat and a lot of the others at the table, have gone in to bid, and Punjab's not given up. It's Punjab. Bengaluru has called it off. That's it. I think 14.25 is all they could go for, and the bid is with Punjab. The bid is with Punjab for 4. Wait, who's jumped in now? I think someone
Punjab.
else has jumped in, but it was 4.5. It's Hyderabad.
It's Hyderabad.
Again, Hyderabad coming in.
Hyderabad jumps out of nowhere. They just jump in out of nowhere.
I'm just wondering, with that purse, I'm guessing that purse is around 40 at this point, or maybe a little less than 40.
I think they had 45 crores at the start.
Oh, and they spent around 10 on Shami, so 30 or
35.
30 is what their purse is at this point. I think
they
have made a lot of notes over here. Okay, gave up the notes midway. But if I could ask our team to sort of
they had 45 crore.
They had 45, and if I could ask my producer to just bring up what Shami was sold for, I'm just sort of wondering.
Shami was sold for 10 crores.
10 crores.
10 crores.
So they have 35 at this point.
And they are bidding
Thank
60.
you, producer. And director. Equal gratitude to both. But so Hyderabad with that 35 is still going in after Yuzi. So I'm guessing they have to. I think this is the only thing that they would sort of fight for if they really intend to pocket him, because then with that remaining purse, you only can hope for smart buys, which will come much later on in the auction. You can't think of really going in for any big buys. But they do have a major part of their 11 intact.
They already have the playing 11 that they have, along with Mohammad Shami now. And if they get Yuzvendra Chahal,
who's gone up to 17 crores.
Absolutely. I'm feeling bad for the other teams. Because if they get Chahal, this is going to be a very, very, very strong team.
This will be huge. This will be a huge buy for Hyderabad if they hold on.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering where their planning and their portioning of their money is going really. But and I'll get in toss in just a bit. But 17.5 is what's it gone up to.
There was a time when this was the highest amount. This was a big amount, but now players going for 17, 17.5. Every second player is going for around 17, 18, 20, 26 we have seen. And this is the beauty of mega auctions that we are watching here rather. And 17.75 crore for Yuzvendra Chahal. We'll have to wait and see. Is it with Punjab or with SRH right now?
No, I think Bengaluru went out. I think it's with Punjab
it's with SRH. Punjab
it's
is
with Hyderabad with 7.5 because Punjab went 7.5, 17.5. Hyderabad came in there. The Hyderabad franchise jumped in with 17.75, and Punjab is heavily doing their calculations. Oh, we need this little later on. We need this play a little later on. And that tweet of Delhi Capitals is so apt. Usually chilling and watching the fun unfold. This is exactly what I wanted. I wanted a bidding gone up to 18. Punjab's bid gone up to 18 with the bid now on Hyderabad's table to respond to.
That's exactly how I imagine players, watching the IPL auction when their bid goes above 15 crores.
not
they
all
just,
players,
Not
guys.
all players.
Not all
When their
players.
bid goes above 15, 16 crores, they just relax and see the fight. Now, where am I going to...
Okay, Hyderabad's pulled off. Hyderabad, I think, have called it off.
18
that
crores.
18 crores is what we are at. I think it is with Punjab. Are we seeing another big buy going with Punjab? Basically, Punjab. We said at the start, yes.
Yeah, Yuzvendra
You see,
Chahal
so
too.
after
Arshdeep Singh, they
after
have.
Arshdeep,
They have Yuzvendra Chahal. They have, I think, Shreyas Iyer.
Shreyas Iyer, and they have UZ. So we said Punjab would play party pooper and really spoil plans for all teams, and they've done exactly that. Toss, how difficult is it for Mumbai to sit and watch this even as Mohammad Siraj comes up?
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's very, very difficult. I don't know why they haven't opened the account. I mean, that's how they say when you start your innings first, right? They haven't opened the account. So interesting bid it has been so far. Rishabh Pant, then Mitchell Stark, and now Yuzvendra Chahal, Mohammad Shami. I mean, I was surprised. Mohammad Shami just 10 crores. I mean, saw the Manjrekar's tweet. What happened exactly? Yeah, so this is surprising. But yeah, coming back to Yuzvendra Chahal, I would have preferred him to stay with, to go with Lucknow Super Giants, because they are, again, we'll go back to the wickets. I mean, the wickets are slower. You're going to play 7 matches at home. It's not easy for batters to bat out there. And when you have a bowler like Yuzvendra Chahal, it becomes very, very difficult. And leg spinners are not luxury anymore. They are one of the most important factors in when it comes to T20 cricket. You may not see them in Test cricket, the longer format, but you will definitely see them as an important cog in the wheel of different teams. And leg spinners have become useful ever since IPL has picked off in the mid of the IPL. I don't know, Punjab or Lucknow Super Giants. Lucknow, he will be more effective for Lucknow Super Giants because Punjab are going to have batting tracks, and it's easier to bat against leg spinners when it's a flat track or maybe a fast track. But this guy, Yuzvendra Chahal, is a smart bowler, right? Whether it's Lucknow, whether it's Punjab, he knows he has got variations. He's got those googlies and the flippers and the zooters that comes off from his fingers and hand. I mean, definitely, he's a great buy. I mean, and also the fact you're forgetting that he's only getting older, but he's also getting wiser with which age. And the best part is, naturally, he's a slim guy, somebody who doesn't put on weight easily. So all that factors comes in. So wherever he goes.
Tos, just because you have some salt and pepper right now, now Yuzi is also gaining wisdom and all. But no, but I get where you're coming from. But two things that's really struck me at this auction table so far. Yeah. Bengaluru has been very circumspect despite having a big purse.
Absolutely.
Despite having a purse that they can really loosen up and they can splurge on, they've been very circumspect, unlike the kind of auctions they've normally had in the past, where Bengaluru has wanted to go in for that big name, that X factor. Let's put the money behind it and let's get the Watson, let's get the Stark. They have been very, very circumspect. So that's one takeaway from me from this auction so far. And second, Punjab is looking like a decent. They've bought some decently big players and Indian players at that.
Absolutely, it has to be the Ricky Ponting effect because, as I said, that he brings that stability to the team management. And as far as RCB is concerned, I think their fans wanted them to think more in the auctions, and I think they have taken that way too seriously. They're just thinking, they're not going for players for a long time. But yeah, Punjab, I think they are doing great. Mohammad Siraj currently 12.25 crore. Rajasthan Royals
right
and Gujarat Titans, they are still fighting for Mohammad Siraj. We'll have to wait and see. I'm shocked RCB still no RTM for Mohammad Siraj. And I was just reading a tweet by I think Rajasthan Royals, and they said pulse aage pulse, which is.
So are they going to sell it to Gujarat? I think the bid is with Gujarat. And it's almost going to, Siraj is almost going to, Bengaluru is not going in.
No. They said no.
Bengaluru is not going for Siraj. The bid is with Gujarat at this point to partner Kagiso Rabada when it comes to their matches in Ahmedabad is, of course, Mohammad Siraj pairs up with Kagiso there. What do you make of this new ball pair?
It's a great pair. I mean, Gujarat, they did a wonderful thing here because you have to have two great bowlers together, Kagiso Rabada. Mohammad Siraj is a good bowler. Obviously, he derails at times, but he's a great T20 bowler. But I'm wondering, RCB not retaining him. I'm wondering if Siraj would be knocking
so-
Virat's door in Perth right now.
No, so let's be very serious here though. But the RTM, I think if I was at the Bangalore
Yeah.
table, I would use that RTM. I would look at using that RTM on a Glenn Maxwell or
Will Jacks.
or a Will Jacks or a Will Jacks. I think that's what I would probably hold back for. I wouldn't necessarily be. I would be seeing how I can figure out my bowlers on the purchase table, and I would use my RTM for a Will Jacks or a Glenn Maxwell. I'm pretty certain Glenn should go. I mean, I was thinking that there would be a fight for Chahal there, but with Bengaluru, but things can be very surprising.
issue
You never know what
with RCB has always been the bowling lineup. They have had a gun batting lineup for years.
and it's
Big
difficult in
names.
Chennaswamy as
All
well.
the big names you have had, you have a McCallum, you have had a Watson, a Yuvraj Singh, a Chris Gayle, AB de Villiers, Virat Kohli, the man himself. But the issue was always the bowling lineup. As of now, you only have a Yash Dayal in your lineup. You only retained one bowler. People were, or rather fans were wondering that you will retain Mohammad Siraj. There's no way that you won't retain a Mohammad Siraj because the camaraderie he has with the team management, with Virat Kohli, who could be the captain, we don't know because it looks like he would be the captain. They are not aiming for any captain as of now, RCB. But Siraj, sharing that bond with the team, with Virat Kohli, and him going into the auction, the fans were wondering, they were praying. As someone who follows RCB, I saw fans also, saying that please retain Siraj. They understand that he derails at times, form at times is an issue, but he's a great T20 bowler to have. But okay, you don't want a Siraj in your team, you must be eyeing some player. No, Mohammad Shami should have gone for some other bowlers as well. So I wonder if that will still be an issue for RCB, the bowling lineup.
Even as we speak now, Liam Livingston has come up in that M2 list. He's part of that M2 list, which means that we're going to have possibly KL Rahul up next as the last in that lot. Am I right? That is correct. Yep. So KL Rahul after this, but Liam Livingston, you have Bengaluru coming in for them. Delhi has jumped in for Liam. But Bengaluru going strong and it's at 5 crores. Again, they do need obviously that firepower. Liam Livingston, really a good solve there, an all-rounder, must have for any setup. He proved a bit of his price tag when he was playing for Punjab. Quite a few crucial innings that he played for them when he was with that franchise. But how do you see this one playing out?
I mean, Livingston, the batter, I am a fan of, but him, the bowler at Chinnaswamy, I don't think that's a good idea because he's a sort of a part-time bowler. He's not an out-and-out all-rounder. Yeah. He bowls a bit, but in Chinnaswamy, you need specialist bowlers because he can go for 25-30 runs easily because the boundaries are very short and you won't back on him. You won't back him to do well with the ball in every match. You need someone. If you are going for an all-rounder, you go for an out-and-out all-rounder.
There's a bit of silence and Chennai has come in there. Now, we did sort of kind of predict this, that Chennai would go after and I'm sure Purnima and all her very, very intelligent fans in Chennai are very happy because they were keen on Chennai going in for Liam Livingston. But again, we don't know how far they'd be willing to go for someone like him and who else would persist at the heels. But yeah, that's the purse right now, 55 and 83.
Still 83 crores.
Bengaluru still have a lot, but Bengaluru will probably be waiting for that next person coming up on the list, which is KL Rahul. So really waiting for how to see how this plays out and how much they can actually push for this. But they've been pretty frugal so far in this mega auction, which has already seen 2 players go beyond 25 crores each. So kudos to a franchise like Bengaluru to hold on to their purse strings and be careful about what they were spending on. But Liam sitting with in a battle between the 2 southern states, Chennai and Bengaluru.
8.25 crore as of now.
Oh, someone else has come in.
But Chennai, I think they have backed out.
No, Chennai is still there.
They're still there.
They're still there, but I guess someone else is coming in on that bid for, or they've gone off. Chennai's dropped out. It's still with Bengaluru, and I think the other team to come in there because they're still in conversation. But I'm wondering which is the other team that went in for the bid.
I believe English players are very risky to have because they often back out midway through the tournament because of their international commitments. We have seen
Punjab is not right to matching. So is it with Bengaluru? Has
I think,
Bengaluru
yeah, more or less, I
won
think they
the
have.
bid? I think they have won the first big buy for Bengaluru people. Is it
The
going to
first
be the
buy,
yeah
I
the
think
first buy
first
for
buy for
Bengaluru,
the Bengaluru.
and quite the price that you wouldn't expect a Bengaluru franchise to spend on a big marquee player. 8.75. That's a good buy.
Good buy.
For Bengaluru.
A smart buy, yeah.
Have to say that, yes.
Absolutely, a smart buy for Bengaluru. A great batter, but there is still a question mark for me personally. The bowler in him at Chinnaswamy is something that they'll have to look towards, they'll have to tackle, they'll have to work on it. But as a batter, and considering the opposite of what I just said, as a batter with those short boundaries, I think he will do wonderful in that stadium. But KL Rahul,
And that leads
the
us
man
to KL Rahul, the person who we were all waiting for, and I think so is will this be the second buy for Bengaluru, or will they surprise us? I don't know. We were sort of the conversations that we were having regarding KL Rahul was that he would go back to his home ground. I'll be curious to see if Lucknow puts in a bid. Just curious.
No, they already have Rishabh
Just curious
Pant.
to see.
They have a wicket keeper, they have a captain.
No, it's not, I just want to know if they'd say, hey, just a token,
Mr. Goenka.
just to start things off, just like a peace offering or an olive branch.
I don't
One
see
bid from
that
Lucknow.
happening.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if that happens. But Kolkata going
KKR and RCB, all in for KL. KL Rahul and KKR, that's an interesting take. Just to see him played at the Eden
who
Gardens.
who has Kolkata got so far? They haven't.
Kolkata.
They haven't
I don't
purchased
think
anybody.
They have.
They went in hard, of course, for Pant. Is it? They went in hard for Pant, but yeah, Kolkata hasn't.
No one.
Hasn't really purchased, which means
no one.
they
So
need
they-
a captain.
They need a captain.
Which means they're looking at possibly KL Rahul to captain their side, depending on how much.
But I don't think RCB will let him go. I don't think this will happen.
No,
really.
so my thought is if RCB is really investing this particular mega auction on their bowlers, if they really, because they know that with that small ground, they've really hit a very rough patch with their bowling squad in the past. If they're really kind of saving up to spend on a good bowling attack, then they would have a cap for how much they would want to go for KL Rahul.
But then they would have gone for Chahal or a Shami for.
But there are many other bowlers who are yet to come. There are many other good
but-
buys who are yet to come. They're good, proper spinners as well as pace bowlers who are yet to come in there in that list.
Yeah.
But yes, that's what I'm wondering. How far would
RCB go?
Would Kolkata and Bengaluru go?
It's what 8.75 crore as of now. The fight is still on between KKR and RCB. KL Rahul used to play for LSG. Now he's back in the auctions. A big match player, played brilliantly recently in Perth. We all saw what he did. A different format altogether. But then again, KL Rahul, the batter, is. You can see the tweets. RCB has put out a tweet when the next name is KLR and there is a Jimmy Fallon standing up in the GIF. And I think they are interested. RCB, as we discussed, it could be sort of a homecoming for KL Rahul. And I often wonder, I get a hint that he also wants to, come back to his home ground. He plays for Karnataka in domestic cricket. RCB, he has played for RCB. He started, I think, if I'm not wrong, he started his IPL journey with RCB.
As he touches 10 crores, just quickly going across to Thors, who's still there. In a city that that hasn't really Mumbai, that hasn't really done much on the bidding front, but KL Rahul 10.75 with Kolkata and Bengaluru still interested. This is going to go up to 20 for sure. Thos, how do you see this playing out?
Very, very interesting that Mumbai hasn't opened their account. Again, I'm going back to that statement. I'm surprised. What's happening? Yeah, what's happening with Mumbai? But then, I mean, if I think again, see, Mumbai has all the cream players, all the marquee players are there in Mumbai. They have an opener in Rohit Sharma. They have an all-rounder in Hardik Pandya. They have a Jasprit Bumrah. They have Surya Kumar Yadav. So everything is sorted out. They just need to fill in those puzzles, So that is one thing. So where I'm sure you won't get from the, with 45 crores in that account, you won't get from the marquee players because you'll have to spend a lot of money from your pockets. So what will happen if you spend a lot of 10, 15, 20 crore on big players? What will happen? I mean, nothing. I mean, you won't be able to fill the slot as well, because you need a partner for Bumrah, you need a partner for Rohit Sharma, you need somebody to bat at along with Surya Kumar Yadav, or maybe spinners, right?
This is a clear sign.
Spinners. So yeah, so these factors might maybe you will see Mumbai coming in the second round. But yeah, KL Rahul definitely. Yeah, KL Rahul, it's more of an emotional factor for Bangalore, right? For Bangalore, and I feel they will go all out for him. And KL Rahul in Test cricket right now, the way he's bounced back, it's been superb. Yeah, it will give immense confidence to him, and I hope it continues. Yeah, Bangalore would be desperately seeking that form of KL Rahul, because we all know he's a batter, he's a classy batter, and everybody loves him. The only problem is his inconsistency off late. Off late, you won't find him in great rhythm, but then the way he started in Australia. Also, the factor here is Bangalore is going to be batting tracks, right? Batters enjoy playing on those wickets. 7 matches in Bangalore. If KL Rahul performs in all those 7 matches, or maybe outside Bangalore, a couple of games, all sorted for Bangalore. So I think it's going to be a good move if Bangalore goes for him, and also the emotional factor counts in. So yeah, KL Rahul again, he's going to go big, I guess.
Yes, Thos, but you know what the surprising part now is? I think Bengaluru has pulled out of the race, and Chennai is coming in hot for KL Rahul. Chennai is coming in for KL. There's a bid that they've put in there. Delhi seemed interested as well.
Well, I'm shocked.
As
RCB
Kolkata.
backing out for
Chennai.
KL
The
Rahul
bid is
is
between
shocking.
Chennai and is it Delhi or is it Kolkata? Is it Chennai and Kolkata?
It's Delhi and Chennai, if I'm not wrong. I think
13 crores is what we have right now. Bengaluru seems to have dropped out.
what are they planning? What is the plan? Is there any plan behind all this? I'm wondering, because KL Rahul is something was someone that fans were hoping that it's a no-brainer. They will go all out for KL Rahul homecoming, and I believe Rahul also wanted to sort of make a comeback to his home team.
Yeah,
but
it's still with Delhi. With Delhi and Chennai going in. Remember, Chennai needs a nice, solid. They love a nice, solid middle order bat. They had that with Ajinkya Rahane for a while. Ambati Raidu playing that role as well for a few seasons. Though he moved up to open as well, and then came down down the order too. Interesting. Delhi has got KL Rahul.
This
sold to Delhi for 14 crores. They've got their captain, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Quite a good buy that for them. They'll be extremely happy with that. They really wanted to get a few players back in the first marquee list. They went in for quite a few of the players there.
I think this is going to be interesting.
Shreyas as well as Pant. They tried to right to match Pant as well, but 27 was a bit too much for Delhi. So KL Rahul finding a new home, yes. Not his original home though. He is going to
Delhi Capital, and I think this is interesting because I'm now thinking about the IPL Delhi pitches. Batters prefer batting on that surface, and KL Rahul, with all the noise that we have had around his strike rate, I think he's going to prove something, and I believe this is going to be his season. He's a great batter, we all know. It's just that he has not come out of his shell in the T20I format, I believe, and I think that this IPL on that surface of the Delhi stadium, I believe that that Arun Jaitley stadium, he will come good and he will score a lot of runs. But the shocker for me is still RCB. I mean, yes, they have got Liam Livingstone, but no KL Rahul. I expected them to go hard for a Chahal or a Shami, but still, I think I hope they have a plan. But this is actually very interesting. Rishabh Pant going to LSG for 27 crore, the highest bid, the most expensive player in the history of Indian Premier League, Rishabh Pant. And what a journey this guy has had in the last 2 years. Starting from that unfortunate accident to coming back to international cricket, winning a T20 World Cup, playing a Border Gavaskar trophy, now being sold and being the most expensive player in the history of IPL. It's quite an interesting journey, and he deserves all that for what he has been through in the last 2 years, the recovery, the spirit that he has shown. But what an interesting auction this has been so far. Obviously, there's a lot that is yet to unroll in front of us, but big names, big bucks, something we were expecting. And I think that's the reason BCCI had this marquee list right in front, right at the start, with big names coming, with the Shreyas Iyer, Rishabh Pant, KL Rahul, Shami, Chahal, all the big names coming right in the front. And you can see KL Rahul 14 crore to the Delhi Capitals. Rishabh Pant, these are the big buys. Rishabh Pant 27 crore. LSG, Shreyas Iyer going to Punjab Kings 26.75 crore. Arshdeep Singh 18 crore retained RTM used by Punjab Kings. Yuzvendra Chahal again Punjab Kings 18 crore. And Joss Butler, the danger Butler 15.75 crore going to Gujarat Titans. Shubman Gill, Joss Butler and Sai Sudarshan. I think GT is also building a good team. They are a smart camp, GT. I believe they have had a very short journey so far in IPL, only 3 years, but they already have one trophy, one runner-up position, and they know what they are doing. So I back them. They are smart enough to build a good and a strong team, because this is a mega auction. You are building towards a new cycle. You are building a team from scratch. And they are Kagiso Rabada also gone to GT. Mohammad Siraj also, if I'm not wrong, gone to GT. So it's a gun team. I believe this is mega auctions is a battle half won. You build a good team, you build a good base, and then the fight starts on the field. But this is the first step that you need to pull off. And great. We already have tweets coming in from former cricketers. Harbhajan Singh, 18 crore for my champion brother Yuzvendra Chahal. Welcome to Punjab. देख कंगारू भी तेरी कॉपी करने लगते हैं. This is Harbhajan Singh. I mean, welcoming Yuzvendra Chahal to Punjab, to his hometown. And I'm pretty sure the players will also react in a while. They'll also put out tweets. They'll also put out their reactions. We often see players putting out videos when they are bought by a team. And but it's quite an interesting auction so far.
Right. So what's happened so far? If we just had to recap, Joss Butler going to Gujarat Titans. We had Shreyas Iyer, a big bidding war for Shreyas Iyer, and he's gone to Punjab. Lucknow taking in Rishabh Pant as well, and Kagiso Rabada going to Gujarat. Kagiso Rabada and Mohammad Siraj is who will pair up at the top with the ball there, and a few interesting buys there as well. Chennai and Bengaluru. Bengaluru coming in and getting in Liam Livingston, a good buy for them, and so too for Yuzvendra Chahal to find a place in Punjab. That squad shaping up pretty well under Ponting's mentorship, and yes, that's how it has panned out at this point. Quite an interesting auction. Both the marquee sets is pretty much wrapped up at this point.
Yep. As I said, quite an interesting auction so far. Big names, big bucks, and we have Taus. I think we are with us. Taus, Mumbai, as we have been discussing, they have not yet opened the account. But so far, Punjab going for the Arshdeep Singh, Yuzvendra Chahal, GT, building a good team. We have been discussing Kagiso Rabada, Mohammad Siraj, and then you already have a Shubman Gill up there with Sai Sudarshan. Your thoughts on GT and Punjab so far?
No, amazing. Arshdeep Singh is not surprising, right? They were supposed to go for Arshdeep Singh, and he's been playing for them over the time. But yeah, GT and they have Mohammad Siraj and Kagiso Rabada. Very interesting pair of choice. I mean, Rabada is an experienced player. Siraj has also become experienced over the time, but he's been quite expensive. But then that is what the leader of the team has to, go for, make it into a lethal pair.
Who's coming?
That is the target. That should be the target. How Kagiso Rabada and Siraj are going to play that role, because we can trust Rabada, somebody who's been there, who's done that over the years in T20 cricket, whether it's for South Africa, whether it's for any other IPL team. But Siraj, yeah, it's a tough buy, but then that's okay. He's returned to form in Australia. That's a good news for Gujarat Titans. They might be very happy, but then it's IPL, right? IPL happens in India, and the wickets are not that helpful like a Perth. And off late, you have seen Siraj has not been in great form. So I hope he returns to form. But a good choice, yeah, good choices. Whether it's Mitchell Stark, whether it's Yuzvendra Chahal, whether it's Liam Livingstone going to RCB. Again, RCB is an interesting choice. Liam Livingstone going to RCB on a shorter ground. He's a big hitter, a strong hitter, somebody who chips in with his right arm off spins. He won't be, I don't know if he's going to be as effective as he was maybe for his England side. But you know, the Chennai Chinnaswamy Stadium ground is a bit smaller with the wicket. The ball doesn't turn much on that wicket, but then he's going to compensate. So Glenn Maxwell, maybe he could play the role of Glenn Maxwell if RCB doesn't go to doesn't go for Glenn Maxwell or doesn't uses that RTM card. Again, Shreyas Iyer, I'm looking at Shreyas Iyer right now. Shreyas Iyer is a very, very good choice for Punjab. Again, they wanted a leader. I mean, over the years, Kanav, we have been talking about how important Punjab needed a face over the time. They have not had that. They had to go with Sam Curran. They have to go with other guys. I mean, their biggest brand was Yuvraj Singh. Then, I mean, the result did not come out. So I think Shreyas has the leadership. He has done it before for KKR. He has led Delhi Capitals. He's a good, massive, amazing T20 batter and a good leader. I mean, he's played a lot of cricket, right? He's played a lot of cricket, so he brings in a package, kind of a package for Punjab. While talking about KL Rahul, I mean, why they should have gone for Bangalore. I'm surprised. Bangalore should have gone for KL Rahul, but then they have their limits, right? They have their limits. Whether they can go beyond a certain point, whether they can breach that code, breach that barrier which they had kept for KL Rahul. That might have gone against their own strategy or maybe the rule, because it's not just one or two players that they have to buy. They have to buy a whole lot of other players, right? They have to fill in the slots. Strategy यही होती है कि आपको अलग-अलग slots के लिए players buy करने पड़ते हैं. Fast bowlers के लिए spinners, then you have top order batters. You have a Virat Kohli. You have retained a couple of players. So these factors count in, right? It's not just about one or two players being bought in for huge amount and then people will talk about them. No, it's about filling the slots. It's about the wants. It's about the things, the experience they need. It's about the balance that they should have when it comes to T20 cricket. All that factor counts in. So kind of, I think all have been smart right now. I am still wondering what happened to Mumbai Indians. I would like to speak to a few fans if they come over here. I mean, you can see all of them are busy. I mean, they are playing their game. It's a Sunday, Kanav. It's a Sunday, so they are loving their cricket. They are keenly following the IPL auction at home. But here it's all action, boy. It's all action. So, but I've had the chat with these youngsters, and they wanted a few players who have already been sold. So, but I will definitely go for as this guy. He's a Mumbai Indian fan wearing that Mumbai Indians T-shirt. यार अभी तक किसी को खरीदा नहीं इन्होंने. आप क्या मतलब सरप्राइज हो कि नहीं मुंबई इंडियंस ने? हाँ सरप्राइज हो, किसी को लिया नहीं. आप कोई स्ट्रैटेजी बनाई थी कि मुंबई इंडियंस के लिए?
बनाई थी.
क्या बनाया था आपने?
अच्छे प्लेयर लेना था मुंबई इंडियंस को. अभी तक मेरे को पता नहीं था मुंबई इंडियंस ने कुछ लिया नहीं. मेरे को लगा लिया होगा.
अभी तक लिया नहीं है. लिया इसको लगा. He thought that Mumbai Indians might have bought the players by now. But yeah, again, I mean, it's the strategy, right? They have the players, they have the marquee players, they have the biggest of the players in their lineup. So, I mean, expecting players from, 14 crore, 20 crore, 25 crore, it's going to be, very, very difficult. It becomes difficult in the upcoming hours or maybe next day for Mumbai Indians because they have just 45 crores. And it's quite difficult. But they have the cream players. They have nothing to complain right now. They have the best of the players. So I think the fans are still happy.
Yeah. But Taus, you have been covering Mumbai cricket. You have covered a lot of Mumbai Indian matches. We have been together covering at the Wankhede a lot of Mumbai Indian matches. What do you think the strategy could be for Mumbai Indians? Because they don't have a big purse. They only have 45 crore. The retention list that they have had so far is quite big. The Rohit Sharma, they have a Jasprit Bumrah, they have a Surya Kumar Yadav, Hardik Pandya, Tilak Verma, who has scored 3 back-to-back, T20I centuries. So what do you think, could be their strategy for this IPL auction? So far, they have not gone for any player. What is your take on Mumbai's strategy? What could they be eyeing for? Young players, uncapped players? What do you think?
See, Mumbai has always been all about building players, building future. I mean, so that could be because Rohit Sharma is getting older, and the best part was they have retained the superstar Rohit Sharma, and they have an all-rounder in Hardik Pandya. They have Jasprit Bumrah. So they want partners. For example, if you take Rohit Sharma, they want a partner for Rohit Sharma. Will they go for, because Ishan Kishan, right? Ishan Kishan was supposed to be one of them, but I don't think so. They are going to look at their old strategy, which flopped last year, right? They did not click much in the last season, so they might have a new strategy completely. They might have a young, more dynamic, or maybe an Ankrish Raghuvanshi. I mean, you saw what he did for KKR. He's a dynamic player. Maybe Mumbai Indians might be eyeing for that youngster who could open with Rohit Sharma, or maybe some other guy, some other talented opener. Middle order is sorted. You have Surya Kumar Yadav, but then you need another guy, somebody, a wicket keeper. You need a wicket keeper. Rishabh Pant is gone. Ishan Kishan is gone. George Butler is gone. The big names have gone. So you might see Mumbai Indians going for a future, maybe uncapped wicket keeper batters, or maybe from players from outside India, maybe international players, maybe from an associate nation. They have amazing talent scouts, I tell you. Otherwise, they wouldn't have won 5 IPL titles, right? I mean, it's not easy to win so many titles, and also the Champions League, 2 Champions League, one against under the leadership of Harbhajan Singh, the other Rohit Sharma. So they have been the most successful franchise in IPL, and the reason for that is that they have built on the future. They have targeted the young players, young blood, and T20 cricket is about youngsters, right? It's definitely experience plays a role, and they have the experience in their lineup. They have the Rohit Sharmas and the Bumrahs and the Pandyas and others. But you need a mix. You need the young legs. You need fresh legs. Somebody. You need daredevil attitude. Maybe Rohit Sharma may be cautious in his own start as a batter, but you need daredevil batters who can go out there, start hitting from ball 1. You saw exactly what happened in the again. I miss out on Tilak Verma? See, again you have Tilak Verma. So your middle order is sorted out, right? Surya, Tilak Verma and Hardik Pandya. Again, if you look at what happened in South Africa, the way Team India played, they dominated completely. They scored massive run, and it was all young side, right? It was all youngsters out there expressing themselves, hitting those sixes, unbelievable shots. But it may have been in South Africa on batting tracks, but it won't be different in IPL. So Mumbai Indians has a clear strategy. It's playing bold cricket and betting on the future, punting on the future, and that is what they might be looking for. Hence, they did not go for the marquee players, because these guys, these cricketers, maybe on the wrong side of 30s, maybe on the wrong side of in the late 20s. So maybe that could be the reason. 20 to 25, or maybe at the most 30. That could be one of their strategies right now, I believe.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Mumbai Indians is a team which, they love to invest in youngsters. As you said, that many marquee players are towards the other side of 30s. There were some who are young. There's a Rishabh Pant, there's a Shreyas Iyer. But then again, Mumbai Indians, they are a successful team. They are a very successful team. But I have with me here Harshit Best. Harshit, thank you so much for connecting with us. IPL so far, IPL auction so far, rather, mega auction so far. What has shocked you the most, and which team has impressed you the most, rather?
I mean, I'm impressed by Gujarat Titans' business so far. They have signed 3 players. They have got Rabada, they have got Josh Butler, they have got Mohammad Siraj. Rabada is a very good bowler. With Josh Butler, they have got an experienced captain. They have got somebody who will provide experience to Shubman Gill in the captaincy. He's a very they were in search of a wicketkeeper batter. After Matthew Wade and the retirement of Riddhiman Saha, they were in search of a wicketkeeper batter. In somebody like Josh Butler, who's a seasoned campaigner, who has scored mountains of runs in T20 cricket. They have got a very brilliant player at the top who will open, who will do the wicket-keeping duties. Then you have got Shami as a replacement of Shami, because they did not bid for Shami. They've got Siraj. Siraj is a very quality player. I was surprised by that RCB did not retain him, because even despite having an RTM card. But that's a good addition to GT setup. And then obviously there is Rabada. So I'm very happy with how the Gujarat Titans have performed so far, and I'm quite surprised by RCB's business because there were so many players that we were talking about that RCB will bid for. There was KL Rahul. I was expecting them to bid for Rishabh Pant. I was expecting them to bid for Kagiso Rabada. Even AB de Villiers asked them to go behind Rabada, go get Rabada, get Chahal back. Everybody in the world was talking about get Chahal back, get Chahal back, get KL Rahul back. They did not sign them, even though Chahal got 18 crore, but RCB had the purse of 83 crore. What are they waiting for? I mean, who do you want to sign then if you're not getting Chahal, if you're not getting KL Rahul? KL Rahul has expressed his desire to, I want to play for RCB. He's a local lad. He has scored more than 4,500 runs in 132 IPL matches. He has a batting average of 45. I mean, last season also, even though he was criticized a lot, he scored more than 500 runs. You need a batter, you need a captain, you need an Indian player. Who are you waiting for?
A wicket keeper.
And what have you got? You have got a Livingston for an 8.75 crores. I mean, you are supposed to, if you want to make a very strong side, then IPL auction is there. If you want to make a very strong side, you had a very good Indian options. You had a Shreyas Iyer available there. You had a Rishabh Pant there. You had a KL Rahul. You did not sign. I mean, I am not surprised by other teams because teams like Chennai, teams like Mumbai, they had a very limited purse. Teams like Rajasthan, very limited purse. So they have kept their cards close, and because they have retained their core, they are okay with that. But somebody like RCB with the purse of 83 crores, second most expensive purse, the costliest team, and what are you waiting for, man? Livingston, you can get 10 players like Livingston in this IPL auction in the coming sets, right? You should have invested in some good Indian player. I mean, see, if you see Punjab Kings, they were very clear in the IPL auction that we want an Indian captain. They bid for Shreyas Iyer because, Shreyas Iyer has worked with Ricky Ponting in the past, and he is a two-time IPL final captain. He has won the last IPL, and they broke the banks. They splashed rupees 26.75 crore for Shreyas Iyer.
Absolutely.
They wanted to sign Chahal. They went all out for him. They signed him for 18 crore. They have signed Arshdeep for 18 crore. So that is how you have to get into the IPL auction. And I'm not sure that how many quality players are available in the coming sets now. I mean, you have some certain players, but I'm surprised. I'm very surprised by RCB.
But RCB not using an RTM for Mohammad Siraj.
I mean, they were even asked to that. Do you want to use RTM? And what Siraj was sold for was 12 point something.
Yeah.
I mean, you should have signed him. You should have get him back actually. I mean, which other players are you going to sign now? I mean, you don't have any quality Indian players left. You will have only Glenn Maxwell. You have a Will Jacks. I mean, these kind of players. And since you have signed Livingston, I mean, I'm not sure that they will go after Will Jacks now. I mean, similar kind of players. What is the point of getting two overseas players who are exactly the same kind of players?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I will pose this question to Taus as well. Taus, talking about RCB, Harshit here very well explained what he think RCB, where RCB went wrong. Your thoughts on RCB? They didn't use RTM for Mohammad Siraj. Fans were hoping that they would get a Yuzvendra Chahal back, rectify their mistake. Then they were hoping that they might and they will for sure. It's a given that they will go for a KL Rahul. He wants to play for his team. He's a Karnataka boy. He plays for Karnataka in domestic cricket. Your thoughts on what RCB has done so far in this mega auction?
Yeah, even I was thinking that KL Rahul would go to RCB. But yeah, I mean, that is how the function, what is going in the mind of the auctioners, the teams. It's something into their mind. It's very difficult to read their minds because you get a lot of surprises. I mean, what you predict from here, what you predict from your TV sets, from your studios, what we predict from the grounds, it doesn't happen like that, right? That is what the beauty of IPL auction is. That is how they conduct. So yeah, they have their own strategy. They have Virat Kohli, maybe RCB. They have got a Livingstone. Maybe they did not. They weren't desperate for KL Rahul. So or maybe Yuzvendra Chahal, or maybe Mohammad Siraj. So they have a different idea. Maybe they want again. I would be keen to know like how they go for the next set of players, because I mean, if not going for Siraj, if not going for your old KL Rahul, if not going for that emotional factor where KL Rahul might have brought in more crowd, considering he's a Bangalore boy and has a great fan following, even though he may not have been in form. But again, it's RCB, the team that has been there for a long time. I mean, it's been one of the strongest side over the years, but haven't won a single title comes as a surprise, right? They have had the best of the players. They have had Kumble's, they have had Dravids, they have had Daniel Vittoris. They have had some of the best players. Then they had Virat Kohli, right, the biggest superstar in IPL in world cricket, but they haven't won a title. So what is the strategy? They might be looking for, again a new strategy, a fresh one, fresh set of players. They may not want the old oldies. Maybe they may not want Siraj, who's also like not been as effective for RCB as they might have wanted, or Yuzvendra Chahal could have been effective, but then he's a leg spinner. They may not want a leg spinner, or maybe it's Chinnaswamy Stadium. Leg spinners may not work in Chinnaswamy Stadium because it's it's smaller in size, and then KL Rahul again could have been a good choice, but then maybe they are looking at they were not desperate for KL Rahul. So all in all, we'll come to know slowly and gradually what is exactly they want, whether it's Mumbai Indians, whether it's RCB. Smart moves by LSG. They have gone for RCB, Rishabh Pant, or maybe Punjab, Shreyas Iyer. I mean, these teams are desperate teams. They want marquee players. They want faces. RCB has faces. RCB has Virat Kohli as a face. Mumbai Indians have multiple faces. Chennai have their face. They have an uncapped face, the biggest of them all, Mahendra Singh Dhoni. But again, yeah, I agree with the fact that they are not moving. They are not. They have still kept all the cards close to their chest, and maybe revealing soon. Maybe in this part, or maybe the later part of the auction.
Thank you so much, Thos. We are back here. I know you saw me earlier today, but I'm joined by someone a little new.
Yeah, hi guys. So
this is Amaya.
Hi.
And you saw me earlier in the day, Rupa. We were just jumping right back in after that very explosive couple of marquee sessions.
Absolutely.
What was your most interesting pick out of the lot?
I think Pant by all means. I mean, by default because of the price at which he has gone. Another interesting thing was, of course, Rahul. I mean, Rahul has kind of, it was a blow hot, blow cold kind of a situation, but well, he's I think gone to DC for 14. So yeah, I mean, it's been an up and down kind of a thing, but interesting stuff. What is your take, Rupa? I mean, who do you think was the pick? I mean, who do you think was the most interesting one of the lot?
I think, so just one small correction there. Rishabh didn't go to DC. He went to Lucknow.
Rahul went to DC.
Rahul
went to DC.
Rahul went to DC.
Yeah.
So I think I was a little confused about what Bengaluru's strategy really was.
Yeah.
It was nice to see them not really going that gung-ho or that at it, which is what they normally do when it comes to auctions. It was a break away from what they normally do. The talk that a lot of... So I was on R. Ashwin's mock auction last week, where I was part of the Gujarat Titans outfit, and we were all talking about how Bengaluru will invest more time and energy into solidifying their bowling lineup, which has always let them down in the past. And you know who our first buy was as Gujarat owner, which is Joss Butler.
Okay.
And we bought,
so you've got it right.
Yeah, and we bought Joss Butler for 16 crores, and he went in this auction for 15.75.
Yeah.
But I was a little surprised why Shami wasn't retained or right to matched by Gujarat. Your thoughts on that? What did you think of that?
I think Shami has gone to SRH. Yeah, I think SRH is kind of, they've retained most of the batsmen, so I think they want to go very aggressively on their bowling options, and that's where they have gone in. But you're right. I mean, GT should have ideally gone in for a Shami, but I mean, clearly they have a different strategy altogether. The interesting bit is 4 teams haven't spent anything for now. MI, CSK, KKR and RR. Those are the 4 teams which haven't spent at all. So that's going to be very interesting now to see in the second half how it goes, because those are the teams who are going to kind of go all out on the rest of the players. So let's see how that pans out. Livingston is an interesting choice. RCB has got it at it's a steal.
Yeah.
8.75 crore is a complete steal. Livingston can be a big impact player in the middle order, so he'll make a big difference to the RCB squad. There was a lot of buzz about Rahul and RCB, which clearly hasn't
Hasn't
gone.
played out. Yeah, I was very very surprised because the sort of word, there is a lot of you hear this chatter here and there,
Yeah.
and the one chatter that I definitely heard was Kolkata would not take back Shreyas, and that played out exactly like how it
Correct.
would. I was a little surprised that he went to Punjab and not
Hmm.
Delhi, though Delhi gave a good fight there. But I guess they also were also possibly thinking of who'll come up first and who'll come up next. I think all of that happens a bit. Those calculations happen. But I am I'm also very surprised of Mumbai, particularly not spending as much at all, being careful. Yes, they've got a little, they've got a
I
purse.
think the only player they went for was Mitchell Stark.
They went for Mitchell Stark.
They-
Again, a good choice there, and you would think that Mitchell Stark and Jasprit Bumrah would be absolutely brilliant on that pitch there. But yes, that's the only player that they went for. They didn't do much. Nor did Chennai, though they showed some interest in Liam Livingston. They showed some interest in
correct.
KL Rahul
Yeah,
as well as
yeah.
Mohammad Shami.
Yeah.
But you know how conservative Chennai is, so at least they stuck to their diktat. But your thoughts on someone like David Miller, again, no RTM. Gujarat not RTMing.
GT has been, you're right, GT has been very, very, I mean, they've been very careful with using the RTM. I mean, both in case of Shami and Miller.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what is the strategy that plays out in the second half for GT specifically.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming they're going to go in for some spinners.
I was just so a friend of
so-
mine who's an analyst. She's awesome. She's an Indian cricketer as well. She's played cricket and she's now an analyst. And she's just texted me because she's watching us. She was saying they might use the RTM on Sai Kishore. What do you think?
Interesting choice. Yeah, I mean,
that
that would be a really good one to go for. I mean, he's proven that he can do well for them, and they'll well. I mean, it'll be a good one.
But that means they are diligently going to make sure that they come that he plays the 11 because
Yeah,
both the
absolutely.
seasons that he's played,
Absolutely.
he's kind of sat out and he's been in. I want to get Tos Rizvi in very quickly here because he's very diligently with us in Bombay and he's hoping for Mumbai to make some inroads into the auction, at least at the table. Tos, how do you see it playing out? Because the next batch, as we see, is the batters and the all-rounders. There's some very interesting picks who you think, and there's Harry Brook in there somewhere. Harry Brook, Aiden Markram, Rahul Tripathi, David Warner. Any interesting players there that Mumbai would want to look at?
Definitely, I think a lot of players. I mean, I think again we had a chat a few minutes back. I think Mumbai will not go for the oldies like David Warner's if he's out there. They'll go for maybe Rahul Tripathi is somebody who is aggressive, who's going to partner with Rohit Sharma at the top because Rohit Sharma of late he's have had impactful innings in the World Cup recently, T20 World Cup, which is a good news for Mumbai Indians the way he helped Team India make it to the World Cup finals and then win it at the end. He may not have done in the IPL final, but then that crucial knock again, that crucial half century against Australia was something impactful, which means that he's still there, that T20 cricket is still there, and all the question marks related to that he's getting older. T20 cricket is the game of experience as well as fitness as well as entertainment, the way you can bat. So I think it's all, the strategy may be all about youngsters. They want to fill in for the future. They want people who can be in the present as well as in the near future, maybe another 4-5 years. If we think about that factor. So yeah, Rahul Tripathi and the other guys who are there in the lineup, maybe that the reason that they may not have gone for the marquee players because they knew the fact that having just 45 crores, which is not a huge amount compared to a Punjab or maybe a Lucknow Super Giants who have a huge number of money because they have retained the best of the T20 players, the biggest names of T20 cricket, the Hardiks, the Rohits and the Bumrahs. So they did not have much in their account. They have just 45 crores. So they will be very, very cautious. They won't just get excited just like that. This franchise is the most successful, right? As we spoke about, for 5 IPL titles and 2 Champions League trophy, and it doesn't just come like that. You get up one day and then go on to win IPL or maybe Champions League. It doesn't work like that. So they have a strategy. They have a strategy in place. It did not work out last year with Ishan Kishan. It did not work out last year with many other players, which they may have released, which they may have not gone for, like Ishan Kishan and other guys. So, or maybe they did not go for. They tried for Mitchell Stark. They might have thought, yeah, the righty and lefty combination would have held, but it did not work out. They were there till a certain point. So all these, if you look at the factors, that they have less money, hence they will be smart enough. They won't spend much, exorbitantly or maybe extravagantly. They will be wise in their choices, and looking at the future and present is what they are going to plan right now. And definitely the IPL title this year would be their aim, because mix of present and experience will help them definitely, I'm sure, because the kind of players that they have retained.
Yes, Tos. I think before Amay and I get into a little more conversation on what to expect, I want to go across to Sudat Bharadwaj, who's in Bengaluru, and want to ask him if he's managed to speak to any of the fans, and if they're wondering why didn't they go hard for Chahal, why didn't they go hard for KL Rahul, so that are fans really asking questions now, because you've only managed to get one, though it's a good buy. But what's the buzz there?
Really, it's honestly a bit shocking that they didn't go for someone like Chahal. They didn't even try bidding for KL Rahul for too long. So I don't know why RCB is not going for any of the marquee players. While I do agree that Living Livingston is a steal at 8.5 crores, I think it's an excellent value buy. But it puzzles me as to why RCB didn't go hard for someone like Pant or KL Rahul. I thought one of the two would definitely be something that RCB would aim for, given the fact that they have a massive purse left. So it's a bit bewildering. I thought they would definitely go for someone like Chahal as well, because he has an exceptional record at the Chinnaswamy, and we are badly missing such a quality spinner. So this is something really shocking. In fact, I have a fan with me as well. Were you surprised that they didn't go for KL Rahul?
Yeah, I wanted KL Rahul in the team. It was a bit shocking that they didn't even bid a single time for KL Rahul.
Yeah, they bid for some time, but they didn't go. So, I mean, they didn't, bid for too long. Like, they didn't try bidding for KL Rahul for too long. Did you think that, they bid for someone like KL Rahul or Pant? Whom did you want to see specifically in RCB?
As a Karnataka fan, I wanted KL Rahul in our team. And
which bowler do you think RCB would need? Which fast bowler do you think RCB would need?
RCB actually needs Rabada in the team, but it's already bidded.
So as you can clearly see, fans are, bewildered. They're shocked that, RCB didn't really go hard. You can see they tried bidding for Arshdeep Singh. They tried bidding for Rabada. But with the purse they had, I surely believe one of Rabada or Arshdeep or one of KL Rahul or Pant could have been with us by now, because we need one fast bowler, we need one solid international quality bowler to build our team around, and of course a solid batsman. A captaincy option like KL Rahul or Pant could have been something on the cards for us. But I have a feeling, is it something that we could see where Virat is back at the helm of the captaincy? I think this indicates a move of that sort, because I have a feeling RCB might very well ask Virat to come back to captaincy. But I am wondering, why RCB is not being a little more active at the table right now with such a healthy purse left. From what I see as of now, I think RCB might very well go for someone like Phil Salt, Will Jacks, Kodzia and other such players. But I think it's time RCB buckles up and goes for some good picks, because I think they've missed some real good ones for now. Surely someone out of Arshdeep, Rabada, Chahal, KL Rahul or Pant, at least one or two of them could have been purchased by RCB. That's something definitely RCB would rue missing out on.
Yeah, so that your fan was heartbroken and in shock from what we could see. He really couldn't believe what's panned out in that marquee auction.
They're the most active fans. and they've clearly he was yet to recover from the shock of what has happened at the auction.
Yeah, but seriously, I mean, I think for the kind of purse that they had, the kind of amount that they had, I'm a
Yeah.
little surprised that
Yeah,
they
yeah.
didn't really.
It's very surprising. I mean, they could have gone in for a lot of these players, and which they haven't. Which also, I mean, very interesting point, which is captaincy.
Yeah.
That's going to be a big point, talking point at RCB. So does it go back to Virat Kohli?
Yes.
Or will they now go in for somebody from the rest of the players as a captain, which
Yeah.
seems unlikely.
Yeah.
So it's going to be most likely Virat Kohli back as captain.
Or are they going to? I mean, I don't know. I mean, we've seen even look what cricketers have often told me is logic doesn't work at an auction table. Are they going to write to match Faf and get him back as captain? I don't know. I mean, the craziest
Yeah.
things have happened at an auction table, so I'm not going to put anything past them. But Jamie's also joined in. Are we seeing a few of their teams sealing their captains? Jamie, I'm very interested and very curious to know what you think about Lucknow situation. They went hammer and tongs over Pant. They've got Pant. So is Nicholas Puran not going to be their captain?
I don't know. I mean, look, I know Rishabh Pant is a hot ticket. We discussed this before. 25 crores ceiling will be broke. But what are they bidding for? Are they bidding for Rishabh Pant, the captain? I mean, one of the worst overrates with DC were last year, happening every second match. Again, I know the captaincy is many factors go behind it, the environment of the team, the manager relation, all that stuff. But is Rishabh Pant necessarily the best captain you want? I'm on the fence. I'm a huge Rishabh Pant fan, but I don't see any quantifiable leadership skills. Now, Lucknow again have stumbled in the past couple of years with their previous choice of leader. I think Rishabh Pant is probably somewhat better, but again, look at his returns. Barring the IPL a few seasons, is he actually a natural fit in T20 cricket? He's India's GOAT when it comes to Test cricket. But personally, and I know I'm being very, very harsh here, he's still, to my mind, yet to crack the T20 game. My point is, Rupa, his numbers in T20s across the three formats are actually one of his worst. So 27 crores for a player who is not a natural captain, who we've seen struggles to get his bowling together. Again, long way to go in this auction. We don't know what the nature of Super Giants bowling attack is going to be. But it's just problematic for me that they've gone for 27 crores, hats off to him, But again, you're playing half those matches on a very tacky, borderline, not fit for T20 pitch in Lucknow. And Pant falling over all the time, looking to hit every single ball over fine leg. Is it the best fit? I'm gonna hold back my judgment, and let's talk about this next June once Lucknow's campaign is done.
No, so this is exactly what we were discussing just before Rishabh Pant went on for auction, is what we thought that Nicholas Puran seemed like the official captaincy announcement that was impending, waiting to happen. Rishabh Pant would be lapped up by Punjab in all probability is what we were thinking. But when a franchise spends 27 crores, you're thinking of more than just a...
Interesting bit is I think it's also a lot of optics. Right. I mean, Shreyas had gone to Punjab for 26.75.
Yeah.
And these guys, after the whole right to match thing happened, said 27.
Yeah.
Right. Which is, so it's also a lot of optics of making him the most expensive player, which kind of gives you that, the publicity, if I may call it so, where you have bid for the most expensive player in the IPL. So, I mean, that's one way of looking at it, of course. Captaincy, I agree with what Jamie is saying. I mean, Rishabh hasn't really proven his captaincy. His captaincy record isn't really great. So,
we spoke.
I'm not sure how they're going to manage this.
That's exactly what we even had the conversation on. I mean, we were earlier thinking if he goes to Punjab, and there was this news, but now we know that Shreyas is possibly the captain of Punjab. We were thinking that there was this new rumor doing the rounds that Ponting wanted Steve Smith to captain that side. And my thought was, Rishabh Pant would like to just sit back and not be captain.
Correct.
He would just want his batting to do his talking for once and live up to all the expectations that we already put on him as a match winner, which we've seen in Test cricket but not seen in T20 as much as we would like it to. But your thoughts, I mean, Jamie, I am stunned at how Bengaluru has managed to do these auctions. What is happening there? What is Bengaluru doing?
16 seasons, I think a lot of their fans are still asking. I don't want to go take a pot shot at their fans, but how are their fans still even in this multitude with this team? We discussed it a few hours ago when I was there, maybe this time, but again, they're showing signs of. Does RCB are they interested in winning IPL? It's like we're talking about this PR exercise. It seems like 21 crores for Virat Kohli, letting go of Faf. Not going for KL Rahul. RCB fans, I wish you all the best for the next season. Because
Jamie, we had one right now, and he was shell shocked. I don't think he could speak much.
Yeah.
He couldn't speak much at all.
So that managed to get one of them who was obviously
I saw that bit,
who was obviously in utter shock, and he couldn't really live that down. But yeah, I think I'm also a few surprises there for me too. I must say, I honestly thought Gujarat should have RTM'd Shami. I don't know why that happened, unless there is something else that we're not aware of, and Shami. I don't know.
Injury worries. Could possibly be that.
I think again, I've never been part of these engine rooms, but I just think when you're away for a year, another year goes by. Look at the BGT. There was talk about he should be on the same flight. Look, he got those 6-7 wickets for Bengal against was it MP? They won a match by a narrow margin, but the BCCI selectors didn't jump the gun. They said, you know what, go play a few overs of Saeed Mushtaq Ali Trophy. You're telling me that a few matches of T20 where Shami will probably bowl his 4 overs in 2 spells, that's preparation for the BGT. So I think perhaps it's just that fact, they don't know. And maybe franchises see that if he's going to be rushed back into Test cricket and maybe even the Champions Trophy squad, given how brilliant Shami was, chalo, it's been a year, but he had a massive say in India's form, in the World Cup last year.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just worried about, burnout or injury. He got wickets, Rupa, but he didn't look like the fittest Shami. Now, that'll come the more you play. He can become leaner in the next couple of months, but who knows? Maybe these things do play. I don't know.
The way I look at it, you cannot really take Shami out of Ahmedabad. I think those conditions were perfect for someone like him.
Yeah,
I think
that's
he
true.
really was amazing there. Mohit stepped up as well last season, and they really supported each other really well. Now, GT instead of that has gone for, if I just kind of look at it, Mohammad Siraj and Kagiso Rabada. I don't know. I'm not sure how that matches up to what Mohit and
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't add up at all. Shami has been a star, and you've rightly put it. The wicket there at Ahmedabad does suit his style, but clearly they think Siraj is maybe less injury prone than Shami and may play the whole season.
Yeah, of course, 3 years.
So could be that. Another thing that's really struck me, Stark was the most expensive buy in the last auctions. Now this time he's gone in for less than a lot of the Indian pacers, right? Shami is lower than him. He's gone for less than Siraj.
We kind of predicted the same just before his bidding started. We said that he would go for around 13 to 14. Again,
He's gone for
I'm not too
11.75,
surprised
yeah,
though,
yeah.
and we've had this conversation. I think when Jamie and Vineet we were having this conversation, not too surprised with what Stark actually went for, because he can be a bit deceptive. He's one of those players, like I keep saying, he's not, like this is just in good humor. We speak about trophy wives. I think a lot of these foreign pacers are like that. You want to buy one to show it off, but will they really sort of translate to getting you what you really paid them for? I don't know. But a lot of interesting buys in that department still yet to come. You have a Trent Bolt, whom I'm very
correct.
keen to see where he goes. I think many more if I just see the list. But yeah, thoughts on that, Jamie? Stark and his price tag.
11.75, I believe.
That's
to
right, 11.75.
DC.
Yeah.
Now again, DC, we discussed this earlier. DC have, like you just mentioned, Rupa, they've gone for that overseas fast bowler, Nokia, Rabada, a couple more back in the day. Names aren't coming to me in my old age, but it's. I think he'll be a good fit. Again, it depends who they're going to bolster their bowling attack with. But half the matches at the Kotla, where I think more than Eden Gardens, his style of bowling might actually work. I would bowl him 2 up front, and then I would not even think about giving him a third. I would wait for the back end, because at the Kotla a lot of wickets do follow. It's a small ground, runs can be scored. but a lot of fast bowlers, if they're accurate, can get wickets in the back end of innings. So I think Mitchell Stark, yes, I'm surprised. I think 11.75 is a bit too high for him, but he's a World Cup winner, he's a WTC winner, he's an IPL winner, so a lot of things going in favor. Not right now in Perth, he's probably hating Test cricket right now after bowling a lot of overs. But 4 or 5 months from now, if he's fit, if he's energized, I think he could have a 20 to 25 wicket season for DC.
I think I'm very interested in seeing Josh Hazelwood as well. Josh Hazelwood, Nandre Berger. I'm curious to see where they would go. Even someone like Norke. I mean, those are really solid buys for you. We've got another reporter joining us in Purnima from Chennai. I love it. I love listening to Chennai fans talk because a lot of what they say makes so much sense.
And
Purnima,
Chennai hasn't spent yet.
Chennai hasn't spent yet. But again, we were just talking about how they could go for Ashwin, and Ashwin's coming up in the lot next, I believe. I think he is there. Yeah, he's there in the lot coming up. Yep, all-rounder number 1 there. So, Purnima, are they excited and looking forward to a homecoming of sort?
Well, a bunch of cricket fans as young as, how old are you?
9.
9 years. They're all patiently waiting here to see if CSK makes its first bid anytime soon. I mean, you were expecting Rahul to be bought by CSK.
So what happened was like suddenly CSK entered the bid for Rahul at 12.25. I suddenly thought, okay, this is the hire that have been identified by Dhoni, and CSK is like, he's the keeper, he's probably a future captain. Maybe they suddenly entered at 12.25. They were not bidding at the start, so maybe that thought that they're going to go for it, but they didn't go for it further than that. And also they had a couple of surprising bids. They suddenly entered the auction for Livingston at around 8 crores, and then they didn't go beyond 8.75. Then they again bid for Siraj, and then again they didn't go beyond 8 crores. So Chahal would have been a great addition to CSK. They went as far as 5.5 or 5.75 for Chahal, and then left it at that. So we're still waiting who they're going to add to the squad, but there are a lot of marquee players yet to be auctioned. So
one is Ashwin that's going to come up. Are you hoping that CSK buys Ashwin this time?
I hope so, because there's like no bowlers like retained, a very weak spin, like there's no spinners. Ravindra Jadeja is all rounder. We're expecting more bowlers. Patirana is like seamer. So we're trying to find more, like as CSK fan, we're going to try more like spinners, seamers. We're going to try new bowlers and marquee players now this time. So we need like power attack. Now we also need batsmen. We have very less batsmen, and we have middle order. We also need people for middle order and top order. We have no like starting players like strike and non-strike. Then the bowlers Matisha Tikshana was not retained. Then only Patirana was there for seamers. We hope that there's more players. When I was seeing the auction, I thought Siraj was the one who's going to come and start like the bowling for us. But there's a disappointment for CSK fans.
CSK, however, on Twitter says stay calm, and that's the word coming in from the CSK official handle. So here they are waiting patiently. Ashwin, there's a lot of excitement here, hoping that Ashwin joins, but you never know. Expect the unexpected has been Dhoni's formula, so we'll have to wait and see what CSK does.
Loving it, Purnima. I love the fans that you talk to. Here's another one. Trust the process, and the process is just setting in. Who knows? We'll probably see them making some moves. But I wanted to talk about the set that's coming up.
Yeah.
It's the all-rounder set, and you've got some very interesting names there. Harry Brook. I'm very, very curious to see where he'll end up. I love watching Harry Brook.
Yeah.
He's great player of spin as well.
Absolutely.
Devon Conway could see they have an RTM, right? Chennai has one RTM. Could see an RTM for him somewhere there. Jake Fraser-McGurk, I love to see JFM as well. Aiden Markram, Devdutt Padikkal, Rahul Tripathi, David Warner. That's the batting. Those are the batters coming up, and then of course you'll have the all-rounders.
All-rounders, yeah. There's Toyness in the all-rounder
all-rounder list.
Marsh,
Glenn Maxwell.
Maxwell, of course.
Harshal Patel, again a very, very good pick there.
Some really big names coming up.
Venkatesh Iyer. I'm betting that Venkatesh Iyer is going to get a decent interest going there. Jamie, what do you think?
Absolutely, he's a big match player. We've seen him blow hot and cold for KKR in like league matches. But look at his record in playoffs, and it all boils down to playoffs, right?
Yeah.
I just hope for his sake he goes to one of the franchises which have at least one track which is a belter, because I think if he goes to like a team like Lucknow or even Delhi where it's slow and low, it doesn't bring the best out of him. But you give him, I mean, a track where the ball comes on. I remember he got that brilliant 100 in a lost cause against Mumbai at the Wankhede. The guy was swinging whichever bowler came on, Berendorf, Arjun Tendulkar, Piyush Chawla. He was just swinging. So you want to see a player like him, who I think probably should have played more for India. You want him at his best, and I think from what I've seen of him over the last 3-4 years, give him flatter tracks and his hand-eye coordination, his bat speed is brilliant. So very, very keen to see where he goes, because he's a very, very good. I know he's in the all-rounder category, but he doesn't bowl much. I mean, maybe he bowls now because, frankly, KKR haven't required him to bowl. But certain franchises maybe get an over or two out of him, because he is a partnership breaker after all.
Amaya, your thoughts on the batting list as well?
David Warner is going to be a very, very interesting one. I mean, we'll have to see
I don't know.
where.
I always think, why? I honestly, okay, so here's my thought. And this was one of my things that are going in, even when I was doing this mock auction bit. You want to also look at the people who gel in with your team. I don't know. I mean, I want a guy who's not so temperamental. I don't want someone who's going to upset the team ethos over there. And
I'm very curious. Who picked David Warner? In the mock auction?
In the mock auction, Bengaluru. To
Okay.
open with Virat Kohli. I'm like, wow, let's see how that goes.
Trust RCB to go for a
Yeah. We can expect them to do
strike
that.
rate has been dipping over the last few years, and like you mentioned, is perhaps a bit temperamental. Look again. He's achieved so much, but like I said, he's 38. Strike rate is a problem. I was seeing his recent form. He's only played that max 10 in the Cayman Islands.
Yes.
Probably small ground. Does a team want to pay upwards of 4 crores for David Warner? He's not a Faf du Plessis who still reels off 80 or 40 every few matches. I'm talking about the guys who are 38 plus. Fantastic. One of I think the leading overseas player in IPL history. Maybe him and Gale are up there. But like I said, I just feel he's a spent force. So he'll go somewhere. But
he'll go somewhere.
I would pay more than 3.54 crore for David Warner right now.
But here's the thing. If he goes somewhere, he has to be in the 11, right?
Yeah.
And he has to open.
Absolutely.
He has to open.
And with RCB, you never know. He may just captain them. He has a captaincy record. He's captain
my God,
DC,
Virat
he's captain
playing under
SRH.
David Warner.
So you never know. With RCB,
I am
you never
hiding
know.
my face.
You could just have RCB's next captain in David Warner.
Oh God, that'll be interesting. I mean, it'll make for good. Conversations and
Meme
good,
material.
But yeah, I want to see where he lands up, because he has to be in the 11 if you're getting David Warner. Lucknow, Lucknow, whom did they go for? Lucknow went for David Miller. Lucknow went for Rishabh Pant. They need an opener too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of interesting options there. Then you've got someone like Jake Fraser McGurk as well, Devon Conway. I'm really curious about the all-rounders list as well. I love the names there. Hopefully there'll be some movement there, because especially for Mumbai and Bengaluru, because they might want a few of these options here. Jamie, your thoughts on the all-rounder list? Quite a few interesting names there. Stoinis, Harshal Patel, Mitchell Marsh.
Incidentally,
Mitchell,
RCB
again,
has
all
the
these
most-
guys on their day, not Harshal Patel, I'm talking about Maxwell, Marsh and Stoinis. On their day, they can be devastating. But I think their days are so few and far between, right? I mean, Maxwell, we remember that 200 he got off one leg. Uske baad, the guy is not, I mean, he looks so out of form. I watched the recent Australia series, he looked out of form. Mitchell Marsh, he's injury prone, he plays 2 blinders and then he goes absent for the next 1 month. And again, Stoinis, he got a fantastic 100 for LSG. But these kind of players, do you really want a player firing once in 14 matches? I don't get the fuss over these players. Maybe I'm just too cynical, but.
No, so before Amaya comes in, I just want to very quickly say this. So there was this conversation that I had with Ashwin after that mock auction, and I said Bengaluru must RTM Glenn Maxwell, if not Will Jacks. And he was like, why? And I said he's a player who can win you games, and he likes playing in Bengaluru. He loves the environment. That's a big tick mark if he's getting along with the people there. And he didn't have a bad last season. he was pretty decent. He was a little more than consistent compared to all his previous seasons. Again, no comparison to 2014 because that was not in India. That was in Dubai. That was one of his best IPL seasons. But I would like a Maxwell any day. I mean, I don't know.
I agree. And I think they would use the RTM for a Maxwell. I mean, they will need an impact player in the middle order. And I mean, if they don't, I don't know what their auction strategy is. So I mean, ideally, yeah, they would use RTM and get Maxwell on board. Interestingly, Mumbai right now, Bangalore has the most money left in the purse. So they could spend big on the batters and your all-rounders. They're, I think, at 74, which is the purse left for RCB. So, I mean, they could go all out right now on the batters and all-rounders.
I want to get in Toss there, who's, I think, freshened himself up a bit because he's preparing himself for hopefully some activity on the Mumbai table.
Yeah.
A change of t-shirt, Toss? Do I see a change of t-shirt? Not the right colors for Mumbai franchise, though.
No, it's still Chennai Super Kings. I don't know why I wore this t-shirt, yellow. And I saw Amaya also wearing the same t-shirt. So it's not, we are being neutral right now. I mean, it's just coincidence that I'm wearing a Chennai Super King t-shirt. Yeah, we are. Amaya, remember this ground we used to play over here? I mean, Shivaji Park. I'm surprised that Mumbai Indians haven't started the way they used to. But again, I'm not surprised considering they have their set of players, they have their set of retained players. They may have a different strategy. I mean, I was just speaking to a few cricketers who said that Shardul Thakur could be one of the options. Here they're thinking, but then they already have Hardik Pandya, right? So why would they want to have a Shardul Thakur second all-rounder? Maybe they will go for Nitish Rana. Maybe they would partner. They would like to have Arshdeep to partner Jasprit Bumrah, somebody who's interesting when it comes to T20 cricket as well, not just Test cricket alone. Then you have all youngsters, right? Like Jitesh Sharma is another option. They may not have gone for Ishan Kishan, but definitely Jitesh Sharma is an option. He's an exciting T20 player. Yes. We know what he did for Punjab with the bat as well as behind the wickets. Then there is Rahul Tripathi. Then I'm waiting for. I mean, are they waiting for Prithvi Shaw? I mean, he's still a talent, right? He's still an exciting talent to watch out for. I mean, he may not have lived up to the potential, but Mumbai Indians may go for this young talented cricketer from Mumbai. I mean, you may never know. He might he might return to form. He might change his career completely. He might seek a new direction with a lot of young experienced hands over there. He might learn a lot of things, and also since it's Mumbai. Since it's Rohit Sharma, since Sachin Tendulkar is the mentor and the icon of Mumbai Indians, you may see a Prithvi Shaw getting back into the streamline, getting back into a lot of controversy was on, right, related to Prithvi Shaw. A lot of things was said. He might come back on the track and come out as a decent player from next year onwards. You never know if he's picked. So that could be an idea. Maybe Sai Kishore as a left arm spinner. See, they don't have spinners. So they may go for, they left Yuzi Chahal, who could have been effective. See, they had Piyush Chawla. He did well decently for Mumbai Indians, although he was he's like above 35 or something, right? He's quite an experienced guy, but then obviously they did not retain him for obvious reasons. But they could have gone for Yuzi Chahal, but then they did not go. So they have a lot of exciting names coming up in the next lineup, I believe, and they would definitely open the account in the upcoming lineup. And I see a lot of names: Shahbaz Ahmed, Tushar Deshpande is another guy, Chennai Super Kings, right? We know what he did for Chennai Super Kings, how he was molded by Mahendra Singh Dhoni. So it would be an interesting choice to have Tushar Deshpande as well. Considering that they just have 45 crores in their account, so they will have to be very, very cautious. Again, they might also look at Krunal Pandya, their favorite player, their match winner. Again, Hardik Pandya would be keen on having his brother partner in crime, or maybe a Washington Sundar. So there are some exciting names out there, right, for Mumbai to fetch. So I'm not really. They have the best of the players in the lineup right now, the retained players. but then they have to just fix in those puzzles. That's it. It's not a big task. I think they'll be back.
Yes, of course, it's about fixing those puzzles. I think for most of all of the IPL franchises, after the break, I think the second lot, third lot of batsmen are out, and Harry Brook, one of the most exciting talents going around, is definitely there. Remember, Harry Brook was with Delhi. Was with Delhi, did not play the season, but then again, one of the most exciting talents, and of course, going for 6 crore currently. And no surprises there. Ricky Ponting very much in that Ricky Ponting mold. Harry Brook is there. It's quite an exciting.
I think
bunch of batters
Punjab and Delhi are going very aggressively at him.
For it. Delhi, of course. I mean, last year also you saw they getting picked up. Harry Brook being picked up by Delhi. Very interesting lot. This Harry Brook, Devon Conway, Jake Fraser, McGurk. I mean, somebody like a Harry Brook, you saw what he had done for England in the white ball, in red ball and white ball, also in the the T20 league also that they have played. Would be a very, very good buy for Punjab. Again, Punjab, the kind of amount of money that
in
they
Punjab,
have.
they're building up a very good squad. If you look at it, they've already got. I mean, of course, they've got Shreyas with a Harry Brook in the squad. That would add a lot of firepower to their middle order. And they've picked up Arshdeep and Chahal. So the pace bowling. He's got sold. He's got sold to
I think
DC.
Gone for DC 6.25. Going back to DC, I think for me it's a steal.
It's a steal. It's an absolute steal.
Absolute steal there for DC. They
These English players are surprising. I mean, this is now 6.25. Your Livingston has gone to RCB for 8.75.
8.75. Yeah.
So the English players are really. I mean, they're the steals at this auction.
They are the absolute steals. And the thing is, till last season, that was the case with the English players. The availability, their availability was a very big issue. But this time around, at least we know for the next 3 seasons,
they're going to be available for
they would be available. And somebody like a Harry Brook, if he is available, you have to play him. Absolutely. And for DC, they did have him. They know the value of Harry Brook there. So most definitely, and it's a very good buy as well. And as you mentioned, they already have a big buy in Mitchell Starc. They have KL Rahul at 14 crore. It'll be interesting to see how much of these big buys they can keep on going, DC, because these have been all big buys. Moving on, we have Devdutt Padikkal, and quite surprisingly, surprisingly unsold. Wow, not even RCB getting interested in something
very surprising. Very surprising.
Padikkal, if you remember, some 2 years back, I mean, he was one of their star player. Very surprising that Devdutt Padikkal has not.
Unfortunately, they moved him up and down the order as well.
In the moment he moved to Rajasthan Royals, where he had to play one down, and then with LSG also did not work out. So very unfortunate that it's surprising for me why why RCB are not going hard at at least their local players, be it a KL Rahul, be it a Devdutt Padikkal. I don't know what the future would be for.
The answer is in your question.
But Aiden Markram, Ameya,
the answer is in your question. It's RCB.
You and Rupha were discussing about the captaincy options, and one of the names that I think most of us. Devdutt Padikkal remains unsold, of course. Yes, we've done that. Aiden Markram, is a very strong captaincy candidate.
Yes.
He was the SRH captain before the whole Pat Cummins enigma.
I hope RCB at least go for him. Clearly doesn't seem to be the case.
I think done.
Oh, he's sold. He's already sold to LSG.
Wow. LSG with a very, very good buy of Aiden Markram at only 2 crore. There was no other interest there for Aiden Markram, which is quite surprising. Even Sunrisers Hyderabad,
So you have a Aiden Markram, a Miller, and a Pant for LSG, which is
quite huge. Which is huge. I mean, Aiden Markram gives you that solidity at number 4. You have Pant at number 5. So LSG in a way building a very, very strong unit. And moving on to Devon Conway, and this is probably where Chennai Super Kings might wake up from their slumber. They might be looking for that. I think they don't. They have an RTM on an uncapped player, if I'm not wrong. But Devon Conway going up to 2.2. Chennai Super Kings are definitely looking at it.
I think they have bid for him.
They have bid for it. Yeah. I mean, when you look at Devon Conway, in some ways he is one of those players who, at least Chennai Super Kings can look to, have a replacement for an MS Dhoni, at least for the 2 years or 3 years, whatever it is. Yeah. Last year they had Devon Conway, but they did not use him as a keeping option. But a damn good keeper, very good batter also.
Very, very underrated batter as well.
Very much.
He's performed well for Chennai. He's among the stars at Chennai, be it MS Dhoni or Jadeja or later now, of course, Ruturaj Gaikwad. He's gone unnoticed for some time now.
Very much so, very
but,
much
he's been a good performer for Chennai. I'm not surprised that Chennai are bidding for him. I'm not at all surprised.
I think the RTM is there. But I'll come to Jamie. Jamie, quite surprising, two names, that is Devdutt Padikkal going unsold and just 2 crores for Aiden Markram. There was no other interest there.
Slightly different views to both of you gentlemen. Vineet, you remember that video that I did for Cricket Next about 5 big names which would go unsold?
Yeah.
I actually, the second name I put on that list was actually Aiden Markram.
Aiden Markram, right.
And I dropped him because look, I agree with you, he's a sharp player, but his T20 form has deserted him this year. He's been pathetic as a batsman, And so I get why teams, again, where do you bat him? If Aiden Markram's not opening like Kane Williamson, how does he walk into any T20 franchise?
Number
Not
4.
a big
Why
hitter,
not number 4? That very
Absolute
solid
weight.
partnership with Heinrich Larsson and 5 and Aiden Markram at 4.
He spent so much of the last season not even doing anything for Sunrise Hyderabad, and I think that has now set the precedent.
That's true.
He's not that player that 3 years ago you invested in. I mean, you watch him in the T20 World Cup. You watch him recently against India. He just looks a wreck right now in T20. Had he got even 150, 250s against India a few weeks ago, he would have got. So I'm actually surprised that he went for 2. Again, he's going to Lucknow, one of the toughest places to bat. 8 matches, Aiden Markram walking in at number 4, the ball zooming around. I don't think he's going to. And even, Devdutt Padikkal, that was 3 years ago when he was the emerging player. Not his fault that he's been shuffled, like Amir mentioned, But when you don't do anything for 2 years, your stock drops. So I'm not surprised that Devdutt Padikkal, for now, he'll probably get the backdoor entry tomorrow somewhere. But you have to, it's like we keep talking about in the Indian team. If you don't grab your chances in 3-4 games, you go so far down that line, which is why someone like Sanju Samson, his career could have been finished after 2 ducks. But they backed him and then he got 300s. Devdutt Padikkal, I think his strike rate was 75 in the last IPL.
It was.
Why would you go for him? So I have a slightly different view from both of you, respectfully, on this.
Yeah, Devdutt Padikkal to understandable. And before we get this conversation going, we do have one of the bites from reaction from Josh Buttler, in fact, after his 15.75 crore by GT. So most definitely Josh Buttler would be a happy trooper, and he would be combining forces with Shubman Gill definitely at the top of the order. Quite exciting it will be. We'll have the soundbite ready. Yeah, of course we can run it.
Hi guys, Josh Butler here. Absolutely delighted to be joining the Gujarat Titans. Amazing watching the auction and obviously delighted, as I said, to finish up at the Gujarat Titans. A few people there I know really well already who I'm looking forward to link up with. And exciting names, obviously Shubman Gill, Rashid Khan, guys. I can't wait to play alongside. So really excited for the season. Have a day.
It's going to be quite an opening combination.
Very
Shubman
interesting
Gill.
opening combination. And the name that he says, Rashid Khan. Look at that GT lineup. Rashid Khan, Shubman Gill, Josh Buttler. It is going to be one power packing. And as I was also mentioning when Rupa was here with our broadcast, that Josh Buttler is somebody, will give you that explosiveness, but also somebody who can bat deep as well. But Jamie, I do have I know you have a different take on this. Do you see Shubman Gill, Josh Buttler, both of them combining at top of the order, or you would see, Gill getting into that kind of a shell, or you probably wanted somebody else to give Gill that kind of an, freedom, so to speak, to have that T20 opening slot there?
I would want someone to just take the pressure off him. As good as Sai Sudarshan has been, they kind of bat the same way, right? You mentioned earlier taking it deep. Shubman Gill's version of taking it deep is not necessarily good for his franchise. He had that bumper season that year. But again, last season, without Hardik Pandya around, without Mohammad Shami around, it almost seemed like he's taking on too much pressure, Yeah, Conway has gone to CSK.
Yeah, Conway has gone to CSK.
Conway, CSK, 6.25. Again, that's again a very, very good buy for them. If they had to retain Conway, probably would have to shell out 11 crores. But at least
I really didn't expect anybody else to go for him. I think there was a bidding war which happened, but I'm not surprised he's gone to CSK at all.
I'm again surprised with the fact that why are RCB not going for these kind of players? I mean, that is what they need.
You know, here's
Devon
another
Conway.
interesting name, Rahul Tripathi. I mean, he's performed really well in
Very
the past couple of seasons.
underrated
Extremely
player,
Yeah.
extremely underrated player. I mean, it's a good thing that his bid from 75 lakh has gone to over 2 crores. Knight Riders and Super Kings, again, they see a lot of value for what Tripathi does. It's kind of Tripathi is, you know, kind of that player that who doesn't have any baggage. He'll come in, he'll do what is required of the team. He won't really look at his stats and numbers. Something he did for Sunrisers Hyderabad as well.
Interestingly, they are not even in the bidding war right now. It's basically a
Super
war
Kings and
between
Knight
Super
Riders.
Kings and Knight Riders. Correct.
Knight Riders looking for, you know, with six players retained, they are just trying to add on to, you know, their playing 11, and Tripathi will fit right in that slot most definitely. Super Kings and Knight Riders. Super Kings, I think for the first time they've had this prolonged bidding. They've been in this bidding actively for Rahul Tripathi, and also makes sense to have you know, somebody like a Rahul Tripathi in that setup for sure. So we are kind of in the end of this this all-round batter slot. David Warner to go and Jake Fraser McGurk also to go here. Could be quite
Two big
interesting.
Australians, yeah.
Your pick on Rahul Tripathi? What's the bid that he might eventually get on with? From 75 lakh to 3.4 is quite good.
I think he's that's it. I think 3.4 is what he's getting sold at, but and which is par for course. I mean, I don't think.
I think they have done it. 3.4.
Yeah, 3.4 to Chennai.
Crore to Chennai. Rahul Tripathi slots very well into that. I wouldn't say Ajinkya Rahane mold, but definitely in that number 3, number
he's
4
far
slot.
more aggressive.
Far
than,
more aggressive, of course.
than
Far more
Ajinkya
aggressive,
Rahane.
of
But,
course.
yeah,
So
it's an
Chennai with
interesting
back-to-back
pick.
buys.
Interesting pick.
Chennai with back-to-back buys there now. They've gone up 3.4 crore and 6.25 crores with two. We are left with, I think, two more names: Jake Fraser McGurk and David Warner. Quite interesting. David Warner.
Yeah,
Jamie, I do want to have your thoughts on David Warner. Where is he going?
Are RCB going for him?
Should he be going anywhere? That is my question.
Are RCB going for him, Jamie?
Like we discussed, I mean, if there's one team which will make that blunder, it is RCB, right? And like you said earlier, they might even make him captain. Again, look, 38 strike rate has been an issue for the last 3-4 years. Rupa alluded to that disruptive element in the dressing room.
Oh, unsold, Jamie. He's got unsold.
Huge, unsold.
Called it, Vineet called it on Cricket Next 4 days ago.
Of course, I mean that is huge.
First name I said.
This is a bona fide legend of the game who's getting unsold. David Warner going unsold, and here comes his heir apparent Jake Fraser McGurk. We'll have to see where he goes. But David Warner, wow. Thoughts I'll come to here.
Absolutely.
David Warner,
one of the top
getting
run
unsold.
scorers of the IPL going unsold at an auction. I mean,
one of the top scorers. I think the player with the most fours in this tournament with 50s right there at the top. As I said, he's one of the goats of IPL. Thus, you'd call it an end of an era where, you know, you had one time Chris Gayle getting unsold, and here you have David Warner getting unsold.
Absolutely. It's not surprising. Yeah, he's 38, right? He has done what he has done. I mean, he's achieved greatness. He's got the record. He's broken the records. He's achieved everything in T20 cricket, and especially the IPL. I mean, he might be thinking, yeah, he's done with Australia. He might take his career forward with this IPL. But then, you know, the teams are smarter. They want fresh legs. You saw what happened with Tripathi, the last player, and then you saw what exactly this guy went for 2 crores. Aiden Markram, Devon Conway. So teams won't bet on the oldies, right? With all due respect, you are getting older, so they have to realize. See, it's not just about 1 or 2 years. It's about like when will the next mega auction will come up, and then if you if you bid for 2 crores or maybe more than that on a player who's on the right side of 30, or maybe he's closer to 40. I mean, it doesn't work like that. Everybody is not Mahendra Singh Dhoni, you know. So Mahendra Singh Dhoni is a different breed altogether. He's a legend of the game. He's still active, and he plays once in a year.
But
that
again,
is the IPL.
you need
So
to show some respect to the goat of IPL, of course, isn't it?
Well,
Jamie, Rupa is
I'm
here,
not
and
surprised.
she is saying that she was right, isn't it? She was right. Why did David Warner go unsold?
I outlined this in the video that I did for the Cricket Next channel 4 days ago. The first name I had going unsold was David Warner, because like I said earlier, 38 Rupa also mentioned very truly that disruptive element factor. The strike rate has been dipping 110, 112, just does not cut it. And then I gave his recent form. If your recent T20 form is playing that 10 aside thing in the Cayman Islands, where we don't know how big the grounds are,
Yeah.
everything was stacked against David Warner weeks ago. So I'm not surprised that, again, four more guys that I've named unsold. We'll see how they go. But yeah, David Warner, I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, but it definitely is an end of an era in the IPL.
Kind of, yes.
I mean, he was one of your big impact players in the IPL.
From an overseas point of view, one of
Absolutely.
the biggest impact
Absolutely.
players,
Absolutely.
apart from a Malinga and a Chris Gayle, to be
Gayle,
honest.
correct. Yeah, absolutely.
Great partnerships there with Shikhar Dhawan at SRH, with Johnny Bairstow at SRH. Even you associate David Warner with the Delhi franchisee as well. So of course, definitely big. But moving on, I mean, it's looking ahead to the future. As I mentioned earlier, the heir apparent to David Warner, Jake Fraser McGurk, is there, and it's a very healthy bid that is going on. Punjab was
it's a
there.
fight between Punjab and
Lucknow was there. I think Delhi has now come back in. Delhi.
Oh, Delhi have an RTM. Delhi have an RTM.
Delhi have enabled the RTM. In fact, I mean, there was no way in hell that they were going to let go of Jake Fraser McGurk. He came in as a late replacement and just hit it out of the park, literally, with his stupendous innings there, fastest 50 scores. So of course,
this is going to be interesting. So Punjab are going to have Punjab will have to now up their bid, and he's currently at 5.50
crores. So
which is again going to be a steal if they.
Most definitely it will be a steal. But tell me, what would be the ideal amount? What would be the amount that Punjab would like to,
I think they're going to go to about 8 crore is what my feeling is.
Pant,
And
they went to 5 crores. I think when the RTM was enabled, they went to 7 crores. Let's see how much Jake Fraser McGurk goes up for that.
9.
4.
They've gone
4.5 crores. 4.5 crore raised by Punjab Kings and Delhi. Match it at 9 crores. Jake Fraser McGurk to Delhi. Very good buy. A lot of Australian buys for DC there. I mean, you already have a Mitchell Stark. Now you have Jake Fraser McGurk. Go ahead.
They've
Jimmy.
had that Australian favor since the first season. When they had Glenn McGrath, David Warner was actually uncapped. So they've had that. Mitchell Marsh, and again, let's not forget, it was Ricky Ponting that got Jake Fraser McGurk into the IPL. He's been talking about him for about 2 odd years. So not surprised that Punjab went hard for him, but good that DC got him back, because I think he's going to have a good season this time.
And I think it was a very good decision on DC's part that they did not retain him. They had to at least shell out 11 crores there, and now they're getting him at 9 crores, which is
so you're going to have a
than
Rahul and
the-
McGurk open the innings for DC. Rahul has gone to DC. So you'll have a good.
Needed an opener in terms of they required an opener, of course. So Rahul Tripathi you could see that. I mean, he is definitely a top order batter for his domestic side, Maharashtra.
No, I meant we need KL Rahul.
KL Rahul,
KL Rahul is with DC now.
And
so
Jake
it's
Fraser
basically
McGurk. Again, it
the
works
two
out.
of them
It works
are gonna
out.
be
One
opening.
explosive batter there and one solid batter, or whatever you call.
So
for
they've sorted
KL
out
Rahul.
their opening combination there.
In a way, they have sorted their opening combinations. They're quite interesting pick. Now we have moved on to the all-rounders bit, I think, and
Yeah, that's Harshal Patel now in the all-rounders category. Correct.
Harshal Patel in the all-rounders category. But let's talk about Jake Fraser McGurk a bit more. Jamie, you touched upon the fact about Ricky Ponting being so much heavily involved in Fraser McGurk coming to IPL. Punjab did go very hard at it. But looking at the kind of talent, the small amount of talent that he showed in the small window for DC, there was no way DC were going to let go of him.
Absolutely. He's actually done better for DC than he has for Australia. You look at his recent form.
Correct.
He's sort of going through that Abhishek Sharma phase where he can't face more than 10 balls, and he's getting out to Haris Rauf got him, and another Pakistan fast bowler got him. So I've been watching all these youngsters very, very closely, in the lead up to this. He's not going to get you hundreds, but if he can get you a 50 in 20, 23 balls every 4 or 5 games, that's gold when it comes to the IPL. And you have someone like KL Rahul, who, let's hope for Delhi Capitals fans' sakes that KL Rahul bats the way we all know he can. And even if he doesn't, to have someone like Jake Fraser McGurk, it just gives KL Rahul the license to bat deep be the anchor, if that's the word you want to use, and then hope that Jake Fraser works. Because in the few matches we saw him, guys, in the IPL, he didn't have any regard for whoever's coming in. You could be Mitchell Stark, you could be Jasprit Bumrah. If I feel I can hit you into the side screen, oh by God, I'm going to go ahead and do that. So very, very exciting player. But like Australian fans are now day by day, match by match learning to accept, even DC fans are going to have to brace for more failures than success. Because when you bat that way, looking to swing at every ball, failure is going to happen more than success. But when he clicks, my gosh, it's going to be fun to watch JFM.
Clicks, he would be a treat to watch. Jake Fraser Magog. We have moved on to the all-rounders list. Quite interesting that Harshal Patel puts himself in the all-rounder category with the bat. I don't think he has done much apart from the fact that he has opened the batting for Haryana.
Interestingly, the bid has gone up almost 3 times.
3 times
for him as an all-rounder.
6.75 crores. Yeah. No, but of course, Harshal Patel brings you that value in the sense the last 4 years he's been the highest wicket taker of in the at least once, I think 2 seasons he has been the highest wicket taker.
2 seasons.
Does have that knack of getting wickets at the right time. He's a decent death bowler also. So there is a lot of value in bringing in Harshal Patel. But interesting to see who's bidding for him. Somebody like
you had that one standout season for RCB.
Of course.
And but I'm not sure. I mean, as an all-rounder, would you want to spend so much on a Harshal Patel? So let's see. I mean, I think
RCB definitely not in the fray. It is SRH. SRH, the bid currently is with SRH at 6.75 crore. Quite interesting. And Harshal Patel, the whatever good he has done in the past seasons, I think the returns have been a bit diminishing there. So it'll be interesting to see how the teams go about it. Punjab also thinking a bit about Harshal Patel there.
They have an RTM, I think, on Harshal Patel. So
they have an RTM available.
They
on
haven't
Harshal
enabled
Patel.
it yet.
Will be interesting to see if they want to enable the RTM at 6.75 crore. Could be worth that RTM there. We'll have to see. Harshal Patel, they're still deliberating. Taz is with us, continuing at Shivaji Park. It's almost lights are going out there. Taz, your thoughts on Harshal Patel? Do you think Harshal Patel, for me it's like the returns have been diminishing, but even though he has that kind of skill set where he does get some wickets at the right time, so do you see value in him at 6.75 crore? And I think Punjab
have
actually enabled the RTM there on SRH.
No, not as an all-rounder, right? I mean, I was surprised looking him in the all-rounders list. कि ये कहाँ से आ गया all-rounder? ये कब हो गया? When did he do that with the bat? I haven't seen much. But
as I said, there was some 5 years back he opened the bowling for Haryana and opened the batting. That was the only all-rounder bid I know.
And they have upped the bid now. I think SRH has upped the bid, to 8 crores.
From 6.5 to 8.
8.
Wow. SRH really going for it. Maybe SRH are looking for a replacement for T. Natarajan. Who knows?
Yeah, he sold to SRH for 8 crore.
8 crores. Harshal Patel gets
as an all-rounder, though. So I mean,
Harshal Patel.
They wouldn't use him as an all-rounder, definitely.
But Taus, do you see value in that kind of a bowler who is predominantly your death bowler? Medium pacer, 8 crores.
The 8 crores, they might have a strategy, but you know what? This guy is a different. He's a typical T20 bowler, right? He can help you with the new ball. Then the strength is that he can roll those fingers, right? And that is what is needed. And especially in Punjab and especially in wickets, the wickets turned much on a slower side because the IPL is played in summers. It starts breaking, right? So these kind of bowlers, somebody like a Bhuvneshwar Kumar, somebody like a Harshal Patel, who are slower in pace, may not be as quick as a Mitchell Stark, or may not be as quick as a Natarajan or a Jasprit Bumrah, or may not have that great Yorkers, but definitely he's effective because he's going to come and get you wickets. He may be expensive, but he'll get you wickets, big wickets as well, because the batters will be looking to go at you. They will come and attack you, but then you have that fingers, you have that variation in pace. You have that variation in line and length. That is what helps these T20 cricketers. And Harshal Patel, I think it's quite he's quite an interesting prospect when it comes to T20 cricket. May not be longer format, but definitely T20 cricket. Why not? Yeah, he's quite an effective.
And
player.
most definitely SRH would be very happy with this buy. But yeah, 8 crores for me personally, it seems a bit.
It's a little. I mean, I find it a little. They've overspent on.
Overspent on Harshal Patel. But interesting name that has come up is Rachin Ravindra, and CSK immediately picking up their.
Interestingly, CSK have this habit of rebuilding their existing team at the auctions,
Always
and
has
they've
been.
done it.
Always
They've
has
done it
been.
all the time. One surprising thing, Vineet, though, is Mumbai still hasn't come into the fray. Mumbai still hasn't picked a single player. I mean, other than Mitchell Stark, I don't even remember them bidding for any of the players.
Yeah,
so they've been pretty silent on the auction table there.
When and the fact is, when you build a team and you have 5 retentions already, that is core of your team is set. So what they are going is trying to see whatever is left in terms of they will have a strategy, and there's no point going for these big ticket players because all of their retentions are big ticket players.
Yeah,
There's been
yeah.
not a single
that's
you
true.
call an Abhishek Porel or somebody
In fact,
like a
even
Yash
their
Dayal kind of a
RTM
pay.
is an uncapped RTM.
RTM is only on our cap, so maybe a Nehal Vadera or Naman Dheer is the only thing. So Mumbai would be very frugal in terms of what they want to buy. They'll probably bide their time out and see everybody comes to their level, and even their purse is at 45 crores only. So they can't even go big on these players as well. Right now on Rachin Ravindra, RTM is enabled, and quite interestingly, just 3.2 crores. Punjab was the only team I think they were interested
That's
in
right.
Rachin Ravindra apart from a CSK. RTM has been enabled, and 4 crore is the price that has gone up
and
for
they've
Rachin
matched
Ravindra.
it.
They matched
it.
They matched
Yeah.
it at 4 crores.
So
I
Rachin
don't think-
Ravindran stays at
from
Chennai.
3.2 to 4 crore. I mean, that was not a kind of jump that probably would have forced Chennai Super Kings to backtrack. At 4 crore again, very very good buy. A steal there, say similar amount as of Mahendra Singh Dhoni there, 4 crore. Rachin Ravindra, and as you said, to your point, they are rebuilding. Their
They're
team
rebuilding
again.
their same team,
Same
and
team
which has
again.
always been the case with Chennai at auctions.
Yeah.
They always pick the players who they have to release because of the auction rules. They bring them back into the team and keep more or less the team, the core of the team, the same. So, I mean, I'm not surprised at all that this is going to be a very interesting name, Ashwin.
CSK once again, and the
CSK is
the
going to
camera pans to
definitely
CSK again.
definitely
Most
going to
definitely
go.
they look.
Yeah,
And yep, there it
there.
goes. There it goes. Stephen Fleming with the paddle up was a 2.4 crore for Ravichandran. Ashwin, there were a lot of talks. There were a lot of talks about Amaya that CSK, there could be a homecoming for Ashwin back at CSK. What would be the dynamics there? MS Dhoni, Ravichandran Ashwin, and all Stephen Fleming, the think tank. Just imagine the meeting that will happen with these guys there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be, I mean, I hope it happens for the sake of CSK fans and for Ashwin himself. He's towards the fag end of his career.
Yeah, that's true.
He's going to play maybe a season, couple of more seasons. So if he can spend those seasons at CSK, nothing like it for him as well as a player.
As a player, and you know what I think is, maybe 2-3 years down the line, you could see an Ashwin replacing Stephen Fleming at the the head coach's table there. I mean, more than capable of doing that. But yeah, Ravichandran Ashwin, interesting bid happening from CSK, and RCB also have thrown in their bids there. RCB, yeah. I mean, would they want a Ravichandran Ashwin there?
I think RCB, CSK, and there was another team in the fray. I think SRH. Did they bid for him?
I think it's just
between CSK and RCB.
Between CSK and RCB, it is there right now. 5.25 crore. I think anything less than 10 for Ravichandran Ashwin, I would still treat it as a bargain buy.
Oh, their Royals have got into it now.
Rajasthan Royals.
Rajasthan
back
Royals have
to
got it.
Get Ravichandran Ashwin. Deliberation. Ravichandran Ashwin would feature in their scheme of things, especially with Chahal not there. But Rajasthan don't have much room to really go for a big bid for Ravichandran Ashwin there. But Ameya, what do you think? Ravichandran Ashwin, 10 plus would be.
No, I don't think so. I think about between 8 and 9 is when they'll close
8
it.
is what Rupa says. Let's 7.
Okay,
7.
Rupa's saying 7.
So 7's already there. 7.25
crossed,
is right. It's
7.
crossed.
Yeah, I'm
so
thinking
Rajasthan and
between 8
Chennai,
and 9. Between 8 and 9 is what
Chennai do want Ravichandran Ashwin more than what Rupa thinks. Chennai want Ashwin for. 7.25. Very interesting there.
There, CSK.
You have
yeah,
Rachin Ravindra and Ravichandran Ashwin also in that lineup. If it materializes, 7.75 is what the deliberations are at right now.
And Bangalore has backed off, so it's basically
I think
between
Bangalore's
RR
done.
and
Bangalore
CSK
strategy
now.
is just weird.
Yeah.
Bangalore strategy is just completely weird. Either they have just bungled up the first half of the auction. 9.
So at Ashwin's auction, I had said 9.
For him.
I said 9.
He'll most likely go at, I think not going beyond 9. I think 8. Oh, Rajasthan and Chennai both going hard at it. Royal Challengers Bangalore saying stay calm because we've got a plan. Plan A, B, C, Z. May have to invent another alphabet there, but honestly, don't see the Royal Challengers Bangalore having a plan. But Chennai going hard. It's 9.
Oh, it's gone past 9 now. It's gone
past
past
9
9.
at 9.25 there.
Gone past 9, yeah.
So at 9.25, it's still Chennai and Rajasthan. Ravichandran Ashwin. Wow. In that lot, we have, what are we left with? Venkatesh Iyer, Mitchell Marsh, Glenn Maxwell, and Marcus Stoinis is
Stoinis
also
is a
left
good
in
name,
that
yeah. Stoinis is a big
bracket.
name.
Stoinis would be a big name. But the strategy, what do you think? The strategy for Rajasthan to bid on Ravichandran Ashwin at 9.75, they are not left with
I think
much of the purse.
Yeah,
They're out 9.75,
yeah,
so it's
CSK.
most likely it's Chennai, CSK.
Yeah.
Homecoming for Ravichandran Ashwin, it seems. Chennai also deliberating a bit. Okay.
Yeah, they've got it. So Ashwin returns to Chennai.
Ashwin returns to Chennai at 9.75 crore, and we have Purnima Murli joining us from Chennai. Purnima, after a bit of a slumber for the Chennai Super Kings franchise, they've had quite a few buys, none bigger than Ravichandran Ashwin. Kind of a homecoming now for him at 9.75 crores. I was talking to Ameya here, the think tank or the table where their strategies would be discussed. Have an MS Dhoni, has a Ravichandran Ashwin, has a Stephen Fleming. That is going to be one fiery meeting rooms that is going to be.
In fact, Ashwin is something that CSK fans wanted him back to the CSK team. Earlier in the live you were saying, joining us is Vignesh. He's also someone who's interacted with Ravichandran Ashwin. So you know Ravichandran Ashwin, he's not new. So now he's back to CSK. How does it feel?
Homecoming, and it's a wonderful feeling. When Ashwin is back to Chennai, so you can connect more locally, and what he has done for CSK and for Team India, it's all started from here. So coming back of Ashwin is a bright spot, because CSK needed a spinner badly. After we lost some of the key spinners, there was a season where we had to go in for Harbhajan Singh, but he was already past his prime, and then after he retired, we didn't get that particular kind of momentum in bowling. And with his batting as well, and at that armory that what he has got with his spin bowling, whether it's the carom ball or the off spinner, to a lot of different things, and he's still playing some good active cricket. So I feel that Ashwin is a very, very good pick for CSK.
Do you think it's worth the wait? Because from the beginning, CSK did bid, the team did bid, but they didn't buy anybody. So do you think it's worth the wait getting Ashwin back?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think what CSK did was pretty much right. They know the formula, they know the success formula, so they waited for the people, not just Ashwin. They waited for Devon Conway. They got somebody like Rahul Tripathi because Rahul Tripathi was actually not even in the radar for a lot of other teams, but they know the caliber of what Rahul Tripathi can provide. And now with Ashwin, I think three good buys, and they're going back to that winning formula that what CSK produced over the last few seasons and how successful they have been in IPL.
Well, you can see the excitement here. They are saying that CSK is all set to get back to the winning formula, but we'll have to wait and see how it goes. But many happy that Ashwin is finally back to the CSK team.
Most definitely. Thank you, Purnima, for that. Yeah, Chennai Super King fans would be very much happy. And Rupa, your thoughts on Chennai Super Kings? You were calling it right.
Yeah, I was. It was quite a. I mean, not an obvious choice, but there's this feeling that this could be, the last phase of
Did
his.
you have an insider input during the mock auction that you win?
I don't reveal my sources, but there was obviously the conversation was that there would be an avid interest for Ashwin to get back to Chennai.
And avid interest we are seeing for Venkatesh Iyer, and he has sped to 14 crores.
Not surprising.
Wow.
At all. In fact, just before you stepped back in, Vineet, we were having a conversation with Jamie and Amaya, and all of us were talking about how he could be a very, very big buy in this auction. Quality asset for any franchise, and I'm not surprised that Kolkata is going up there because
Kolkata will most definitely go for him.
Yeah,
I mean, I think Kolkata was silent for this long, waiting for somebody like a Venkatesh Iyer because they see the value in him. And frankly, with the kind of retentions they did, they just did not have the bandwidth to retain a Venkatesh Iyer.
Yeah.
If they had, they would have easily done that.
Yeah, I mean, Venkatesh Iyer, fabulous asset to have, no doubts there at all. He's more of he's a batting all-rounder more than a bowling all-rounder. He loves to bat right at the top.
And as Jamie mentioned, big match player. Of course,
can shuffle in anywhere. You can fit him in anywhere. I mean, of course, he's probably more comfortable top of the order, but you could see him coming lower down as well.
Opens, plays top of the order for
Yeah.
MP, has played top of the order for KKR, has come down at number 5 as well. Decent enough bowler. We have not seen much of his bowling, but again, very, very good line and length bowler. But then again, I mean, somebody, as Jamie also mentioned, big match player. When there is a need of him, he'll definitely step up. 20 crores, you might think he'll go for.
This is a little surprising though. I mean, yes, he's a great player, and
So after
I
a
was
long
thinking
time we are getting this 20 plus, yeah.
I was thinking 15 to 20, somewhere in between that, but clearly he's breaching that because
KKR.
And also Kolkata. I mean, who do they have in their? Whom have they got so far? I know you're diligently keeping notes, Vineet. Kolkata has been very, very quiet through this auction.
Throughout the auction.
So this is their first big buy. So not surprising they're going after him.
Yeah, they'll definitely go after him. Purnima is still with us. We'll throw back to Purnima and get some thoughts in terms of, we've talked about Ravichandran Ashwin, but again, very, very frugal buys in Rahul Tripathi and couple of other guys as well. What's the sense there, Purnima, in terms of, we've talked about Ravichandran Ashwin, but the other buys, very frugal buys of Rahul Tripathi, Rachin Ravindra, it's kind of, Chennai Super Kings let go of their players and they buy them, all of them back again.
Well, it was a slow start for CSK because initially they were not ready to spend more than 8 crore rupees, and all eyes were on whether CSK is ready to spend more than 8 crores to get Ravichandran Ashwin. In fact, when Rahul's bidding was happening, many thought that perhaps CSK would, spend to get Rahul on board, but that didn't happen. Ashwin, they spent more than 8 crores. So how do you see the 4 buyers that CSK had purchased today? Are you happy? Do you think it's going to be a strong team? Is this the winning formula for CSK?
Absolutely. Why I'm saying there is a winning formula is they have won with this particular side. It's not that, you're going ahead and buying somebody who's pretty much new. Yes, of course, Rahul Tripathi is one new commodity over there. But if you see the crux of the team, they've still gone ahead with Devon Conway, who played for CSK and won matches for out in the top. And then you have somebody like a young kid like Rachin Ravindra, who's doing amazingly well for both New Zealand and as well as for Chennai Super Kings. The winning formula, why I said that is because Stephen Fleming, who is the head coach of CSK, knows his players and he gets a lot of buys from New Zealand because he is also a New Zealander. So that is also that particular combination which works out well along with MS Dhoni. MS Dhoni's input is still there. You might say that maybe he's not the captain, Ritu is the captain, but Tala Dhoni is always there with us.
So there you can see the excitement. It was a slow start, but now CSK is picking up and everyone here is waiting to see how many more players CSK will buy. But for now, they're all happy only because Ravichandran Ashwin is back. This is homecoming for a lot of CSK fans here.
Yes, we're all looking forward to that. I think it'll be amazingly emotional and it'll be nice to see Ashwin sort of back at Chepauk in yellow.
Yes.
In fact, it was IPL that got him a break into the national
side,
setup.
yeah, right.
So it'll be nice to see him. And even as we speak, Vineet, sold to Kolkata.
Kolkata Knight Riders, Royal Challengers Bangalore with an interesting tweet that no hesitation, time to cook, but they have been cooked it seems. 23.75 crores. Kolkata were very much interested in buying
Great
Venkatesh
buy.
Iyer. This I think probably is
Third
the most
highest, right?
surprising. Third highest right now I think, but the most surprising bid at 20 plus. I mean nobody expected Venkatesh Iyer to go over 20. As you mentioned 15 is fine, but
Yeah.
20 they really wanted
Absolutely.
Venkatesh Iyer.
I think you know, it's great that we sort of mentioned him also just before this lot came up. We were talking about, you know, what would the interest be like
Interest
and how
would be
much
for
he
the
would go
all-rounders,
for.
yeah.
Again, a very quality player there. I'm really happy for him. I'm
Most
super
definitely
happy for
quality
him.
player, and that really fits into their setup as well. KKR, look at the retentions that they had, and with Venkatesh Iyer slotting it at number 3, number 4, it's already looking like a very solid unit.
Oh, Bangalore suddenly
Marcus
woken
Stoinis, a
up to
former-
Marcus Stoinis.
Former RCB player itself,
Yeah.
Marcus Stoinis, but for me, Rupa, I think Bangalore has really bungled up the auction so
I
far.
don't know. I mean, look, so far we've obviously, you know, I mentioned this before. There is a pattern to every auction, you know, especially with different franchises. There's a pattern that CSK, Chennai does when they are at an auction table. There's a pattern to it. There is a certain strategy to it. I am really lost as to what Bengaluru really wanted to try and come and do. I understand being a little conservative. It's a nice approach. I mean, there's still, the evening is still young.
Yeah.
We have a lot more interesting players. But my only thought was, why couldn't they really push for certain components, especially at the marquee list, when they had the...
They had the bandwidth to do it. They could have easily done that. Coming into the auction with the second biggest purse and not really pushing in that 1 hour of 2 marquee set players is, I think, would cost Royal Challengers Bangalore here. And they've bungled up a lot. And Marcus Stoinis, again, former RCB player, I don't know how much they'll go for. They're up against Chennai Super Kings now. Chennai going for Marcus Stoinis.
Remember,
Wow,
remember
interesting.
Marcus Stoinis hit that amazing knock against Chennai.
Chennai, right.
Especially in that game which where Lucknow beat Chennai. I'm surprised Lucknow haven't gone up for him. But truth be told, maybe, see, my thinking is maybe we're waiting for Bengaluru to come back in. Maybe Bengaluru is biding its time. They're waiting for a few more players to come in, value buys, and then maybe just punt on a few additional players. Maybe they feel that their right to match cards might rake up a lot of interest, whether it's Will Jacks
definitely.
or whether it's maybe even Faf or Glenn Maxwell. So maybe they're
Faf,
sort of
Glenn
hoarding up
Maxwell,
for that.
Cameron Green, maybe, yeah, of course. So we'll move to Sudat from Bangalore. Sudat, we were discussing about Bangalore and how they probably have not, hit their stride when it comes to auctions. Now they're up against Chennai Super Kings. So Marcus Stoinis. And Rupa here was talking about every team having a pattern. For me, I mean, there's no pattern for RCB. That's the pattern for them.
Really, it looks like, I heard from a couple of fans that are probably saving up money for an unbox event. So quite a few jokes going around in that
That's
regard.
a nice one.
It's definitely a little, this is definitely a little bewildering, and RCB have really not hit a stride. But perhaps there is a clear strategy in place. As you said, they're going for a few value buys. I think they could go for a few spinners, someone like Harpreet Brar. They could go for someone like William O'Rourke.
Washington
There are a lot of few players, a few value buys that they could go for. So I think they are biding their time. I hope to get someone like Kudzia, Phil Salt, or at least Will Jacks for that matter. I think Will Jacks would be a
RTM on
definitely
Will
good
Jacks
buy.
is most
It
likely
has long
auctioned
been
there.
talked
Yeah.
upon that, Yeah, so I think it's long been talked about that, RTM could be possible on Will Jacks. So I think you have to remain and see. I think they're biding their time. They want to save up a lot more money and then snatch some quick value buys towards the end. So I think they're biding their time. You never know. Devdutt Padikkal is someone they could go back to towards the end. He went unsold initially.
Yeah.
They could very well purchase him for a cheap price and play him at his original opening slot. I have had enough of seeing Devdutt Padikkal play at all other spots apart from the opening slot. I think it's time he just gets back to the opening slot. So you could very well see some quick value buys from RCB towards the end, and I'm hoping that happens because right now it seems like they're literally sleeping. I don't know.
So that they've woken up. So that they've woken up because they're giving Punjab a bit of a fight for Marcus Stoinis. Might be one of their biggest buys yet because it's gone up to 11 crores now. This will be one of their top buys because their only buy was Liam Livingston, if I'm not mistaken, for 8.75 crores.
8.75 crores.
Quite a good, quite a decent buy actually. It's a good
Decent
good
buy at 8.5 crores, and if you add a Marcus Stoinis there, wow. What if they'll RTM and Glenn Maxwell also? You build a team of all-rounders there.
Yeah.
But Marcus Stoinis, a former RCB player itself, does have a lot of value. And let's see. Going up against Punjab Kings with that big purse, it will be interesting to see. But so that, as you were mentioning, quite bewildered in a way how RCB have gone about it, but that has been the case in terms of their auction strategies, right? They put up a very batting heavy lineup, then they won't have the bowling to do it. Do you think any changes that you might see, as you talked about the bargain buys, they're looking more towards these all-rounders rather than having these big ticket batters stacking up the top order or stacking up the batting order in general?
I think that's a clear strategy. I think I expect that, especially with someone like Dinesh Karthik being a mentor, I think he has a bit of a say in this as well. He's a very smart cricketing brain. I think he has a clear strategy in place. They want to get these quick value buys. They want to get some good all-rounders to their side. I think they want to expand.
We want to break some very sad news to you at this point. Marcus Stoinis has been sold to Punjab for 11 crores. And that's what we're hearing right now. Bengaluru. So that's disappointment clearly visible on the screen there. Bengaluru again not going the extra mile. I wonder who they're saving that.
I have no idea why they're doing that. I mean, they have so much of a purse left, they can very well go for it.
But you know what? What was the biggest surprise there? Lucknow refusing to use their RTM on Marcus Stoinis. So again, clear thing that they did not want to retain Marcus Stoinis, one of their star batters, star players in their last campaign. So Lucknow...
Krunal Pandya? Are they keeping that for Krunal?
Maybe for Krunal Pandya. That's now looks most likely for Krunal Pandya. Quite interesting there, but Marcus Stoinis is a land for Punjab. Punjab are just going on a spree.
Was QDK with Lucknow?
Lucknow. QDK was with
QDK,
Lucknow. Maybe QDK, maybe Krunal.
What is the RTM? Is for uncapped or it's
we'll have to check for Lucknow. Their RTM is one capped player.
So it
could be Krunal, could be QDK there. But RCB losing out on a lot of buys. I mean, you cannot fault RCB for trying there, so that of course, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, but surely one of Arshdeep, Rabada, Pant or KL, surely one among them could have been bought. I mean, with that kind of purse, I think they could take a lot more risks. I don't know what's exactly the strategy behind this. Are they going for some kind of local Indian players itself? Are they scouting out for some local Indian talent for their fast bowling? Are they looking for someone like Karthik Tyagi or someone else? I don't know, because clearly they're not willing to go beyond 12 to 13 crores. They've rarely bid beyond such an amount. So I think they're done. Are they done with the days of going on just big ticket players and just filling it with stars? And are they looking at just buying some local talent and then building a generation of players for a few more years to go ahead? I don't know what's the thinking process behind this, but surely they can be a lot more active at this auction. Surely two purchases could have been made so far. Some really good purchases could have been made. One of KL or Pant could have surely been possible. I don't know what the thought process really was going on.
So that really speaking like a true Bengaluru IPL team fan there, we can hope You can definitely hope. There's a lot of time in this auctions. Let's hope that something something comes out from the remainder of the day. But I hear maybe
on the
Washington Sundar
25th.
might spark some
Washington
interest.
Sundar will most definitely spark some interest.
You might get Washi Sundar, so that who knows, and some RTMs, some costly RTMs.
3 RTMs, of course, yes. Will Jacks have definitely.
But
I think,
seriously,
would be
all
an
I
RTM
really
pick.
request for is, they just get one good pacer. They get one good all-round pacer for Chinnaswamy, because I can't see, just getting some random person spending 12 crores, 13 crores. No offense, but someone like Alzari Joseph, and to get, just carted out of the stadium. So I hope I don't see that.
Hey, Alzari was not too bad for GT.
Solid bike.
I thought maybe Prasidh Krishna or Vijay Kumar Vyas, both of the local boys who know
As long as injury doesn't
Chinnaswamy.
eat up one of them.
Yeah, most definitely. So currently the bid is
let's
for
see where
Mitchell
it goes.
Stark.
But
Yeah, go ahead, Sudhir.
I think, but I think I really missed. I think one of Rabada or Arshdeep, they really could have got one of them, because Arshdeep again shows a lot of variety. He would have been suitable for something like Chinnaswamy. I think he really has those variations necessary, or even someone like Rabada, because even though he's not touted to be a great T20 bowler, I think with his kind of international experience and quality, they could have purchased someone like that. But again, remains to be seen. I'm at least hoping they would go for someone like Kodzia. I think he adds a lot of value. Raw pace, is smart thinking bowler, can also hit those few lusty blows. So, or they can go for someone like Marco Janssen as well. So I think there are a few more options that RCB can try upon, but God, they should start being a little more loose with their purse, because they have a lot of purse remaining. I cannot see them just stop at 11-12 crores and go, okay,
Don't
I'm
worry,
done.
Sudat. Don't worry. Glenn Maxwell is up next. I think you should stick around and just see what happens
Just
here,
see what happens with
because
Glenn
if
Maxwell.
this also doesn't go your way, I hope there is some. I hope
I
you're
think
near
it
a
is
food stall
not- I
or
think it
somewhere where
is-
you can sit and you can have.
It's not going Glenn Maxwell's way at all, I think. Nobody is bidding.
Wait, hold on. What's happening
It's
here?
complete silence for Glenn Maxwell.
Oh, there's a right to
Nobody's
match
bidding
option.
for Maxwell?
No one's
Maxwell
bid
is
just yet.
up and nobody
God.
seems interested.
Wait, there's a right to match option in case no one goes.
Even if
Isn't
This
there?
auction is rigged.
If
somebody
no one
has to
bids-
bid, no,
Some-
for
no.
RTM. Somebody has to bid for an RTM to be enabled.
Oh my god.
Somebody
No,
has
but
to
even
bid.
if he
But
goes
they can go
unsold,
for 2 crores.
okay.
yeah.
Hyderabad has started. the
Hyderabad,
bid.
finally Hyderabad at 2 crores for Glenn Maxwell.
Yeah.
But then again, the big show we have talked about, we saw David Warner getting unsold. Do you think it's time franchises move away from now Glenn Maxwell? Now they see that the peak is gone. I mean, to invest in and to hope, as you mentioned, that to invest in somebody like him, similar to a Mitchell Stark, where he'll give you 1 or 2 matches. Do you think franchises are moving away from that strategies where invest in that kind of a
that's
player?
what in fact, this is the conversation that we were having earlier. So apparently there's this. There was this list that was made of players in the red when it came to consistency, and players in the
Right.
green when it comes to consistency. And Maxwell is in green. Maxwell
Maxwell
is
is
in
in
green.
green.
You will be surprised. That's
Wow.
what I'm saying. It feels like he's not performing, but you will be really surprised, because here's a player who chips in with that ball. He does a bit in the field.
But how much of bowling has we seen of Maxwell in the IPL?
But if you look at the last season, he had a good season.
Season was
Bangalore
good,
made
yeah.
to the playoffs. He notched up a couple of 50s, if I'm not mistaken, that season.
Hmm.
I mean, that's okay. You can't expect to win an IPL with all of you, with at least with 7 of your 11 players firing. That doesn't work.
Absolutely, yeah.
You want one player to stand up in a particular match for that to happen. So I won't be surprised if Bengaluru right to matches Glenn Maxwell.
Wow, CSK bidding for Glenn Maxwell. Wow. In that case, the CSK RCB Kaveri clash should be quite interesting. Glenn Maxwell donning the yellow against the red
Oh God.
at Chinnaswamy.
That's a very it's a very strange sight. I was just
Would
when
be
we were
very
talking about
strange,
Lewis Hamilton in red next
Red,
year for
yeah,
Ferrari.
absolutely.
I mean, Maxwell in yellow. I mean, yeah, he's an Aussie, I get it. But in
You don't want
CSK
an
yellow
Aussie
is
in
just is a strange sight. But
But
they're
interesting, why is Chennai Super Kings going for Glenn Maxwell? They already have Shivam Dubey,
They have a
the
Shivam
all-rounder.
Dubey.
They have Ravindra Jadeja, the all-rounder. Quite interesting that they're going for. They have Rachin Ravindra per se, an all-rounder. Why do they want to stack up
No,
their
so
lineup with another all-rounder?
no. So I understand the comparison that you make with Shivam Dubey and Glenn. I understand that still because you're looking at a similar
not much
sort of a role.
Jadeja. Not much of Jadeja,
Yeah,
of course. Yeah.
you're looking at a similar role, but I won't compare him to Rachin. Rachin is your top order bat. Is a little more. It's a different mold. I mean, they're also looking at someone who can possibly come in case you need that firepower, and Shivam Dubey is not giving you that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you'll have to sort of obviously shuffle around your.
Most definitely. Dubey predominantly was used as an impact player.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. So if that's the case, then they're probably looking at Maxwell to sort of step into that if that doesn't work out.
Punjab going.
Yeah, Punjab is right now in the bidding war with Chennai.
Wasn't Punjab the team Glenn Maxwell really did in his book?
Yes.
Quite interesting.
But Punjab was also the team that he had the best season with
best
as well.
season, absolutely best season. One of the best season for any player, like you could imagine.
Yeah. So it's quite interesting, and there's a bit of deliberation. So the person who's sitting at the Chennai franchise table at the corner, he's an analyst. He worked with Kolkata before that.
Oh.
Damn sharp, super sharp, and he was in fact responsible for Sunil Narayan to open the innings.
With Kolkata.
With Kolkata, that was his brainchild. So, so quite a sharp head when it comes to, picking players and
Quite interesting that
and
Maxwell's
going with
bid has been like in a meandering way. Not many bidders there. Punjab deliberating. You have Chennai deliberating.
Bangalore still in the hunt.
Bangalore still in the hunt with the RTM, of course.
Yes.
Bangalore can. But at this point, at 4.20, Bangalore would be more than happy to RTM Maxwell. More than happy to.
Gladly
they'll
take
up.
it in. Yes, so why not? They have 3 RTM options available, and it's sold. There's no RTM.
Sold
Did they not?
to PBKS, and as I said, they have moved on. RCB moving on from Glenn Maxwell. They have not RTM Glenn Maxwell. Wow, that's interesting.
Oh my God. Sudat.
RCB are waiting for
Is
some
Sudat
miracle.
there? Is he still standing or has he collapsed somewhere? Has Sudat collapsed on the floor with this also? Sudat. Glenn Maxwell also
gone.
Sala. Bye bye.
4.2 crores and you're not RTMing him. 4.2
What's happening,
crores.
Sudat? What's happening?
You see glimpses of Mumbai there.
Are we planning to take the field with just 6 to 7 players? Do we not want 11? I don't know what's happening. I mean, surely Maxwell at 4.2 crores is a steal. Like, I mean, I would go so far as 7 to 8 crores. No problem. I fail to understand what's RCB's strategy here. Are they just planning to go with some low-key players so that no one focuses on them?
I think they're probably
I don't
going
know, is
for
there some
their
kind of weird
players who
strategy
can give them consistency. As simple as that. They are not going for their big ticket players hoping for them to give you 2 or 3 good matches. They are looking at players who can give you 14 good games throughout the season. And in Maxwell, that's what I'm telling you, that even though he might be in the green, for me is that consistency factor where the peaks and the lows and the peaks are just too much for a Maxwell to be put in that consistency category.
I had a few slow months post the World Cup as well, but yeah, I would have loved to have Maxwell in my squad any day. It's just we're just wondering, with that purse of 70 crores, what is Bengaluru waiting for? I'm just
Bengaluru
trying.
may be waiting for wicket keepers, which is actually the next lot with Quinton de Kock, QDK, Rahmanullah Gurbaz. Oh, the big one.
They will try to go to Quinton for sure. They will
Big
try
one.
To go to
The
Quinton.
big one coming up in this
Ishan
lot
Kishan.
is Ishan Kishan. You also have a Phil Salt. You also have a very
Jitesh
good buyer,
Sharma.
Jitesh Sharma. Could be one of the stories of the IPL.
Yeah.
My bet is Mumbai is going for Jitesh Sharma.
Nice.
This is where they'll wake up. Interesting bit. I mean, wicket keepers, very high premium commodity there, and most of them, all of them, apart from Jitesh Sharma, are opening bats.
Yeah.
QDK, Gurbaz, Ishan Kishan, Phil Salt,
Yeah.
and Jitesh Sharma. And Jitesh Sharma also, one of the reasons why I do think Mumbai or most of the teams would, because he's the only player, wicketkeeper batter, one of the few who's a finisher. Otherwise, you're looking at all top order batters.
I love, I love what I see of Jitesh Sharma. I have to agree with you, Vineet. Quite a quality player. Easily, again, someone whom I think a lot of people will go after. If you have someone like Jitesh on your side, what a power packed lineup that is bound to be. But yes, so that you're still there. Thoughts on the wicket keepers? What's Bangalore going to look at? I mean, they. I mean, do you think they'll probably Mumbai and Bengaluru will have a say in this lot coming up?
I don't know. I think, as you pointed out, I think they could go for Ishant Sharma. They could go for Jitesh Sharma. I think Ishan Kishan is also good bet. But again, QDK, I'm not entirely sure they would go down that route. QDK too has been off late very iffy. And again, it seems like he's going through a clear slide. I'm not sure QDK is it his best years. I think it's past him. But I think they can definitely go for someone like Jitesh Sharma. I think he would be an excellent buy, lower order batter, would give those quick runs. But once again, with someone like Liam Livingstone already being there, would they go for Jitesh Sharma? I'm not entirely sure. I think they should go for someone like Ishan Kishan. I think he can open with Virat Kohli, make absolute use of that power play, ensure that Virat settles into the game and, goes on to play as long as possible. But I think having someone like Ishan Kishan, just give him that freedom to play those first 6 overs as he likes, go all guns blazing. I think he would be a good buy. If they get him anywhere below 10 CR, I think that would be a steal. Anything above that, as you have seen, they just stop bidding after 11 to 12 CR. So I don't know how far they'll go for Ishan Kishan, but I think they should definitely try for Ishan Kishan. He would be a good bet.
Yes, Sudat. The set that's coming up next is very, very interesting. I'm sort of very, very curious how this will go up. The next is the wicketkeeper slot. A lot of interesting names there, and the fast bowlers. I'm keeping my eyes peeled out for these players, guys.
Fast bowlers slot would be very interesting.
I'm keeping my eyes peeled out for these names: Ishan Kishan, Phil Salt, Jitesh Sharma, Trent Bolt, Josh Hazelwood. As much as you might think otherwise, but Josh Hazelwood. I'm also very curious about T. Natarajan. I want to know. I feel that's going to be a nice little
CSK.
contest there.
Another.
Why not, right? But I keep thinking, but I feel like I want him to go to his own state and state franchise. But will they bid for him? I don't know. There's been a shift in strategy when it comes to MS versus Rituraj.
Oh yeah.
Rituraj is more of depends on the pace bowlers rather than the spinners. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Yes, most definitely. Yes, most definitely. There is that shift. You can see that. I mean, when Rituraj took over, it was more of pacers, less of your spin bowlers. That was probably the reason why you didn't see Mitchell Santner play a lot of games last season also.
Yes.
But yeah, in that sense, I mean, we do talk about MS Dhoni in terms, but we are also forgetting, Rituraj Gaikwad will also have his, inputs in this auction. So it might be that way that they'd be looking at.
So what I've also observed so far, Vineet, is that I think when it comes to this last season, MS took a step back and let Rituraj sort of take charge when it came to games and strategies. You could see the evident shift in that. So which is why I feel like, okay, they might actually have this eye out for a lot of these pacers. Though Ashwin was a very emotional call, and I like that call actually. I think that's one of my favorite buys so far. What was yours?
My favorite buy, would be difficult. Not kind of favorite buy, I would say, Delhi. Going for KL Rahul was one of the most, I wouldn't say absurd, but very strange call there for Delhi.
Yeah.
My favorite buy,
But they'll be happy to get a captain for 14.
Captain KL Rahul at 14, that'll be great. Didn't have much of a captaincy, what you call that reputation there at LSG. Why do you want to have somebody there?
My thing is getting a captain for that price tag.
For that price tag, most definitely, yes. For this price tag, most definitely, yes. Apart from that, look, for me, the best buy so far, I'll have to go with LSG, the way they went for Rishabh Pant.
I agree.
That's probably the best
Gun
buy
move.
so far.
Gun move by them.
Gun move, they went just gung-ho with them.
Yeah.
And with, even though they spent 27.5 crores, they'll probably get good value out of him. Yeah.
Okay,
So-
yes.
So let's look at, we are at a break, so let's look at the breakups there. First of all, what is left for Gujarat Titans? Gujarat Titans are left with 30.25 crores with only 3 buys for them. Josh Butler, Mohammad
Nice.
Siraj, Kagiso Rabada. In many ways, this looks a very settled unit with, you already have a Rashid Khan, you already have
Shah Rukh,
finisher,
Tewatia.
2 finishers in Tewatia and Shah Rukh Khan, and you have a Rashid Khan. You also added quite good number of, a couple
have
of
Josh
bowlers.
Butler. I
Josh
love
Butler
that
you have
addition.
added. For Chennai Super Kings, big buys in Ravichandran Ashwin, Devon Conway, Rachin Ravindra, Rahul Tripathi. Again, Dhoni, Pathirana, Gaikwad, Jadeja, Dubey. This looks like a playing 11.
Solid.
Solid playing 11 for me. They've gone for top-notch players
I like
right up the
Lucknow
start.
as well. If that's next. What Delhi's
In
next?
fact, Delhi. Quite interesting. KL Rahul we discussed. Mitchell
Yeah.
Stark, for me, it's overpriced at 11.75.
But
But,
still-
the two names that they've got, Jake Fraser-McGurk, Harry Brook.
Fabulous.
They had these players, and this is the future. And if a mega auction comes in
Fabulous.
next 2 years, these two guys would be the hot properties. By the time the next auction comes around, hopefully for Delhi, these two guys fire. For Kolkata Knight Riders, quite interesting. You only have one buy at Venkatesh Iyer at 22.75. Punjab Kings, 32.55 crores left. Look at the buys for them. Shreyas Iyer, 26.75. Arshdeep at 18 crores. Chahal at 18 crores. Marcus Stein is at 11 crore. Glenn Maxwell, 4.2. Very interesting buys. And they had 2 RTMs in Prabh Simran and Shashank Singh also. And from Lucknow Super Giants, they're left with what, 29.110 crore. Rishabh Pant, of course, they have their biggest buy. They also had Mitchell Marsh, they also had Aiden Markram, they also had David Miller. And moving on to RCB, I think Sudat is there joining with us. Sudat, you still see a turnaround for RCB there. RCB are still left with 72.25 crores only by being Liam Livingston there. How are RCB going to turn this around now? How do you think they'll turn it around?
Well, first start, I thought they were just planning to take the field with just 5 to 6 players, but hoping that doesn't happen. But yeah, I think they're waiting. I think they're going to wait till the end of the auction. They're going to hope to see all the other teams exhaust their resources and then get some quick value buys. I think that is
Accelerated
the
auctions
strategy.
maybe
I think
is
that's
their best strategy going
possibly the
forward.
only thing I think I think they're going to go for one wicket keeper and then just go all out for fast bowlers. I think this is possibly the strategy. They're waiting for the fast bowlers to come. I think they've decided to stop focusing too much on batters like the past and keep their bowling short. This has always been the problem with RCB. They invest heavily on batting and always fall short on bowling. I think this is exactly what they're going to do. Once the bowlers come out, I think RCB are going to go all out. I'm just hoping they go all out and get some really good buys, because I think on Chinnaswamy they do want to ensure that their bowling attack is not vulnerable in any way, and I think they're just looking for some explosive batters, but they're ensuring that their bowling is solid. I think possibly this is the only thing I can think of for now. I think they finally decided to say enough is enough. All these years we have always fell short on bowling, and it's time that we equip our bowling suitably to ensure that at least in Chinnaswamy we can make it a fortress once and for all, because winning those 7 games at Chinnaswamy has been a huge problem for RCB over the years, and I think this time around they want to ensure that happens, and I think exactly why they're going to focus on fast bowlers especially, and I'm hoping they do that.
Yeah, of course, fast bowlers is a good strategy in terms of trying to win you matches. But then in Kanav, do you actually feel you can make Chinnaswamy a fortress with your bowlers? It has to be batters. Chinnaswamy is such a high-scoring venue that beat any bowler, maybe apart from a Malinga or a Bumrah, you are going to go for runs. So that strategy of trying to build a fortress similar to how what SRH did with their pace bowling attack of Bhuvaneshwar and Rashid Khan and maybe T. Natarajan to an extent that they created Rajiv Gandhi Uppal Stadium as a fortress with their bowling. In Chinnaswamy, you can't really do that, can you?
No, you can't. I mean, basically, as you said, that you need batters to make it a fortress. It's a small boundary. You need to hit a good 220, 240. But the issue with RCB has always been that they have had a gun batting lineup. They have had the likes of Gale, De Villiers, Kohli, Yuvraj, McCallum, Watson. And they have gone on to score 230s, 240s. But then the other team has chased that down. So that has always been an issue with RCB. They have always been a very batting heavy side. So I am more than happy if they want to balance it out, if they want to invest in bowlers along with the batters. You can't just make it a bowling heavy team now. It's Chinnaswamy, as you said. You need batters, you need big hitters. And RCB... See, I have no idea what is RCB thinking. I'm not saying that they should have gone for every second player.
But the strategy has lacked a bit of spunk. That is what it is.
Absolutely.
But we'll move on to Rishabh Pant, the talk of the town, of course. And we have Suresh Raina talking about Rishabh Pant and the buy. Just a reminder, Pant went to LSG at the highest ever buy at 27 crores. Most likely he'll be the captain.
Yeah.
Us, the panel here, were divided in terms of, did he merit that kind of money? But that was something expected. So let's hear into what Suresh Raina has to say, Geo Star IPL expert there, Suresh Raina on Rishabh Pant.
What are your thoughts on Rishabh Pant being sold at today's auction for a record price?
Rishabh Pant, I think it's a great buy for Lucknow Super Giant. और केएल राहुल लखनऊ से दिल्ली गए, ऋषभ पंत दिल्ली से लखनऊ गए और कप्तानी उसके बाद जिस तरीके उनका जो मास्टरमाइंड है बैटिंग का, फिर उनकी कीपिंग और लखनऊ में ना अभी बहुत लोग उनके बहुत बड़े फ़ैन हैं और जिस तरीके से ब्रांड वैल्यू लेके आते हैं, आई थिंक इट्स ए ग्रेट पिक। और जिस तरीके से उनके ओनर को ज़हीर खान के आते ही जो एक ऋषभ पंत जो बिगेस्ट ब्रांड है आईपीएल में राइट नाउ, तो उनके लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं रखना है।
Shreyas Iyer reunites with Ricky Ponting at Punjab this time. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think he's been amazing. I think उसका जो बॉन्डिंग है, जिस तरीके से रिकी पॉन्टिंग के साथ जब वो थे उस टाइम पे वो क्वालिफाई भी करे थे और जो पंजाब की टीम है, श्रेयस अय्यर वहाँ पर है, युजवेंद्र चहल वहाँ पर है, अर्शदीप सिंह वहाँ पर है और उनकी जो टीम बन रही है प्रभ सिमरन, शशांक सिंह, तो आई थिंक मुझे लगता है श्रेयस इज ए गुड लीडर एंड ही कैन डू रियली वेल अगेंस्ट ऑल द टीम्स। और अभी फॉर्म में यस्टरडे ही स्कोर्ड 100, तो मुझे लगता है कि अच्छा पिक किया था श्रेयस को पंजाब में।
Finally, very quickly, your thoughts on KL going to LSG for a price of slightly less than what is expected?
KL Rahul gone to Delhi, I think it's a very good pick और इतने लो प्राइस में वो गए हैं वहाँ पर और काफ़ी अच्छे लीडर हैं, अच्छे कप्तान भी रहे हैं काफ़ी अपनी टीम के। मुझे लगता है उनका एक्सपीरियंस बहुत काम आएगा। अक्षर पटेल कप्तान होंगे, केएल राहुल वो देखेंगे किस तरह से वो प्लानिंग करते हैं और लगता है कि केएल राहुल आई थिंक वो ओपन करेंगे। उनका जो टीम का जो एटमॉस्फेयर होगा इट विल बी अमेजिंग फॉर देम।
Well, so Suresh Raina clearly mentioning there, kind of very interesting that he mentioned was it's not just about the player but about the brand as well. The brand of Rishabh Pant, LSG, bringing in that brand. I think that is very much interesting. That one thing that he said, it's not just about the player or the captain, the brand that he brings in.
This for me, I obviously good for LSG. They have gone all out and they have bought Rishabh Pant. They now have a brand, as you said. But I am not a fan of this partnership. Rishabh Pant and LSG, I mean, I know that LSG fans might not like this, but I don't see this turning out into what LSG is probably expecting out of this relationship. No particular reason, but I believe Rishabh Pant, the kind of player he is, and we have all seen how LSG as a team, they have been Lucknow and also the conditions. The Lucknow Stadium, the Ekana Stadium, the kind of pitches that Lucknow gives. Not so suitable. I mean, a Delhi pitch was perfect for someone like Rishabh Pant, and obviously he's not going back to Delhi. But LSG.
But yeah, I think we have discussed Rishabh Pant quite a lot, and Jamie is back. I mean, if you throw Rishabh Pant back at Jamie is not going to like it now because he's spoken his mind a lot. But quite interesting, Jamie. KKR has now acquired Quinton de Kock at 3.6 crore. They had they had Phil Salt.
Yeah.
They had Rahmanullah Gurbaz, who were coming in this lot, yet they have gone for QDK at 3.6. Very interestingly, no RTM enabled by LSG there on QDK. Jamie, your thoughts?
No, it's a very good buy. I mean, he's past his prime most likely, but he's still a very very good purchase. Keeping करता है, fit है, lefty है. जब चलता है तो spinners को टांगता है, pace bowlers को टांगता है. More often than not, he gives you a start in the power play. So I think that's a very very good deal for someone like Quinton de Kock.
But Kanav, do you think Quinton de Kock, very similar to Maxwell and a few others, retired from at least one format of the game, they can keep up to that intensity, and you're seeing they've just gone. The peak is probably gone.
I sort of believe what you are saying, but then again, with Quinton de Kock, I still believe he has a year or two left in him of T20 cricket. He can serve whatever team obviously he was planning to go in or he was supposed to win. Now that he's in KKR, he will obviously serve well. But as of now, we are talking about a KKR keeper.
Sorry to interrupt you there, but one big update, or maybe Johnny Bairstow has gone unsold for now. Johnny Bairstow has gone unsold, and Jamie is 2-0 in terms of what his predictions were on the 5 players who might go unsold. Johnny Bairstow, we'll come to Jamie itself. I mean, the logic behind Johnny Bairstow being unsold, because for me, I look at Johnny Bairstow and I see somebody, if he's there available as an Englishman, he is a value for money buy for any franchisee. But of course, not the franchisees think the same way, and neither do you.
I just think, Vinny, these kind of players who are out of favor with international cricket, who are often injured, if you're not scoring in 6 out of 12, 14 games, there's no value, right? So I'm also surprised someone like Harry Brook. Harry Brook in Asia in white ball cricket has done nothing. He got that 100, but he had 10 failures for Hyderabad. So these players, look, Johnny Bairstow, optics, recency bias, he's not playing for England in any format, right? He's just playing T10. वहाँ भी कुछ खास form नहीं है, Last year for Punjab, 2 good innings out of 10. So in this day and age, if you're in the mid 30s, you're not doing much. I can see why the value drops, which is why on the Cricket Next channel, he was one of my 5 big names who would be unsold. So I'm not surprised at all. You have to be like a Quinton de Kock. He's still playing every single league out there, right? He's active. Bairstow क्या कर रहा है? एक T10 league खेल रहा है. Not enough to fetch you an IPL contract, to my mind. Again, might come back tomorrow, as could David Warner. But right now, not surprised.
Yeah, but basically they're looking at these overseas players. If they come back on the accelerated auction, if they have enough money, they can probably have them as your bargain buys or cheap buys. On the other hand, the other spectrum of it is somebody like Phil Salt, who's currently on the bidding table and has zoomed up to 8.25 crores from a 2 crore bracket with finally RCB and KKR. Wow, they just bought QDK. Why do they need Phil Salt again? But RCB, finally, get somebody.
I swear to God, RCB, I have no idea what they have been doing. But for once, we also saw Mumbai Indians in the beginning.
They
are here. Officially, they are here. And they were interested in Phil Salt. Obviously, they are not anymore. It's RCB and KKR who are fighting for Phil Salt. But with English players, my take has always been that their availability has always been a huge question mark. Either they are not available or they leave midway through the tournament for their international commitments. And is that a factor, Jamie? Do you think that is a factor that English players more often than not, either someone like Ben Stokes or somebody else, either they are not available for a year or 2, or else they play half of the league and they go back to play an international series? Is that a big factor that the teams must be thinking about?
It has been a factor, but I don't think it's going to be a factor from this IPL going forward. Look at the Johnny Bairstow comparison. Johnny Bairstow was number 1 opener keeper, right? Now you're not playing 3 formats. Phil Salt is doing fantastic things for England as a T20 player. He's now scoring one-day runs, and that injury to Jordan Cox, it could be that in the next 1 week, Phil Salt becomes a test player. So look at the dilemma. You're hot property, and you were more important than Sunil Narine, to my mind. You flew back for the knockouts, but you're batting. We talk about Travis Head and Abhishek Sharma. Sunil Narine and Phil Salt, they started that revolution. And it's their team that ended up being IPL winners. So it's just recency bias and optics. Johnny Bairstow, poor IPL season, dropped from all 3 formats. Keeper batsman, another Englishman, could be capped in all 3 formats next week. you have to be making the right noises. So I'm also not surprised that Glenn Maxwell went for such a small amount. I mean, I saw him. I was talking earlier, Kana, before you came. I saw him in the recent Pakistan series.
Yeah.
Haris Rauf ने तो उसका number लिया था, you know. So it's just you just with each passing year, and now we've seen get Pat Cummins or Mitchell Stark के price tag के बाद teams are not hesitating. There's no 17, 18. Now we're seeing 23, 24, 26. To get that kind of money, you have to be making headlines. And frankly, Warners, Maxwell's, Bairstow's, they're not making headlines.
Yep, absolutely. And I think Phil Salt, the bid has gone up to 10.5 crore, and it's still between RCB and Kolkata. RCB, I think, has the current bid as of now.
RCB with the current bid. I think it's high time RCB, zero down on somebody. I mean, it's going pear-shaped. It's going downhill for them if they are not able to compete. Yeah. And for me, KKR, I really don't see the sense of why they'll go so hard for Phil Salt, because they already had him and they just bought Quinton de Kock. It's going to be that kind of a scenario where you have a Rahmanullah Gurbaz, you also have a Phil Salt, and you end up playing just one of them and not playing the other guy. But quite interesting how KKR's strategy here is in terms of going with Phil Salt. But of course, I mean, if you look at the kind of performances he put in for KKR, you don't want to let go of this kind of a player. Maybe QDK is the backup and Phil Salt was their primary number one choice.
Maybe both of them open together.
Both of them open together with Sunil Narayan, Andre Russell.
Why would you buy two wicket keepers, two openers, and then keep one on bench? Especially not just an uncapped or a youngster, an overseas former South African player, an English player, together in a team, both wicket keepers, both opener batters. You already have a Sunil Narayan. There must be some plan. There has to be some plan because I don't know plans as of now. So I don't know what plans certain teams have. RCB, I don't know if they'll get Phil Salt or not.
But this is quite interesting you mentioned. Jamie, KKR, do you think with QDK, if they are able to get Phil Salt, you would have QDK, Phil Salt, Narayan and Russell as their four overseas players?
I don't know. It's tricky, because it's not the first time that KKR have kept four keepers. Yeah. They had Gurbaz. They had another. Who did they? They had Jagadish, and they had another overseas. Was it
Litton Das?
So we've seen them. We've seen them have four keepers and not have a blooming clue what to do with them. But for me, getting de Kock. Look, you've taken de Kock. You're gonna play him in 14 matches. So interesting. I would. For RCB's sake, I would hope they get Phil Salt because
they have got Phil Salt at 11.50 crores.
Very good.
They have their openers probably set in Virat Kohli and Phil Salt. The openings pretty much sorted.
No Ishan Kishan for them.
So that means no Ishan Kishan. Ishan Kishan is not definitely. I don't think RCB are going for Ishan Kishan now. Would be interesting. Maybe CSK.
Or do they play Ishan down the order?
There's no value in Ishan down the order. I don't think, if you want to play Ishan down the order, there's no value in him. You need to have him at the power play overs. That is the most he will have impact. Otherwise, you're just wasting him down the order. There's no point having Ishan beyond that 6 overs point. And at 2 crores, they've got somebody, Rahmanullah Gurbaz. KKR have bought back Rahmanullah Gurbaz at 2 crores.
They are behind having a second keeper. They have got a second keeper now. They want 2 keepers. They wanted 2 keepers. Phil Salt didn't come their way, but finally Rahmanullah Gurbaz did. Ishan Kishan is officially here. 2 crore base price for Ishan Kishan, and this would be very interesting. I've been waiting for Ishan to come up.
Let's take a quick poll then. Jamie, Ishan Kishan price and team.
I don't know which team, but I don't see it being more than 6-7 crores.
Wow.
Around 10 crores minimum. A team, obviously, I can't guess here. There are 10 teams. Certainly not MI. Or
certainly
is it
not
MI? They were showing MI, so I just got confused.
But for me, I think GT, they'll go hard for Ishan Kishan. And maybe at 15-16 they'll go. Sudat has joined us back, and Sudat, some happy news. Phil Salt at 11.25 crores for RCB. So the opening slot is set. Virat Kohli and Phil Salt to open. What are your thoughts on this particular buy, Phil Salt?
I think it's an excellent buy. I think at 11.5 crores, I'm happy. Because I think I was expecting Phil Salt to go higher, to be honest, because he's that explosive of a player. But I think we have seen our fair share of breaking the bank today. So I think 11.5 crores is a really good buy. I think RCB, even though they've been inactive this whole auction, I think their buys have been really good. The two buys, Livingston at 8.5 CR is excellent, and at 11.5 Salt, I am happy with Phil Salt any day. So I'm still, a little bamboozled by the strategy. At least their buys have not been, not to be too harsh, stupid. So they've been really good buys. So I think Phil Salt at 11.5 CR is a really good buy.
Really good buy,
I think
of
the
course.
opening combination is sorted. Just be looking perhaps at a backup, an Indian backup. I think they could go for someone like Devdutt Padikkal towards the end for an Indian backup.
Yeah, maybe Devdutt Padikkal at accelerated auction might come back for sure. Yeah. And also, I mean, not just Sudat, I think Harbhajan Singh is also very happy with the buy. He has just tweeted, Phil Salt, Swad ke anusar paisa mila, well done. Of course, I mean, that kind of money you definitely deserved. Phil Salt, the kind of performances that he had put in and the kind of interest you saw during the bidding process for Phil Salt. Quite very good for Phil Salt and a very good buy for RCB there. And up on the bidding table is Ishan Kishan, and the bid has already started with him at 2 crores. It will be very interesting to see who eventually ends up with. And so that if you are there, still there, I just want to take you away from the RCB misery and maybe give us a prediction about Ishan Kishan. Where do you think he is heading, and what is the price tag that you're looking at him for him?
I think I agree with Jamie in this regard. I don't see him going beyond 7 crores. Again, consistency is a problem with him. I don't see him going beyond 6 to 7 crores. Any team that gets him at around 5 to 6 crores, I think it's a value buy. And again, the problem is I don't want any team to buy him and play him at a different slot. I think this is the same problem. Even though he has played for India at 5 and other slots as well, I think he's best utilized to go all guns blazing at the top and just utilize the power plays to his best of his abilities. So I think any team that would purchase him would eventually buy him for 6 to 7 crores. I don't see him going beyond that.
He's already up to 5.5 crore, and there's a fight going on. Earlier it started with Mumbai Indians and Punjab Kings. Now Mumbai is out of the way. It's Punjab Kings and Delhi Capitals as of now who are fighting for Ishan Kishan. And as of now, 6 crore, he has reached the 6 crore mark. We'll have to wait and see where does he go. Mumbai is officially out of the race. It's Punjab versus Delhi that's going on. We'll have to wait and see. Ishan Kishan, a great talent, an opener, a wicket keeper, and as he is slowly is moving towards the 7 crore mark, which we guys have been discussing. 6.25 crore as of now. Delhi again goes for him. We'll have to wait and see if Punjab is still interested.
Punjab could be interested in Ishan Kishan. Again, that's why I'll tell you. I mean, the kind of stats that he has, Ishan Kishan, I think apart from a Nicholas Puran, he's had the impact at power play like none other. After that, okay, I do consider the fact that after that not much, but the kind of impact that you need. And I look back at the template that SRH followed with Travis Head and Abhishek Sharma, two explosive openers, the kind of impact that they created. For me, in my mind, the kind of impact that Travis Head and Abhishek Sharma made, I think only Ishan Kishan can give you that kind of an impact in the top first 6 overs, not even Josh Butler to my mind. So that is where I see the value of an Ishan Kishan, and quite surprised by what Sudat and Jamie has been predicting, in the sense that not beyond 7 crore, 8 crore. I see that kind of value, that Abhishek Sharma is kind of value in Ishan Kishan. It's just about the team that they are looking at. Maybe, I don't know, DC, Punjab Kings. It'll be interesting to see how the bid pans out for them.
It's 8.25 crore as of now. And as I said, DC, Punjab, they are fighting it out for Ishan Kishan. Do you think Mumbai, they have retained 5 players, they should have gone for Ishan Kishan as their 6th retention? Or would it have been too much thinking you already?
I don't think they would have been able to do that. They need to have one uncapped player in that retention list, right? So if they had, they chose Surya Kumar Yadav, Jasprit Bumrah, Hardik Pandya, Rohit Sharma, Tilak Verma. That's 5 uncapped players, capped players gone, and they just had one more for the
And
uncapped.
they tried having Ishan back, but that didn't work.
So there was no way that they could do. And the moment, I think for me, Mumbai Indians, the moment they thought of letting go of Tilak Verma, letting go of Ishan Kishan over Tilak Verma, the writing was on the wall. They were not really interested in Ishan Kishan, and again, whatever history that we have seen about Ishan Kishan the last 1 year or so, that probably may not have worked in his favor as well. And Mumbai were pretty much set in what they thought would be the ideal price. And for me, Mumbai, they'll probably go for a Jitesh Sharma. That's the player that they are looking for. Down the order finisher, wicket-keeper finisher. Maybe Jitesh Sharma is what they're looking at, not looking at somebody at the top of the order. But it'll be interesting to see.
Ishan Kishan, he has already reached 9.5 crore. The fight is still between Delhi and Punjab. The fight is still between Delhi and Punjab. 9.5 crore. I would fancy Ishan Kishan at the Arun Jaitley Stadium on that surface. I mean, I can already see
Ishan Kishan at the Arun Jaitley Stadium.
See, Ishan Kishan, after the power play, he becomes a liability. His dot ball count is just too high. So if he doesn't give you that start, and then you're facing three different spinners, dikkat hai. Again, he's an outrageous talent, but I just don't think he's justified his talent. So he's gone to 9.75. He's crossed 10 now. Good for him. But again, as you mentioned, Vineet, he has to deliver in the power play. Post the power play, I don't think he's got 100 in the IPL. I think his highest is
99. 99 against RCB.
Okay. Well, okay. So he got there. But again, his main job is to give you 50s and 60s, because I think had he been a better talent, he would have got a lot more 70s, 80s, 90s. But unfortunately, if you look at the stats, he doesn't always, cash in post the power play. But he's still getting big bucks, so I think teams will value him.
And as of now, 10.25 crore for Ishan Kishan. The bid is still on. The fight, I think it's a long fight. Both the teams are trying their best. Punjab Kings, Delhi Capitals. Punjab I asked for some time. They want to think, they are thinking. I think it's still with Delhi with 10.
I think I think this is going to be now at that 10.10. Whenever any bid goes beyond that 10 crore, I think the deliberation will start. Is it value for money to add on more to it? 11, 12, 13 or 14 anything? Delhi Capitals with a good tweet. Chota packet, bada bidding war. Chota packet, तो definitely है Ishan Kishan, and he can definitely have that bidding wars. In fact, of my top 5, buys, Ishan Kishan was there at number 4, which I think could very well be. I don't know, but 10 के बाद तो मुश्किल ही लग रहा है, but maybe that could be one of the reasons. But let's talk a bit further about the others here. Jitesh Sharma, we have talked about. Jamie, your thoughts on Jitesh? Got an India cap, played very well for Punjab Kings, but somehow abhi, you seem like he's lost out on that cue to Sanju Samson, to others. Jitesh Sharma needs a very good season. More importantly, he needs a team that can utilize him the way Punjab Kings did.
Yeah, he also bats in a very, very high risk, low reward situation. He's batting at 6. He's a finisher. So, as I said in the whole build up to the T20 World Cup,
I think we are having some audio issues, Jamie, But on the other hand, we have the news. SRH has finally got Ishan Kishan at 11.25 crores. We were talking about SRH and I was talking about the template of Abhishek Sharma. Travis said, where in the hell are you going to fit in an Ishan Kishan in that playing 11?
I can see a 300, that breaking.
But where are you going to fit him in?
I have no idea.
Abhishek Sharma, Travis Head, Heinrich Klaasen. My God.
I swear to God, in WWE, we used to see that interference. Out of nowhere, SRH came in between and said, Delhi and Punjab, wait, we are getting him.
SRH at 11.25 crores. Jamie Ishan Kishan.
Oh my God.
Is he actually not going to play in the power play? And as Kanav mentioned, as a late order enforcer, better than a Heinrich Klaasen?
I mean, his career.
I think you're still getting issues with Jamie's audio. Jamie will definitely get back to you on this. Kind of your thoughts. I mean, where do you see that?
I am confused. I am also scared because SRH is a gun team. They were already a very strong team.
But you need to.
He'll play at number 4, number 5. There's no point. There's Abhishek Sharma. There's Travis Head. You are in no way you are opening. In no way you are opening in a team where there's Travis Head and there's Abhishek Sharma and then there's an Heinrich Klaasen. Maybe you bat at number 4. The earliest he can come is number 4, or Klaasen can say, okay, I'll bat number 4. He bats number 4 only. Ishan Kishan maybe one down. That's the least they
That's
can.
the least they can do
that's
with
the least
Ishan
they can
Kishan at
do.
number 3. Would be very interesting, and for viewers also quite interesting. Do let us know in the comment section where do you think Ishan Kishan will bat for SRH if he makes the 11. He has to make the 11.
Absolutely.
11.25 crores.
They
he has
already
to
had
make the
Klaasen
11.
as a keeper, so they didn't need a keeper
They
as
did
such.
not need a keeper. Wow. They're not, or maybe they're gonna, let the keeping duties go to Ishan Kishan and
They
Klaasen
played-
with that 23 crore price tag be the luxury of
They
having the batting.
paid 23 crore to Klaasen. I will ask him to keep twice in every match.
Wow, right.
I mean,
And
that's-
Jitesh Sharma, the bid for Jitesh Sharma is on at 5 crores right now. And we'll bring in our reporters as well. Tauz Rizvi from Mumbai. But Jitesh Sharma at 5 crores, DC is very much interested. I don't see any interest from Mumbai
RCB?
so far. RCB is also going for
RCB is
Jitesh
also-
Sharma.
They have a Phil Salt.
They do have a Phil Salt, but as a finisher commodity it will be Rain.
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, we'll have to wait. And Jitesh Sharma as a finisher in RCB, it's a good choice. He's a great talent as we.
Sudat is there with us. Sudat, couple of things. Ishan Kishan at 11.25 to SRH. Already a gun lineup. You have another explosive player there. How do you fit in an Ishan Kishan there? And secondly, Jitesh Sharma. RCB showing interest in Jitesh Sharma currently.
I have no idea why SRH bought QDK. I mean, I don't know. Are they planning to rest Travis Head for the half of the season and switch him with QDK? I don't know, because it makes absolutely no sense. As pointed out, it makes no sense to play him anywhere below 4. And I don't know. And I think he would be too expensive a backup for Travis Head. Again, 11.75 CR. I mean,